Okay, I think we're ready to rock and roll here, folks. Hello, how's it going? My name's Nymaera. I'll be joined by Initialise in just a bit. Nike, just do it. Is that Nike or Nike? I think it was Nike. Hey, good to see you, Ruby. Good to see you, Solar Puppy, Peanut, Monsters, Hot Wheels. Anyone else I missed there as well? I think that's everyone in chat. Oh, hello, how's it going? TT has the best logo. I like TT's logo. I think it's very cool. I think it's very cool indeed. And yes, the clean feed is working again today. Hoya, my new king of TT. Hey, Rosary, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, one thing which is a little strange today is, again, is the media source is a little bit quiet. Oh, that feed is struggling a little bit there, isn't it? Oh, no, hang on, no, it's not struggling. Hang on 1 second. What I had to do was no, I had to change. Sorry, I know I'm flipping around with the volume a lot, but I had to change things around just a little bit. Okay, alright, we should begin to draft not too far away, folks. Thank you, Rosary, for reminding. Yes, if anyone can drop a like, subscribe, or follow, those kind of things while we're streaming. It does make a difference to us, because the algorithm is a deeply, deeply unfriendly god at sometimes. And, we still have to worship it at Shrine. We come to the temple every day at about 11 o'clock. And we sit here for multiple hours trying to see whether the algorithm treats us well. First up, TT versus NIP. A home gig for NIP, so NIP versus TT, I suppose. Hey, Banana Slap, I could see you. And yeah, TT, I suppose not in the best of sorts right now. But it could be worse. They ended up losing 0-2 to LGD. That was the last time that we saw them. They're up against NIP today. They're actually against NIP again in 2 days' time. So they're going to stay out over in Shenzhen, I'd imagine. And see them there. Hello. What I'll do is I'll turn the camera on because I'm here. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you all. Or for you to see me. Good. And such other, you know, oopsies, camera's going all over the place. Important things. So, as we go through this first set of bands.
I hear, Alex.
Hey, thank you for the sub.
You're the
Thank you, I appreciate it. So when it comes to these, we still got
Judge
Gwen.
98 gifted a tier 1 sub to Claire.
We have oh my gosh, that's quite a lot. I'm gonna have to turn that up. I'm so sorry. That's quite a lot all in a row. The Vi has been left open. I'm a little bit surprised. Thank you so much for the 5 gift bomb. I really appreciate you, Peanut. Need to make sure there's a single thingy next time. But yeah, the Vi's locked in first. Gwen passed over. Talia passed over as well. Now you can lock in the Talia into the Vi, I suppose. Trundle gone, so one of the choice Vi counters is sort of off the table. Aurora is another good combo with the Vi that you could look to ban away. You can also check that in towards the top lane. Now, what TT might be thinking is, we lock the Aurora. If they lock Gwen, which is another power pick up, we're happy to put the Aurora in top lane rather than mid lane, and then we could lock away something else into that mid lane as well if that works for us. They're kind of doing double duty with that Aurora pick. I think Aurora is fantastic in the meta right now. I think that champion is very, very good, has a lot of very good lane matchups, and is very good at reaching long-range AD carries. Even without a lot of help, Aurora can often get damage onto the enemy AD carry, which is a good. That's a very good start for a bursty champion. If you're a bursty champion which can get access to an AD carry in a team fight, you're golden. Zaya's getting for 1xn now, which means that he can outplay the Vi ultimate with that. What bug has Mel banned? There was a video about it on YouTube. When Dragon Soul is claimed by Mel's team, if Mel presses W to get the reflect shield, it reflects the activation of you getting Dragon Soul and gives you some random buffs instead, which is really, really weird. So it completely destroys the game in terms of that buff. So you can parry Dragon Soul being claimed by yourself. And Ambessa coming in for solo kill, obviously a strong champion for them. Now I think the Aurora does go into mid lane against the Talir. Rakan would finish off the bot lane pairing, and you can ban away stuff like, well, what would be a good ban take? Ban away Rel. I'm trying to think of what else would be valuable, but I suppose Zoya's not bad into playing into the Rel, but I still think you want to ban it away, maybe. Hey, Angie, how's it going? Yes, we got some Yaya Khan. Where did all the Ezreals go? I think he got a nerf or two, or one. And yeah, I'm a little surprised he's completely gone, but I think we're getting to less... I think we're getting to less stable 3-item fights. I think stuff like Sivir coming into the meta's hurt Ezreal, where Sivir just outscales you. I think Ezreal gets outscaled by a lot of stuff when you do wait for the 3 items now. And the game is not necessarily being won at the 2 items in the way that he really likes. Yeah. Because he scales better than other 2 items spiking 80 carries, but if you're actually playing against 3 items spiking 80 carries, then Ezreal really doesn't like it. Because his 2 item is good, his 3 item is not bad, but it's not the level of Sivir or Desire in this case. No Rel ban, but the Nautilus and the Alistar away from Nike. It's from what we just heard from the intro there. By the way, can anyone, Kites, do you have any like confirmation on Nike / Niket's name pronunciation? When they walked out onto stage today, it's the announcer, the host said Nike, so we're gonna go with that for now. But if you have any more insight onto that, we'd really appreciate that, by the way. TT need a jungler and they need a solo laner. I guess technically the Aurora can go in towards that top lane, but I don't think you'll do that into the Ambassador now. What's with all the roster changes? I did think LPL was a lower standard than last season, but I didn't think everyone would get dropped. So, Hot Wheels, this is a very good thing to talk about, as Yunaris locked in for Leave, Renekton locked in for Hoya, which is one of his more comfort picks, I suppose, and Nike does end up getting his Rel. Yeah, 20% of the LPL has changed. 14 teams, 16 changes between players and a couple of coaches as well. The Nocturne is locked in. I'll give them away onto that backline. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. But yeah, we've had 16 changes between coaches and players. That is effectively 3 teams out of 14 which are currently playing in the LPL, especially with RNG and OMG out. Goes down from 16 teams down to 14. So yeah, the LPL's gone absolutely mad between spring and summer. A ton of changes came through. NIP changed out, well, Shanju was on the bench, but they changed out Aki, who is of course playing on TT now. So this will be a grudge match for him. And they also changed out PP God as well. So it's 3 members. The old OMG 2023 remaining core from NIP is now gone. TT changed out jungle. They used to have Beichuan, then Xiao Huangren when Beichuan left to go to BLG, and now Aki's stepped in, fill the gap, and they've been left with a change there too. I haven't seen NIP so far. How are the changes working so far? I think they're the second best team in Group Nirvana. I don't think that's been contested that much. What's their score right now? They're currently 3-1, only losing to EDG, which is, yeah, that was the only big loss that they had, but it was a pretty convincing one, not going to lie. They went 1-2 versus LGD, but I think they're clearly top 2 within Group Nirvana. Oh wow, they just upped the volume there. Let's get ourselves into game. Okay, into the game we go. NIPTT, Group Nirvana for our first face-off today. NIP 3-1, only dropping a series to EDG. They've clearly looked like the second best team within Group Nirvana. Love that chaos sound effect. I find it very entertaining, I do. I find it very entertaining indeed. Don't know why, I just do. Akashi, thank you so much for the sub, I appreciate it. Half a year already, 6 months, that's almost like a week. yeah, it's like when someone subscribed for like 24 months. I'm like, wow, that's almost a year. I really want to see how 1xn does into a draft like this, because I do think you can sometimes lose the DPS check versus the Nymaera, and once she has ult, if she ults then E's, then she can dash out of your feather pullback, which can be quite nasty. Now, for those of you that don't know about Nymaera, a lot of her stuff is getting an auto attacks down to her 8 stacks, and then she can start casting her Q to get her Q active, much like Ashe Q. Good Q there from Feather to get some regen back. But yeah, Nymaera's been kind of like a, you know, a hyper-scaling AD carry that needs, you know, realistically 3 items. So that Q kind of goes wild. Fighting for that level 2. The cat crashing down. Not landing the W, but does land the Q. No follow-up from Leave. Feather will catch him on the way out. Another, and Feather will get a Q on target. And that means that 2 for 2 in terms of those early game Qs. Really good, actually, from Feather, because it keeps the sustain up. Which means that now you're full HP going in towards level 2. You've actually got a HP advantage. You'll be able to bounce back the wave. That's nice from Feather. And one of the great powers of Zyra Khan is that they really have a lot of sustain. She's Zeri, the 2025 version. I think Zeri scales better, and I also think that Zeri has way more available mobility. Setup going to get tagged by the first bit of the E, the second bit. Oh, thank you so much, Samsung, for bringing me an Oify. Oh, that was much needed, you have no idea. Feather pullback, not for the root, but does get a couple on target to get some damage down. Again, 1xn Feather doing well in the 2v2. We'll see if there's a big crashdown coming in from the cat. Might go for a level 3 play. Gets the knock-up onto the Rakan, but not onto the Xayah. Ghost pops, and suddenly there's a knock-up back in turn from Feather. That prayer bead ends up getting a little bit of damage down. But I do think 1xn and Feather have managed to get the bounce back in good time. They're not doing too bad here. Naya's on bot side. Not quite. No. They don't quite fight for that wave hard enough, I suppose. Ghost down, but flashes up for both the Xayah and Rakan. The heal down from the cat. Aki onto the crab first. Naya will have to leave well alone here. You never want to walk into a Nocturne as a jungler. If you walk into a Nocturne, he kills you. So that's going to be bot scuttle secured by Aki, and that's because the bot lane didn't cleanly win through the 2v2. 1xn and Feather actually had a chance to roam up there. It's well played from them. We did the play-by-play of that, right? Some CS dropped by 1xn, but the wave push was important enough for jungler. They're going to be behind about 5 CS. It's not bad. For Leave to get. And of course, Leave is a very, very strong hyper carry AD carry player. Because Feather one. Oh, flash over from Leave. 1xn has his flash as well. Runs out of mana, and the cat can't get the double stun. Will flash forwards, eat a turret shot, but not find his mark. Double flashes away, though. So double flash for double flash, stopping the recall. So Naya and the cat will be a little bit slow off the board, and you'll notice that Aki will know now that Naya is slow on the recall. He'll be able to recall after his full after double scuttle full clear. Oh my god, he's 2 scuttles up on Naya. Aki's now in an awesome point of power because 1xn and Feather have expended their summoners to get that jungle advantage. That play was just to remind viewers this is Nirvana, baby. And we'll send that reminder to them in a heart-shaped box. Occasionally you do need some bleach while you're down here. But never mind all that. Let's talk about the let's talk about the lane swap. As now Leave will have a chance to stop a recall on the other side. Nirvana and Guns N' Roses were my 2 favorite bands in secondary school. I had a lot of fun with them. Welcome, Sam. We have a Nymaera once again for NIP. Yeah, we have quite an interesting early game. 2v2's been quite hard contested. Naya going towards bot side. I'm really quite worried that Naya might get a little bit closed out by Aki in this game. And if the Vi starts falling behind, that is a problem. That is a big problem indeed. Indeed, a wise choice. And other such philosophical statements from League of Legends characters. Leave and the cat do have themselves that cult. Worth noting that at 1xn did choose not to go towards that as well. Teleport has been picked up by by Feather, not by Nymaera. They both have that spell book, but not going towards the teleport right now. Hoya can get a little bit of wave clear in, but needs that power Q. Really gets to level 6. We'll be safe now. How much CS is he going to lose, though? Nymaera could... Yeah, he's actually looking to go press that ult now, just so he can get that powered Q for wave clear. I was just saying, he was just a little bit too low rage. On the other side, Feather pullback doesn't get that root, and we're firmly into a lane swap scenario now. Biggest things which happened in the early game, Sam. It's quite hard shove from leaving Nymaera early, but it was bounced back well from 1xn and Feather. Ended up being double flash for double flash when Naya went down to go for a cheeky gank. What that meant, though, was that Aki got double scuttle, and that is now 55 to 36. And he has the early level 6 to make plays like this.
Execution, though, does buffer well. Feather tanking as much as he can. Really nice stuff from Solo Kill to get through to the backline member.
And that is the level 6 invested by Aki. This is the early game jungle advantage, which was bought with the usage of summoners and fighting by 1xn and Feather in that early game. Nio now gets to go onto the enemy camps, and he'll start to catch up in a way which he wouldn't have been afforded before Aki pulled that ult.
It was nearly a great dive. The charm came on through, but the buffer through the CC with that public execution became so nice. Was also seeing Cull v Cull leave actually up about 5 to 10 CS. I'm not sure what happened there with the early wave shoves, but
yeah, basically what happened was
wild.
Yeah, leaving the cat fought very hard early. They managed to just zone off 1xn and Feather from the level 1 wave, but Feather hit like 3 early Qs in a row to make sure that they were enough
alive,
well, they were full HP to fight for the bounce back, which got Aki the bot scuttle. They did drop some CS, but yeah, that ended up working out. Of course, the lane swap now coming into effect means that Leave has actually managed to extend that CS lead a little bit more, and NIP getting a little bit more out of the bot lane. Hoya getting more out of the top lane.
See how it looks from this point. NIP gonna start whacking some grubs. Aki maybe in danger here. Does have the paranoia coming up soon. Weaver's wall not quite in time as the exhaust comes on through. Seismic shove does land, but Feather now looking to turn it around and do him be. Darkness comes on through as Setab looking to go between worlds, find some value. Auto's flying. Get 2 grubs and pull away. I think NIP happy enough with that win in and of itself, and we will just leave it there. Feather needs to be wary. Dodges the Shattering Strike, gets away. Battle dance available. Last grub looking to be taken out. Do they want to fight this? I don't know. NIP going to back away. Leave steps on forwards there. Did have the ult running of all things. Actually tried to transcend oneself there. And we need to look for some of those arc of... is it Arc of Judgment? I forget exactly what it's like. Ray of Destruction, Arc of Judgment. Forget exactly which way around they are. I'll need to learn again. The big lines that Nymaera throws out are her W when it's empowered by her ult, basically, guys. Thank you very much for the sub, by the way, Harold. And also to Kakashi. We're going to look after us all. It is much appreciated. Arc of Ruin, that's the one. Oh, I knew it was an Arc of Judgment's the base one. Arc of Ruin, there we go. A little bit of Googling has solved me. Arc of Judgment is not the ult. It is, his Arc of Ruin is the ult. Arc of Judgment's the baseline one. I have done unchecked it, but I appreciate you, Akashi, because I had the same thought. Worry not. Slight lead here to TT, though, nonetheless. Largely out of the top side of the map. Worth noting, of course, that NIP did get 2 of those grubs. But slight lead right now towards this Nymaera, who's got the cull earlier on as well. So there's going to be about 4-wave discrepancy, something like that in terms of before the colours catch them for 1x. And of course you are into a game here where the Rel, the Ambassador, the Vi, the Talia, even the Nymaera, who's not exactly the longest range AD carry of all time, are going to be in active Feather range. So 1xn has got a potential to be really nasty here as a scaling carry. It's going to be quite hard to manage, and the Aurora, the counter punches of the Nocturne and the Rakan can make the dive of NIP quite tricky. It's going to be quite an all-out, full-contact game, I think, once we get to those big-time team fights.
I think Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for TT to play up because they have a little bit of go forward onto the enemy AD carry, and Nymaera doesn't have great self-peel, so there's a potential of Nocturne, Aurora, Rakan slapping this Nymaera down from the field of play before they can really get damage off. However, on the other, hang on, Hoy's going to use that ult. There's the Doomby coming up with the global. Not really on a great timing though. Of course, Doomby, great player of global champions, but I think Hoy is very, very happy now with that ability to survive there. Setab was on the roam to potentially cover if things went long enough.
Yeah, went across the wall there with that across the veil. I don't think a wall counts as a veil. I feel like a veil is slightly thinner. More nebulous.
But it can sometimes be a curtain.
Yeah. Is a curtain a wall?
No, not always.
It's a dive, though.
Dash out from leave.
Oh, and actually now that's just a very dead-looking Nymaera! The Arc of Ruin is good! We'll get one back, but now Niket caught under this turret won't be able to get that much back. Leave Flash Cleanse does survive. The heal from Niket clutch to make it happen, but it is still a dead 80 carry.
Yeah, when Alt E for the move speed, the dash out, and then turn around, of course, with the Q active as well. Sata will punt himself out of that minefield by that E. Level up currently on Doomby. Really good Q on target there. Seeing a kind of a death of the Leandri's Riftmaker build from Aurora. A lot of people falling away from that one now. Leave. Have both summoners. Had ult. Use the E for the move speed. Use the ult for the E dash. Got a W, I think, onto everyone as they came through. That zap through them, which is good damage. The Q's off the active onto everyone at that point. So he ends up taking one down on the way out.
Play from Leave in that sense. Of course, did lose the waves. That evens up the CS a little.
Yeah, he's gone for the Blade first item, by the way. We typically see the Kraken Slayer, Solar Q is sometimes a bit of Essence Reaver, but this one's going to be the Blade. Of course, applies a lot of on hits, so gets a lot of value from that.
Does that also trigger the healing from all those hits?
Well, that's Lifesteal.
Yeah.
So, yes, because Lifesteal is the percentage of damage you do with auto attacks, and a while ago it was it did include some on hit effects, which I do believe it plays.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure where the AoE on the Nymaera Q would affect that.
Whoa, so it's not AoE, it's multi-target. Now, so it's like not like the auto attacks apply onto multiple, like on an area of effect, which means because healing is reduced for AoE. This is multi-target, which is not AoE, because there's a different thing, right? So if I have a spell or whatever which says target to blah blah blah, then it will do whatever effects is onto two targets. If it's AoE, it's like, well, okay, anything that's hit will just reduce the healing by 30 to 33%. That's typically the way that ends up working, unless there's another modifier specifically mentioned. So, for instance, like Samira Q and ult, it's like, oh, it only heals a certain amount of it. That's a little bit different. The setup, we'll get another combo with that. The shotgun's down for wave clear now. Should be still safe under this turret.
Again, like the description says, it would spread what the Q does. It spreads to targets nearby.
Yeah, but spread means it's still
AoE.
Yeah, it's not AoE. It chooses other discrete targets. It's not
it's
zone
super
around
interesting. There's a little niche interaction there. Good, thanks for the little insight on that one.
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, it shouldn't apply lifesteal separately to each target, depending on the damage done to them. Okay, it'd be like, if Lucian did a double tap pass onto every target around the original target, you know what I mean? Onto the recall, no flash on Niket, he's going to be caught out.
Yeah, he is. That's a very dead-looking rel. Well done there from TT.
And apologies as well. We heard as the host welcomed our teams in today, actually. It's the artist formerly known as Niket is apparently the pronunciation, I don't know when this changed, was introduced as Nike instead.
Nike. Okay.
Nike Goddess of Victory, I suppose. So yeah, it'll take us a little while to get around to pronouncing it that way, but Nike support we get. Yeah, no, but it's glad we caught that today. We'll be henceforth referring to that support player as Nike.
Okay, so it's more like Niket. Okay,
thank you.
Okay, gotcha. Appreciate it, Thousand Kites. One of our very helpful man in speaking chat does occasionally give us a little bit of insight on how things are pronounced and what they mean.
Herald started going low. TT not contesting. They did get one of the 3 grubs, but not the 2 margin. They did get the 2 dragons though. They traded top side objectives for bot side ones.
Puts the Nymaera step on. Bit of speed away there as some damage was being forced at them. It's a relatively tight game. The difference here for the side of Thumbtalks, they got the early dragons, they've gotten that extra kill, they've managed to largely even up the bot side at least a little bit. Slight lead right now to lead, but that's because the colour's being cashed in. 5 more CS from the side of 1xN, and that will likely turn around. So I'm expecting on this wave that we'll see that little blue number disappear as well from NO.
Yeah,
there it is.
The bunny with a shotgun for setup is such a big power spike. That is the best thing about this build, is now it literally is just the bunny with a shotgun.
Yeah, I mean, legitimately as well, I was like, I'm looking at this game and going, I'm not seeing that many HP builders. I can see the Luden's value, the raw burst being really nasty.
It's just, Aurora has so many base damages. Even if there are no tanks on the other side, getting the % increase of all damage, which also applies to your base damage, really works well for Aurora. Because if you apply your passive when you've got... Riftmaker gives you, what, 8% max damage, but it stacks up pretty quickly. One of the changes to Riftmaker was, I think, less stacks, but stacks quicker. So the max is a little bit less. And then Leandri's too. You get, you know, like an extra 15+% damage onto your passive, which does like max HP damage or whatever it is. Dragon spawning now, Herald put down into the mid lane, NIP hovering with the Talia onto the bot side of the map. Could use that to zone or corral TT into different areas around the objective or mid lane.
See how it all plays out from here. That Herald drop comes on through. Weaver's wall as well. 1xN caught on the other side of it. Needs to be a bit wary. Throws down the doggy. The deadly plumage beginning to fly. Just giving that bit extra attack speed. Turret in mid lane will fall. NIP force hard and get the turret they were looking for.
Setup's... Oh, hang on a second. Solokill pulled the ult onto Setup. Ult for ult. It looks like the trade flashes away from a bit of damage. Not all of it, though.
Oh, nice solo kill from, you guessed it, solo kill.
Setup, no HP to work with in this build, has good burst, but caught out by the Ambassador. And Setup, yeah, a big part of TT's damage and their threat onto leave is gone. I don't think TT can do that much, which is a real bummer for them, because I think they were banking on, oh, well, we'll soak the mid lane push, we'll call down Setup at some point, and then we'll fight. Not able to do so. NIP take the mid lane, they take a solo kill on top side, and they use them both to go in towards the dragon, so nothing really gained. Really well played from Solo Kill. Uses Setup's E as self-CC. We sometimes see this. The E animation is pretty long, and they dash in a straight line. Because it was aimed towards the Ambassador, straight in the direction of that ult, not dodging away from that. So Setup, his own E gets him killed.
Yeah, and then doesn't really manage to get away from that turret. That also means another turret. They get the additional objective, so now NIP get feat of strength off that as well. That's a massive gold swing. It's only back to even. But they were down a significant amount, and in fact, this Ambassador were struggling pretty significantly. Hoya have been having a great game here. 40-odd CS up, and now the Ambassador manages to recover a lot of that gold, picks up a solo kill, gets the turret. Like, you can't really ask for too much more. Leave, despite, of course, going for the Blade of the Ruin King first, is still going towards his Hurricane second. It does mean, actually, for a lot of those HP stackers, you do get a lot of value now in terms of just AoE hitting people with lots of bolts everywhere.
What it does really give is wave clear, which sometimes Nymaera is a little bit slow on. Hang on a second. Setup, flash onto Nika, coming into bot side. Flick back from Doomby. Great follow-up with the flash. Double flash it. Well, double roam down that. Naya was around the corner, and Setup has had an awful time in side lanes.
That's not great. Going towards the Shadow Flame second. I know Xiaohu loves this build, but Xiaohu is very apt side laner, and Setup right now is struggling with it.
NIP getting huge value across the map now. Of course, they have the better grubs as well. They have 2 compared to just TT's 1. They'll take turrets a little quicker. They took the top lane before with solo kill. Take the bot lane now. Mid lane should still be able to wave clear through by leave. He has himself cleansed, so it's not really like anything coming from that. So they're ulting towards mid lane. There is a fire ult with flash as well. Flash forwards, 1xN on top of the minefield, but gets away from the Vi ultimate. The Ambassador ult misses.
We do. Damage comes on down. 1xN gets one back at the very least. AD carry getting a kill each way. Aki now getting some damage down, but he's just going to get run out as Leave just gets to keep ghosting and falls with that Kanmei step.
I said, the Ambassador ult misses. It's because the damn line skill shot looks exactly the same as the Ambassador ult. It's like, oh, it just missed it because I just see the line on the ground. I'm like, okay, it's Ambassador ult. No, it's the frickin' evolved W from the Nymaera.
Yeah.
So that's the thing which ended up, I guess, missing, but maybe it didn't actually. I just saw no one flying at the target, so oh, it's a skill shot missed. TT end up playing a little bit of disengage, and you can see that 2 kills on the Xayah. Maybe 1xN can pull out some magic. I think that's what you're banking on now. There's no hyper tank on the side of NIP. Xayah can be very, very bursty. 1xN, really good reactions from him. Dodges out on bunch of stuff which flies at him. Hoya comes in on a good timing too, but Aki just goes way too far forwards.
Picture in picture, Nymaera just died though, because Setup got on top of them with the Ludens, so even though they're down, they just got popped, so kind of makes it the grand scheme of things an extra 2 for 2.
Hang on, does that open up? I think it does, because all of your damage is in this AD carry. Nymaera picks off. Solo kill on an angle, does have the ult. If he catches Setup, who doesn't have flash, that could be a huge moment for the top laner of NIP.
Tab needs to be a bit scared. Does go across the veil. Solo kill now looking for an angle. It's a known quantity. 5,000 HP. Can they find the smite still? Paranoia comes on down. Turns the lights out, making it a bit trickier. The smite from Feathers. Spellbook will help secure that one. Now to the backline. Aki low. Goes down with the Magnus. Still coming on through from the execution. Onto the Zyre in the backline. Solo kill in danger. Flash on forward for the Ruthless Predator. Trying to get some mortars. Hoya gets that one. It's a messy fight. Now a 3v2 with one extent trying to get to value. Another wonderful shattering strike. Can't get the Feathers. Finally get the Featherstorm. It's just not enough in the tank. They get the Attic Arm, but lose absolutely everyone doing it.
An ill-fated engage from Aki against his old team. The jungler of TT thinks, well, I've popped the Paranoia, I may as well use it. And it sends his own team into the Shadow Realm. Never should they have looked for that fight afterwards, especially without, you know, the great amount of follow-up that this team needs to have in very good position to really follow that knockdown. We'll watch this fight after. Oh no, we're gonna watch the Nymaera get picked off in mid lane. What happens here? Oh, Sathab just hops out of invis and doesn't even need to go invis. Just hops out, full combo. Leave gets a root onto him by the Zyre. Very easy. No Aurora ult even needed to kill the AD carry. Opens up this, but the big problem here, the really big problem is just pulling the ult. You're not in position to do this. You know, Satab's on half HP, tanking the Attic Khan. Hoya's on pretty low HP too. Why fly in like this? Also, why fly into the target you did? You just flew into a clump of 4. Solo kill gets the DPS for forever. No one gets on to Derby in the backline. They don't even need Nymaera to win in a 5v4. They don't even need their AD carries meant to be their big damage source to win in a 4v5. That is insane. On sideline now, Feather's caught out by the Solero. Think the Rakan's going to go down. Indeed they will. Kill for NIP onto the support of TT.
Now into this position where NIP find themselves a lot of
Oh my god, it's just happening again.
Going down again. That's what, 4 times effectively he's died inside lanes?
Yeah, it's I think 3 because 1 was in that team fight, but same difference really. The NIP have played around sideline so much better. Nymaera was playing very, very well to catch out Satab. It'll be another turret down with the inner turret going through. 5k lead to the side of NIP or thereabouts. Yes, they did give up that Attic Khan. That is some value up to the side of TT, which is not shown on the gold scoreboard. Right hit, to flick back onto the Aurora as they looked for the E backwards. Again, self-CC'd by that E. The ult's not enough to see them to safety because Niket ended perma-CCing afterwards. And now a 10-stack Magi is built up for Doomby on that Talia 405. Having a good game of things. The first ult of the game, trying to catch out Hoya in that early game was whatever. Outside of that, they've been a very successful global usage game from Doomby, as it tends to be. NIP continuing to roll forwards as what we assume to be second best team currently within the group Nirvana. They were quite handily dealt with by the EDG, who I think were a cut above them. But, no, they've shown themselves to be a little better than LGD. That was a 3-game series against them. TT currently at 2-2. NIP just the 1 series ahead of them, but NIP looking like clearly a cut above a lot of the other teams left in Nirvana. Push back into their own side of the map at TT. No dragon up just yet. 4 minutes on the clock for that. As I don't know, TT, you just don't feel safe in side lanes anymore, do you? Where do you walk?
Theoretically, with a bit of vision or with a Nocturne able to ult. Because I feel like Aki not really found great angles with this Nocturne ult in terms of side lanes in particular.
Hoya at those 2 items has ult. He's about the safest member on TT. Hoya's not done too badly this game, you know. 800 gold up. He's managed to survive a decent amount of dives. I have to say, Hoya is normally someone when TT is losing. I cast a side eye towards the top lane to see how bad the deficit is, because actually Hoya is typically the black hole of pressure when games start to go badly. He's not been that this game. He's not at fault. I think really, compositionally, TT have had some issues. Now I might get a Q and an ult out of a bush. Here comes Doinby.
Gets some value. He's going to be jumping onto Hoya, down to 10% HP, goes down, solo kill, picks it up in short order.
Now, the good thing about this is that Aurora is actually hitting top lane just a little bit to make sure that... no, I mean, the turret's already gone, but at least cross-mapping in terms of the wave there. But Hoya dying so quickly, it's a bit of a problem. You fed some Magi stacks up to Doomby as well. And, yeah, thank you for the stream through there. Katari, good to see you. Good morning. And TFG as well, good to see you in chat. And all the regulars as well. Appreciate you all over Twitch, YouTube, and of course, Omidia's chat as well. NIP setting up towards that Baron. Hoya's dead for a little bit longer. They could potentially look to start up the Baron and force the teleport out. They do have a blade on Nymaera, so better objective damage from them.
to get a fair amount of damage on down. NIP looking to get some autos on through. This Baron, let's just come down short order. Down to 5,000. Niket into the back line, trying to get out again. Niket, we get that pronunciation right. They don't quite find what they're looking for, because 1XM was very fast on that Featherstorm, and now Niket is a little bit split off. The attempted flank has gone so very wrong, because the bird, it turns out, can fly.
Niket caught out after trying to find a bit of a risky retreat path, and NIP, despite them being in a good position around the Baron, don't really get what they came for. They half do. They end up getting both teleports out of the solo laners of TT. They won't be available for the Dragon spawn now, nor will they be available for a future Baron contest in the next 5 minutes. They might just go back to the same playbook and say, well, we'll start up that Baron again. We've got good DPS on it, and we have the multi-engage combo of Talia following up on Ambessa, the Vi, and the Rel. They might just do exactly the same thing again, but with Dragon up in a minute, they're not forced to. They can play around bot side of the map instead.
It's worth noting, of course, that actually 1XM pretty close in value here to leave, in fact, dead even in gold. They've both got 3 items, 3 items higher.
Spooky, actually,
could actually do some scary things here. And yes, Doumbé is by far the biggest gold leader, as is Niall. They could be really scary with this Talia Vi combo. Got Magi's in inventory, 12 stacks. There is a world where this can still be very much about Doumbé, about Niall. You still got damage where potentially it matters, assuming 1XN gets a good fight. That's easier said than done, but there is at least something to work with. 4,000 gold is significant. Certainly gives NIP the best advantage they can ask for in a lot of ways right now, but it's not as though TT don't have some avenues through which to play.
Yeah, 1XN just got up to about 90% crit as well. Leaves only on the 50% because of the item build that he's chosen. Baron going to be aggroed onto Naya, and Splash Shield will take some of that damage through. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, no teleports of course from TT, so anything that comes through from that will be a little bit harder to play the map. NIP clear some vision out on top side. Might move towards bot side there. I think that you can tell they're umming and ahhing a little bit on where to play the map. They're going to shove in the next mid wave, but it's quite hard to keep it shoved when Zaya's this fed, can really just insta-delete waves now at this kind of power spike. TT trying to get some wall, some presence on top side. Talia wall not actually that successful.
No, not as successful as they would like. Fun to talk. Around about 5,000 gold. NIP starting up this Dragon, trying to drag TT. They were afraid about this Baron. Are they thinking about rushing? He's giving this Dragon up.
Yeah, look, it would be third Dragon. It's not the worst Dragon to give up in the game. Now, I will say 3 Chemtech Dragons now means that you have 18% heal and shield boost, which does apply to stuff like Rel's Crashdown and to Vi's passive, and to, of course, Ambessa's multiple shields as well. And that's not a mean... That's no small thing to give over, especially with how annoying Ambessa can be just in general. Giving extra shield power is no small thing to give over. But then also to tenacity as well. It's an extra 18% tenacity, which will help against feather pullbacks. It'll help against Renekton stuns, potentially Nocturne Fear, and the Stride Breaker too. Rakan. There's a lot that the tenacity gets a lot of value for. I do mention this quite a lot when Chemtech Drag, because I don't hear a lot of other casters talking about this, and I feel like it needs a little bit more, or players as well. I feel like it needs a little bit more visibility. The tenacity from Chemtech Dragon is genuinely very, very strong when you start stacking it.
And I think because there are a number of items I think people don't realize give tenacity. It's like, by the way, you know Starex gives you tenacity? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wit's End gives you
Wit's End,
tenacity?
yeah.
Wait, what? And I think a lot of people assume it's just Merc Treads.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of what everyone assumes what the boots are for.
Particularly when you don't play like mid and top lane, you're like, wait, these items do those things? But it's like a mid laner or an AD carry. You're like, what?
Starex just gives you that big shield, right? It's anti-burst item. And it also gives you tenacity.
Yeah, a little while ago it gave you 20% tenacity, which is, yeah, it's quite a lot actually, all things said and done. And also on top of that too, we're talking about the shield stacking, blah blah blah. Potential of a GA coming in from Naya soon, and a Death Dance from Solo Kill as well. So they will be able to shrug off even more damage in other ways. Death Dance passive is one of the best ones in the game, especially if you are one of those brawlier, burstier champions that can activate that passive by getting kills a little bit more easily.
Blue buff being invaded onto by NIP. He managed to get that one down.
Just moving the mic around about there. If you hear some clunking sounds in the background, that's it. Yep, those shields, you can see how freaking big they are actually. That's a big old shield.
Yeah, they are.
We do have 4 items on 1XN now, who is very, very, very strong. There is a potential of Leave going towards something like that Infinity Edge. Of course, crits on that passive can go pretty wild. You can go towards something like a Shadow Flame as 4th item, by the way, and really take off because of Yunara's passive, giving you magic damage, pretty weird stuff when you get into late game.
Does she need penetration items because she gets so much mixed damage?
Mate, no idea. Look, in this kind of game, no, there's no tank. In this kind of game, no. Like, there's no resists on stuff like the Aurora or the Xayah. In fact, there's no resists on the Nocturne as well. It's all HP. So in that case, it actually just doesn't matter. The only resists there are, really, are stuff from boots, of which there's only one that's Tabby. And this is the game which you absolutely don't go towards that. Towards, yeah, looks like the Infinity Edge coming next. Game's really slowed down. NIP, I think they were getting free wins out of side lanes onto people like Setup and Hoya over pushing. That's no longer the case. They're having to pull TT towards objectives, but they can't rush the objectives quickly enough. And they can't peel off the objective to dive onto the Xayah well enough to stop him from getting burst with huge feather pullbacks.
Okay, trying to jump on a Setup who gets shot anyway. Oh, Setup, it's not even a side lane. It's just the mid lane.
You have flash, you have ult, you use neither, and TT are down a mid laner. That's the play they were looking for, and Setup dies a 5th time. A terrible performance from him at getting caught out isolated multiple times.
Double root doesn't lead to all that much. Poor old Ishin does not get what he was looking for.
Setup's had a very poor game, sadly, for himself. Now, does that lead to a Baron start from NIP 30 seconds in the Aurora? You would have thought it would do, but not able to pull the trigger. Maybe just are really afraid of this Xayah. I mean, I suppose
she is 4 items.
It's a 4-item Xayah. You have no resist on your team as well, much like on the other side. Well, you have a little bit, right? But
it's a GA in a dream,
but like, you don't have a hyper tank, and there's a Lord Dominator regard, so, you know, good luck, effectively. 1xN, and could just hyper carry through this late game. Now, I don't know how the hyper carry matchup between Xayah and Yunara goes in the late game. I'd imagine that Xayah is a little bit more bursty. Yunara struggles to burst in the same way that other hyper carries can do. Even stuff like, you know, Jinx or Phalios. Xayah can be very bursty. Yunara is not as much so. She has very good DPS, but she struggles to have that same kind of upfront smash in the face that many others do in that 3 to 4 item mark.
Yeah, I know there's like some combos where you can kind of EQ kind of idea, where you kind of just like try and get like a really rapid like dash into auto.
Yeah, that gets you into DPS range, but it's not the same as like Jinx kind of like W auto R or a Phalios ability stuff. Like, at that point, any AD carry is bursty, technically bursty at 3-4 items, sure, because
your autos are.
Because the auto attacks can burst like that. There is an Infinity Edge. A good Infinity Edge crit will be a burst, but it's not the same as someone like that Xayah who can go, you know, an auto Q, E-Feather pullback or something like that. It's incredibly high DPS in that game, as long as you're in her active range. Which
that does tend to be the key,
Yeah. Now, Chemtech Soul, spawning now. NIP, gonna start it up with the Ambassador. Perhaps TT say, look, you can have the Soul. We're not gonna die over this. They're teleporting towards the Baron instead, trying to take Baron for the Soul, potentially. 1xN doesn't have that much life steal. That's a bit of a mistake there for him to be the one tanking it, actually. Teleport onto the other side, Doom be coming over. And TT, they're just umming and ahhing.
Just trying to bait people in. Little Setup's not here either. He just want to teleport. So they've just been a bit like, can we find something? No, they get the teleport. So he's going to say, that'll have to do.
It's a lot of inaction. They go towards the Baron, they get a teleport out, and that is all they get. Hoyer even teleported in for that, though, so it's teleport to teleport. TT just not wanting to give a fight. Perhaps they just say, we'll fight around the Elder, but at some point, folks, this team will have to fight. Setup gets Death Cap. That is it. That is a scary Aurora now. Even when 3k behind, there's a 3-item Aurora that could potentially chunk out the majority of Leave's HP bar. I don't think insta-kills now. Not at level 17 with a shield bow as well, but strong enough that things get kind of wild. Worth noting, Leave is not going towards something like that Shadow Flame as a last item. Basically, what happens is if you have any AP in your kit, it adds onto your crits. So if you have AP, it increases the damage of your crits, and stuff like Shadow Flame gives you instant crits. At some points, Feather's going to fly it onto 1xN. Dermby not going to get the flick back, so Dermby's ult wasted a little bit there. As Feather, one of the safe supports to go warding, but especially when they're with that Xayah. Baron now started up. Setup would need to recall, need to wave clear on the other side and then teleport in, I suppose. But the Baron peeled off of, and NIP don't commit to that either. It's a slow game, folks. What can I say?
Looks like 1xN potentially in danger here. Goes up into the sky. Massive turnaround. Looking to get some value back as down goes Feather. Setup gets Yunara, though. And that means that potentially they can turn from the public execution goes wide.
So 80 carry down while 1xN is still up. Now, 1xN doesn't have summoners or ult because he had to use both there to survive the engage. And that means that maybe TT can't actually fight this. Nio still has flash and ult. I don't think the Xayah can walk up, so that will still be the Baron. Over towards NIP. Leaf dying again. It's quite hard to peel the Yunara in late game scenarios. Aki, you probably shouldn't be standing over there. There's a big chance you're getting engaged onto. Hoya will have to flash away from the NIP just don't... NIP just peel off the Baron. They,
Yeah, they don't have to already carry.
No, but like... Aki had no flash. No way into the pit.
Yeah, well, he's got Blast Cone now, I suppose.
Now, it would have been dead by that point. They peel off to get a flash on Renekton, and that's it. They're teleporting back in again now. But NIP, my guy, you got to do something about this. Aki won't have the Blast Cone now. Sees Nikat flying over the wall. Will they have any chance of going over here? Satak could potentially fly over. Svether, he doesn't have a spellbook smite. They see the HP, and it's not that low, actually. They could potentially look to contest this still. Couple of seconds on the ult. They could go for a Paranoia steal.
For it, Nikat. He chunked out, but not down.
Oh, this is dangerous, NIP.
Here we go. Oh, NIP. I think they might have fumbled this one a little, pulling off the Baron. Feather in the front line. Celestial opposition goes down. Finally, the Paranoia pop. Feather to the backside. Gets the quickness. Only one to really want. Goes through another. On the other side, set up between worlds. Gets some value. Trying to get onto Doinby. Does pick up Yunara, who doesn't survive the worlds between. Flash away for a second from Naya. Gets himself across the wall with a Vault Breaker. What about 1xN? Trying to stack up some autos across those wards. Keeping himself going. Keeping the Conqueror stack best he can. Feather gets the knockup. Doinby flashes away. They lose the Rakan. Damage comes on down on top of the Ambassador, who finally falls. Doinby no mana. Rooted, but gets himself out.
Doinby doing a hell of a lot of work. I wonder whether TT could have actually left and gone towards the Baron, and we're seeing the problem of late game Yunara. No safety on this character. Very hard to really outplay. Stuff like the Aurora Nocturne just jumping on you time after time, and Feather applying bits of engage too. Of course, Feather 0 and 5 on the Rakan doesn't look that pretty on the scoreboard. He's actually had an okay game of things. Just a difficult game all in all. Yunara's not here at the start of the play, just recalling. Paranoia comes down. NIP, I don't think they've juggled the Baron aggro that well. Satap gets a 3-man ult on the backside. How does the shotgun go through here? Ah, the Viq punts the Aurora through the wall. Through the wall of the ult. So Vice Q gets that mini knockback, which pushes Aurora into the edge of the between worlds. That punts her over to the other side of it and allows her to go towards the fight. Now, we have TT starting the Baron themselves, and they are actually rushing it.
They get stunned up, but not to that much avail. Paranoia comes on down. Magna Storm away from Niket. Safety for now. Feathers begin to fly across Niket, who loses about half their HP bar.
Yeah, it's a clean Baron secure, and it's on a good timing for the Elder. It's not like they have to immediately reset, try and fight on the other side of the map for the Elder. NIP are not that far ahead in gold anymore, comparative to the percentage gold total. Satab is about to build up towards the Void Staff. In fact, actually with the Baron completion, there's a chance that the full item will come through, because you get, what, as a team, 2.5k, something like that, 1.5k for killing the Baron itself. TT gets some good gold. That full build on Xayah now with the Bloodthirster, that is kind of scary. Feats of Strength will become more important for NIP now, because they get a little bit of extra cap onto their spent items, because while the enemy team might be capped out in terms of items, like 1xN is right now, Leave can upgrade his boots towards the upgraded arm boots, which is what they've done right now. 1xN still has that 1,000 gold advantage, but if this goes any later than this, they will have that extra kind of, almost like an extra Ornn item on top of what they have. It's like a mini one, right? Not the same kind of value, but it's pretty good. Void Staff built up for Satab, that is a little bit terrifying. It's a very bit terrifying for NIP. No magic resist on Leave. I wonder... I mean, that shield bow is just not going to be enough. If Satab finds out Yunara, it is so hard to to play out the fight. NIP need to take out the Aurora. Nio needs to just ping an ult onto that Aurora and hope for the best. They tried to do so in that last fight, couldn't quite get them out of the team fight before they killed the AD carry. TT pushing through the bot lane now. Didn't get mid lane priority. Hoya, no flash. That's important. Renekton flash is very important in these kind of moments. Get the bot lane out of turret. This is only the second turret for TT all game. 2 to 5. Elder spawning. Solo kill over the wall. Not many flashes available for this fight, you know. 1xN has his, though, and that is a huge kingmaker in this kind of fight. Elder started up. Feathers racking up as well. Wall used to separate TT away from the objective. 1xN pulling the Feathers back, but not in place for DPS. Needs to get in position to do some damage right now. Hoya getting some stuns onto solo kill. Feather going in for a little bit of engage onto the front line. Taken by Aki against his old team. Leave will die, and TT will scale into the late game and leave the ninjas in pajamas broken and shattered.
They should have won this game oh so much earlier, should NIP. Solo kill burning out, not quite down and survives. But it's not going to change all that much in the grand scheme of things. Thunder Talk hold their nerve, play around the Xayah and setup. He may have died 5 times in side lanes, but when it comes to the big old fight, he still gets to press R. Thunder Talk are going to win game 1.
TT pounce on NIP around the Elder. Secure the objective and solo kill. He is trying his best, but he can't do much about the Elder. TT will scale, clutch it out, and take game 1 against NIP, who have looked very good in Nirvana so far. So TT, good signs for them. And Aki getting a clutch objective smite secure against his old team in NIP.
That's pretty scary stuff, to say the least. Wow. Wow.
I love how 1xN ended up playing out that game too. That Xayah was such a kingpin in that game. As, hello, we're back. How's it going? Bunch of throwing nah. I think the composition was quite hard to play in late game. I think that NIP realized they had no way to protect the Yunara, which is rough. You cannot play a game without an AD carry late game.
I also think the decisiveness around objectives was lacking. They looked a little bit uncertain. But once the easy wins disappeared, NIP looked a little bit more lost. Because actually, they were the ones with the Talia Vi, and they managed to get that combo to work off a couple times to pick off people. But eventually, they hit a point where they weren't threatening Ishin. They didn't play the Baron fights particularly well, and they weren't actually doing a great job of defending the Yunara, who had gone towards things like the Immortal Shield Bow, the Blade of the Ruin King, to give herself a little bit more survivability. But it just wasn't enough. Was the honest answer.
So we get ourselves to a breakdown. Hello, everyone. Welcome into chat, by the way, Kenitsu. I hope you're doing well. And yeah, we'll be, you know, chilling out, watching the highlights, and of course playing some horse game during the break as well. Yeah, so yeah. Okay, Sam's got to do some admin stuff in the background, which is always very, very scary as it is. So, hope everything's okay then. Admin. Okay, let me put on... I gotta... oh, that's real massive audio. I gotta turn off the music and stuff. Because... Let's go. Let's go do a career. Oh, I need to run out of it as well. Yeah, Yunara is just not playable in that game, late game. What do I do? Maybe I can get a better TM up row. I don't feel like I've had a great special week as well. This character's not bad. You know, I've actually not done like a regular Tokai Teo yet. Should probably do that at some point. Yeah, Sam and I have got a load of quite stressful like admin stuff going on in the background for taxes and visas. Okay, I don't know, what do I run with now? Okay, we'll do an Agnes run
Do it.
because they are actually pretty good. I can't believe that this fucking, I can't believe I get my 3-star on a freaking C+ campaign. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Let's get us on block. We actually need to run double. We want to. In fact, we should probably run triple.
I'm gonna run against Coffee.
Cool, you do that. If I had another leveled up card here, I would. You typically don't want to run more than 2 kinds of cards, by the way, on this game, because it just means that it's a lot harder to get like your better stuff. By the way, Roberto, thank you so much. Hi, Nymaera, I'm from Peru. Well, welcome from Berlin to Peru. Not that.
Funnily enough, I think Peru is one of the few places in the world that speaks a bit of Welsh.
That's Patagonia.
Oh, Patagonia. Oh, never mind.
Patagonia.
And the reason I'm thinking that is because our grandparents, many
Went to
years
Peru,
ago,
yeah.
went on an incredible journey around Peru. And our granddad's got all his old film slides, and he occasionally does little presentations.
We did run ads, by the way, Monsters. Sorry, yeah, Sam and I just had to chat about some stuff in the background, so sorry for leaving you all unattended for a little bit. We
Admin sometimes sucks, is the long and short.
basically our tax guy's been on holiday, so it's meant that they've been delayed on stuff that we really need.
It's been very stressful.
So we're like, guys, we need this stuff to apply for visa and stuff. And 1xn gets, honestly, 1xn has been such a godsend to this team. What a player.
I've been rating this guy since he was on
Yeah.
a mid-table LDL team.
Mate, I
cannot begin.
like I've been
That's some of the games with me.
Yeah,
way back when. And you cast some of his debut games.
I cast his first ever game in LPL.
There you go.
Okay, right, let's go do some horse games. Sorry, folks, been a little bit sidetracked. So yeah, we'll just be training through the early stages of the game. One of the reasons why Agnes is apparently top tier is let me down. Oh, energy went down. That's not too bad actually. Could be worse, I guess. Yeah, she has basically a gold recovery skill once you get up to 3 stars. We'll go for recreation actually. Oh yeah, and yeah, for those of you that don't know, Agnes Tachyon in real life, 2,500 children, by the way. Like, what the hell? Excuse me. We're hoping for firm conditions or from corner recovery from this. Yeah, that's not too bad. Firm conditions is fine. So it's just a pretty good skill on the whole, that one. Because most races tend to be in firm conditions. You always pick the top one, other ones the lower one reduces your bond with Sweet Tosha, which means that friendship training gets less valuable. Blah, blah, blah. 3 on guts. I don't really like. Yeah, you should never really train guts. But failure, I shouldn't be doing this. Okay, whatever. I should not have done that at 17%. This is a mood up. This is good. Tion speed's not bad. Tion stamina's not bad either, actually. I'm actually gonna go a little bit of stamina in here. Yes, this is like the Genghis Khan of horses. Like, just everyone is descended somehow from Agnes Tachyon. Actually, there's some lore about the game. The director in this game, like the person who runs the school in the story and whatever, is very likely like the great-great-great-grandfather of grand majority of most of these horses in here. They're like, yeah. And yeah, basically the 2 characters that work at the academy in this game in the story are probably like, yeah, they're probably like the people which everyone descended from, which is kind of weird, but you know, we schmoove. Okay, we get some friendship training, that's good. Second one for Swinging Maestro, this is good. We're 2 through the Swinging Maestro chain already. 4 on speed, we take those. 25 up at this point, really good. Nice. This gives us some energy back. Nice. Do you have any skills we actually want right now? We can do firm conditions actually. Ooh, actually, let's do corner adept. Corner adept is good. Corner adept is a very good one. When we get through Kitasan Black's event chain, we will get a skill which evolves corner adept. I have like a crazy cheat sheet which has not cheat sheet, you know what I mean, like a reference sheet for all of oh, late start. Blech. Doesn't that Agnes normally have a lab coat? Yeah, when you get Agnes to 3 stars, you get, so you don't get all of the lower star characters with their signature race wear. So yes, normally Agnes will have something like a lab coat, but you only get that when you're 3 star above, which I don't have. I'm on 2 star right now. That's a roll. Which gives a regen. So for instance, I only just got Sakura Bakushin's Bakushin? I only got her outfit because I leveled up to level 3 stars yesterday or the day before. We're late surges, we're still fine at this point. Yeah, time is not bad here. And we got our regen skill, so we should be in a good spot. By the way, important note for stuff like that, that regen skill and anything else. Currently on global, you never want regen skills to proc in the last third of the race, because what you're looking to do is basically the game will basically check your stamina as you go into the last third of the race, and if it's high enough, they'll do like a faster sprint at the end. It'll determine the strength of their sprints at the end. So if you regen after that decision's been made, it won't make a difference. It occasionally has some... chat needs some help. My brother is getting married and planning a trip for his bachelor party. Options Dublin, hey, Brig, good to see you. Brackish rather. I mean, wax to you. Dublin, London, or Amsterdam. I mean, all of them are great, you know. Depends what you're looking for, right? What are you planning to do? Good to see you, Brackish. Hope you're doing well. What were you doing in your stream? Okay, so we did our debut race. 3%. 3% is not too bad if we get a good enough one. Power's probably not bad to get, actually. I mean, we're mainly just friendship maxing, right? Making soldiers in XCOM 2. Dude, I freaking love XCOM 2. I love the decision they made to say, look, enough. There was like a 90% loss rate for XCOM 1. Canonically, everyone loses. It's like, canonically, you have lost XCOM 1. Like, that is the decision they made. That is just so cool. I love that. And that's kind of something which I wish stuff like, some games which get hideously complex, like, I guess Baldur's Gate is one of them, although that one actually does, again, have a canonical ending as well. But stuff like Mass Effect as well, I think they got a little bit tied up in their own craziness. What do you mean, coffee trap? What? Yeah? What happened here? She drank someone else's coffee and she's sad. Fucking hell, 5 on wit. Let's fucking go. Nice. You got sad because you drank someone else's coffee? I swear to God. These horses will be the death of me. Okay, Swinging Maestro. You know what? It's all fine. We get Swinging Maestro early. Is it 1 or 3? 1, fine. That's okay. That's fine. That's really, really good from us. Getting early Swinging Maestro is fucking broken. Now we actually don't need to focus on... we don't need to focus on Swinging Maestro nearly as much as we were now. No worries, Breck. Hope you have a good time. We'll be getting into draft soon, folks. 4%. We should probably chill a little bit on that. We don't want to run any races right now. Let's rest. Going to a different country is going to be wild for a bachelor party? True, yeah. Energy went... I swear to God, stop losing energy. Shit. We want some wit up now, because what we really want to do is get enough skill points to get Swinging Maestro early. What do you mean mood went down? When are we getting Horse Girl Hecarim's again? That's a great question. You are asking the right questions there, Duo. By the way, I've seen that people started turning up to horse races in the frickin' like cosplays of the characters, which is kind of funny. And we want to run in the hopefuls. Let's have a look. See, typically December is when we can't run in them, but we really want to run in this one. We won't get to do that before the next draft, but do we actually? I actually think we recreation now. Yep, cool. Get some mood up again. Okay, and with that, we shall get ourselves back into the thing. The draft, you know, the thing we're here for. You know. Didn't you say you were turning up? Oh my god, we're wearing the same dress and everything. One of us is going to have to go change. Ugh. Turning up to parties is so difficult. I know, insane. NIP banning away Trundle on the blue side again. Because they did this the last time. Other side, it was the Gallia banned away last game too. When banned away this time, it wasn't banned away in the, yeah, it wasn't banned away in the first one. So what's left up now? Stuff like Annie without the Wukong is still okay. Shin's out Pantheon. Pantheon Varus, those are the two which are kind of crazy. If TT wins 2-0, I'm booking the tickets for Dublin. I wish you luck there, friend Peanut. I wish you luck. Sivir banned away. Interesting, interesting. So now you are going to get one of Pantheon or Varus through. Now, Sivir is happy into Varus, so what TT are thinking is that we have to ban the Varus because we don't have as good an answer to it. Now, I guess you could have taken the Jhin, but you're giving over the Pantheon. Now, technically, it's a flex pick for NIP. Adobe does play it in mid lane into the right matchups, but let's be honest, it will most likely be into that jungle role. Overwhelmingly likely so. Other side. Scion with no Trundle available becomes more powerful. You do quite well kind of marking Pantheon's landing spot by charging up Q as you see where the ult's going. Aki going towards the Shinzao. Gives you early contest versus the Pantheon. It's one of the better matchups. You could have gone Poppy as well. Poppy's also not bad if the Pantheon can stop the W. This gives you slightly better fighting potential on the whole though. Aatrox, not bad into the Scion. You have wait. We've got like the rivals to whatever you want to call them. No, they're just rivals in lore. But Aatrox Pantheon are like nemesis in League lore. Of course, the giant scar on Pantheon's chest, Atreus' chest, I suppose, was given to him by Aatrox. They have some great voice lines for each other. Senna being locked in as well now. I mean, Senna helps you play around double globals, because the Pantheon Senna can just kind of go fly into a lane. Perhaps solo kill on the Aatrox can take off with that. I mean, I don't hate the idea of the Nazir, but I think the Orianna's probably... You don't need the DPS of a Nazir in this game, actually. You don't need it. And the Orianna's good in laning phase. Second round, DMB's not going to get Silas. They're going to ban away Rise 2, potentially, to ban away potential triple global. God, that'd be so much ability to just move around the map and make plays. Now, Rise is okay into the Orianna 2. Presumably, that's not a bad ban away. The Aurora, I'd normally say, is okay into this, but it's already gone from first game. Same with the Talia. Yeah, I think you play it safe. Just take away the Rise. Take away the Rise. NIP are kind of going for a bit more of kind of like spread frontline duty, you know what I mean? Like Aatrox isn't a full tank, but can be tank E. Same with Pantheon. Same with Rise, right? Change the YouTube title. Oh, did I not change the YouTube title? So sorry, Will. So sorry. That's my bad. You're absolutely right. I didn't change it. I didn't change it. Appreciate that. I don't know. It's just one of those things I do in the morning, which just yeah. And hi all Ludomans. What the heck is a Ludoman? Rise is banned away. Smolder banned away from 1xn though, interestingly, trying to ban away one of the scaling options. Senna often was kind of pseudo... different regions took different sides of the matchup between the Senna and the Smolder. But basically the whole idea is that both the Smolder and the Senna have angles to win. I really like the Lucian here, you know. I really like this. We have the marital dispute bot lane, as Lucian is against Senna now. There's not that much engaged for TT, but then again, NIP are running double melees. Might go for a third melee here too, actually. Could even go for a fourth. What? Go for a fourth melee. Why not? Why not? The Akali's not bad into the Orianna in laning phase. Will give you some way onto the Lucian, which normally wants to hop and skip around the team fight. Akali follows that very well. Yeah, NIP are really looking to very quickly pounce on a side of the team fight with their globals and their high target access. Nyket, thinking about locking down that Nautilus, similar kind of thing. Pin someone in place for the Senna ultimate. You get more tanky with the Senna shields and heals as well. You're very quick at forcing plays. This pulls the team together. What the Nautilus does is it pins someone down so the rest of the moving parts can be less inconsistent and the Aatrox can land Qs. The Pantheon can get his ult on target, actually damage with it too. The Braum is quite valuable with that in mind though, because you've locked in a 4 melee team versus a Xin Zhao, a Braum, an Orianna, and a Sion. NIP, risk doesn't seem to cover it. Now if NIP managed to catch out Xin Zhao while he's not surrounded by his team, Lucian when he doesn't have enough peel in place for him as well, TT will lose one member quickly and the game will fall apart. However, it is still quad melee into a bunch of champions which are very good against the melee. My worry for TT is that if Lucian goes down, their damage goes with it. So 1xn will need to be very, very protected and play very well again, much like that last game. However, NIP, yeah, NIP have a bit more split damage, right? Akali can clean up a team fight. Pantheon can sometimes, the Aatrox can sometimes. And while none of these champions are fantastic at killing a Sion in a team fight, Aatrox is fine, right? And the Black Cleaver from either Senna or Pantheon will typically do quite well on that front at some point. You can see that it can take a little while to take down that tank front line. And TT will need to make sure that people aren't left out to dry on their own. It's one of the big things to do that. Coaches will fist bump and we'll get ourselves on to the Rift. Let's get into it, folks. Thank you for joining us here over on Nymaera and, of course, the restream over on Onivia's YouTube channel as well. Hope you're having a wonderful... What day of the week is it? Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. And that you're sat down enjoying some good League of Legends. Or enjoying some League of Legends, and that makes it good. The quality of it can sometimes flitter and flutter a little bit in Group Nirvana, but hey, I'm here for it, and I enjoy it. But what, catching up with our LPL teams, nice to catch up with our stories, players like Leave and 1xn, our prodigy AD carries, see those Gyos here in Shenzhen. Some early wards put down. No level 1 plans from either the Braum or the Nautilus. Both of them very strong level 1 champions. I think what typically tends to be the logic is you don't want to be the one walking in blind as at level 1. That typically tends to be this. Public transport was one of the things I loved about traveling in the EU. For sure. Yeah, different cities have different standards of public transport, but no, for instance, I mean, I've lived in London and Berlin, and despite look, Deutsche Bahn has issues, and so does DFL. They still will get you home at like 2 AM if you need it, you know. Doomby could get hit by that Braum Q, and is so. Has Doran's shield, so it'll regen up a little bit. Poke like that doesn't matter as much. Late invade coming through from TT. It'll spot out the ward there. A little bit of gold. Doesn't give XP anymore. The sweeper runs out before they can get onto that second ward. You do have the Nautilus. I don't know. I think this is really risky from TT. Q lands. A little bit of damage coming through. The camp will reset. But the poke has gone to the side of NIP. What's happening here? Now, Oriana's getting the shove in mid lane. Level 2 hit from Nio because he gets that smite feather. Doesn't have much to deal with. He's going to go down for first blood. Pantheon takes it. Good smite from Nio, and TT bring 4 members to a party. 3 members to a party. That 4 present out from NIP because Akali was a little bit closer. Setup didn't get involved, really. And TT lose that early invade. Feather going down. And NIP get themselves an early kill onto the jungle. This is disaster for TT. Now what's going to happen is Nio will clear through as many camps as he needs to get himself a good first back, and he'll get himself to look typically a good first back for Shinzao, Pantheon, AD skirmishers. Oh my god, it's gone from bad to worse. The wave's pushing away from the cat and from 1x and Feather. But typically it'd be Longsword, Ruby Crystal, and a control ward. Now what's probably going to happen is more like a full tunneler or something like that for Nio on first back, which is a hell of a lot of stats. It's a hell of a lot of stats. Leaving the cat, great position in the 2v2 because the wave's in a great spot for them. Feather lands, level 2, can tank a bit of damage with that shield. And they're just zoning off the enemy team. The enemy but 2v2. TT, that early plan might have just sent this game into the abyss. I think their draft is good. I think their draft is pretty good. But losing early game skirmishes like that is not helping you at all. Barrier pop by 1xm. Heal available for Necat, not choosing to use it. Feather used his at the level 1, didn't lead to that much. One of the reasons you pop barrier early in trades as Lucian is because your own barrier does proc your vigilance passive. It is worth noting, so you can get yourself a little bit more value. So I'm actually missing the dissonance there, by the way. Not great. Your mana sustain is not fantastic before you get that first back. Ooh, good Q there from Feather. That's Senna with the back shots. Firing the Q. What? It's Senna firing Q backwards. Damn. Got it. Wow, you really had to do that in front of Lucian, huh? Oh, forgive me. It's okay. No, I was jumping it towards me.
I work.
You tell me what I should call it. I'm gonna just.
It's the piercing darkness, is it?
No.
It's the name of the ability.
No, I'm gonna just look, folks. Sam's come back. I'm just gonna leave for a quick break while I recompose myself.
Yeah, that's fine. Enjoy the coffee. Well, Alex has been put on the timeout step, and to think about what they've done. Wow. Set up. A little bit low here, not the end of the world. Again, a bit wary. Akali v Oriana's a weird one. Ori can often find really good choke, but you've got to be so wary of the shuriken flip angles. As ever, a lot of Akali's damage is predicated on landing that E. Now, not too much to be seen. Early CS lead-ish there. The Lucian v Senna. Early cull from the Lucian. Down a little bit of CS here. With some awkward reset timings. Aki roundabout on that Shinzao. Of course, Nio. The kill. Has picked up onto Feather. Pantheon as well with that Senna global as well. The double global still in. It has been a NIP specialty. Kites being inappropriate in chat. As they are, as is Monty's. Corey. Honestly. No, I would never, says Thousand Kites. And I tell you all out there, that is a lie. That is a lie. Hey, Alexandru. Hey, Kazul. Make sure I'm saying hello to all of you. Corey is looking abashed in chat. That's about correct. Still, here we are. About 700 gold lead to NIP. It's early days, but that's still fairly significant. Nice hook from Niket. Onto the Braum, though. Always a little bit scary. The last embrace onto Mission is good. Hang hang on. Potential dive here. Doomby's got 6. They can look for this. 1xN with the Barrier and the Flash. Gonna have to burn both carefully. They used the heal early. Great jump forwards. Gets nothing there. Niket flashes out, and the turret heated up means nothing. NIP with a clean dive. That is good work there from NIP. Dark Seal stacks on the Akali. 2 kills for Nio's Pantheon. And Nio from ahead is very, very dangerous. He's wonderful from that. Little bit more dicey from behind. Kite's thirsting over all the digital characters in chat, just in general. Still, now in this position where Senna getting a load of souls ahead of the curve against the Lucian, and Senna scaling this game could prove to be very dangerous. TT with the Shinta, with the Lucian Braum, want to snowball through mid-game. Doomby with a really aggressive roam here. The Orianna shoved in. Gonna trade topside as Hoya gets on top of Leave. Charged on forward. Soul Furnace track, but there's the Curse of the Black Mist. Quite as much as they were hoping for. Decimated Smash just shy. Scion's Chinese voice, I'm not gonna lie, just doesn't have enough gravitas to me. He just sounds like, oh, it's like what's with the tone? I don't know what it is. Listen to, like, say the English voice. He's like, right down here. What have I become? Cowards. Aggressive. Monstrous. Even if not by choice, and the sadness of Scion. Scion in Chinese just sounds a little bit... He just sounds like a slightly angry 40 to 50-year-old dude. It's not quite correct. Don't know what it is. Personal opinion. If you're a Chinese voiceover enjoyer of Scion, more power to you. Not quite the right vibe for me. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. One XM. Nabbing a few more of these minions. Down about 10 CS, but again, that's what you get for being dove a couple times. Keeping the wave a little bit zoned off, a solo kill. Got a chunk onto Feather. And don't face check the Aatrox, please. No, good. That one doesn't happen. That would have been awkward. Nio with the level 6 up and available. Starfall angle. Consideration. Grubs are picked up by NIP. Dragon's been picked up by Thundertalk. Nice Shuriken flip. Kicking around on that turret. He may need to be maybe in danger here. Actually, Smites needs to potentially back off. There's the shield vault over the wall. Gets the vision off that control being put down. In comes the exhaust. Flash away. Crescent Guard is there. Hoya now looking to come back on in as well. Misses the knockup and just gets to lane. Decides, yeah, I don't actually want that fight. That would be bad. But turrets. That's a decent one. Let's make sure this one happens. TP's coming on in. Drag away. Ruby wants to be roasted. That might have to wait till after the game. We'll wait on that one. I will make no puns. Hey, Mecha, good to see you. Hee-haw. No one saw that shockwave. I was trying not to talk about it. Wasn't great. Wasn't great. I saw it, says Datux. Yeah, I don't know, like, not like this. I saw it. Yeah, it wasn't pretty setup. Oops, is what we say about that one. Potential angle on in here with the Grand Starfall. Feather in danger. Don't think he's going to be given an opportunity to get out of this. I think this kill's going to be donated over to at least one extra member. Solo Kill is the one who's picking it up. NIP playing around these side lanes very well. We saw that last game as well. It was the objectives that kind of caused them some issues. And hello, Corey. Good to see you. Hello, Jay. They redeemed it. 1,500 odd gold lead to NIP right now. It's in some very scary spots. This Pantheon being ahead of curve when they're the one looking to make plays on side lanes is pretty scary. Aatrox only being a couple hundred gold ahead isn't necessarily what they were after. I think someone's managed to pick up a plate or two, which has helped. Carly, even enough with the Orianna. And in fairness, do set up, farming well here. But the problem is, of course, Carly with those roams. Picked up a lot of Dark Seal stacks, got the Rocket Belt, it's even in gold despite the bully that Orianna is in lane. On now, potentially engage onto DoinB, who's got an ult, got the passive to worry about with Braum, tries to play this one out cleverly with the Twilight Shrine, and does so. Dawning Shadow comes across 3 members, DoinB re-engaging, Crescent Guard buys time, DoinB ignited but not down! 1xN gets the Akali Traitor's Life for it, but it was always looking dicey. You'll take what you can get. Dark Seal stack down. Still, the Lucian down there. Weird old state of affairs. Still lots of ults burned. Might be going to start up the Dragon, especially with the AD carry down in trade for the mid lane.
And particularly when the Lucian's down, the damage profile just completely falls off for TT. That's one of the big things I called out. Yeah. Think about what I'd done, sir.
Yeah, but you're off. You've been taken out of timeout.
Yeah, I've been.
Are you sorry?
A little. A tiny bit. Hey, Mac, thanks for the stream streak, by the way. And welcome to all the regulars in chat. Always nice to see you all. Makes our mornings and afternoons for us a lot more palatable. So all you enjoying yourselves in chat. Cole was stacked up for 1xN, something which of course isn't over for NIP. Don't know whether you talked about that before. But of course, nice to get that extra gold discrepancy. The gold's not out of hand yet. It could do with one more fight. NIP 5-1, about 1,500 gold up. But that gold is mainly in jungle. And while it's bad, because look,
Pantheon is very scary.
Pantheon is really scary and has a bunch of globals to...
Nio ahead is not, Nio behind, all the things,
bunch of things like that. In fact, actually, we see that solo kill, pops the ult topside, Nio used the ult, but actually didn't get that much value out of it.
Yeah, the setup pulled back. Still doesn't have that Seraph shield, by the way. Needs another 20 stacks. I don't think they're getting that anytime soon. Niket's coming on up. They're TPing, and they really want to
Setup can shockwave the wave. He can shockwave the wave. He doesn't even need to here. They're going to go into turret. There is a shockwave to buy some time.
Needs to be careful. Doesn't get anything. He's just going to go down. The dive comes on through. Niket will die to the turret. Does it execute?
Yeah, it does. Poor flash from Setup. Honestly, would have just been better off throwing a freaking auto. Doesn't get that much value down. And now with the 3 grubs, NIP will get a kill, get themselves the turret. It'll be first turret, so it'll be towards the feat of strength, and that will be them claiming it. On the other side, Hoya is denying a bunch of farm, which is not small from TT. That is big. However, you know, solo kill 2-0. He's not unhappy with his own state of affairs too. In TT, being a little bit outplayed under that top turret.
Feels like multiple times now across 2 games, the side lane plays from NIP have just been better. Yes, you got the double globals, but it has been better. Again, we had issues in the objective setups. It's what allowed TT to come back in, but I don't think they have desired late game win condition this time, right? 1xN can dance best he can. And speaking of, maybe required to, as Hoya.
Nice, Hoya.
On in. That was really good. Leave is the one who died. Aki goes on in. Crescent Guard blocks out 4. Broad passive onto solo kill, who is certainly not in a solo scenario, and Aki gets the double.
Insane ult angle from Hoya. Hoya is a player which has often been my most criticized member of TT, but he had a series recently where he was deathless. His tank play has been very important to TT, playing front-to-back styles. Feather will spot out a couple of... Hang on, Feather, my dude. This is actually a little bit too far.
Got an unbreakable in a dream. Won't get to stand behind 1xN. Flashes and dies. Awkward DoinB now really deep, though, and is traded out.
Really nice from Setup to get that shield onto 1xN to give the shockwave. And honestly, trading Akali for Braum, you take that as TT, especially because that kill goes over towards Aki, who's been slingshotted into a lead now against Nio. He's slightly ahead in terms of farm, ends up 2-0-2, evening up, which what was about 1,000 gold deficit. an individual roll. So it starts off with a hook, but it's blocked out by the shield. And this is just...
superb.
Oh, yeah, my dude. Triple knockup. Bounce house coming through. And yes, there are summoners from center, but once that CC train starts, it ain't stopping until it's end of the line, really.
And Aki flashing on forward, the 4-man crescent guard, make sure that solo kill falls after. That's really good stuff. They get the Herald on top of this. Yes, they're down the feats of strength already, but hey, now a gold lead.
Yeah.
The Lucian's up a significant amount of gold. Gets their second item in. This is better.
I don't know why. It's just really on topic for this game, but Hoya playing Decimating Smash or Pass in that fight with...
Oh my god.
He says, yeah, sure. 3 NIP members same time.
I could take him.
I could
In
take
a
him.
fight, right?
In a fight, right?
In a fight,
So
right?
turns out, actually, yes, it was in a fight. Glenn's on the front there. So he's having a much less happy time with things. Trying to get towards the blast cone. Will be able to use it against safety.
Yeah. Manages to ensure that they have a wonderful explosion out to safety. Hang on, grab Starfall though. An additional spear comes on through and pierces the heart of Braum.
Sets up on the sideline. Now we're going to get aggressed onto by Niket. Oh, it comes through. Niket, rather. Not another great shockwave. And it will be a 1 for none on the sideline. Niket doesn't die on the side.
He was potentially looking to see whether a wind becomes lightning over a wall could happen. Won't quite happen.
1xn going towards that mid lane, has Herald. This is actually important because NIP are not actually winning out on the overall gold trade. I mean, TT are happy taking the mid lane out of turret. The NIP, yes, they have 3 grubs. They'll be able to push in a little bit, but they won't be able to take the top lane in a turret. Herald goes in towards that bot side. Hoya's farming up the bot lane at the same time, so he's got himself to almost a 30 CS lead. It'll be drop down to about a 25 CS lead after this wave comes through, but Hoya is very happy with things. Dragon spawning now. Despite the fact that Feather and Setup die on the top side of the map, I actually think TT work things out in the overall play.
So, Dragon comes on, being attacked by Thundertalk. Try and set the Nightcat on the front line, gets a decimating smash down, interrupted actually onto Hoya into the backline, goes Doomby really deep, Dawning Shadow across the top of them, gets some value, but has to go straight back out again. All the while, 1xn trying to get the kill, does do so with the solo kill, and survives, leaves attempt on his life. Shockwave onto Nightcat, gets some value. They finally bring down the Lucian, but at what cost? In goes Doomby, trying to get some knockups, flash on forward from Hoya, who's just on top of the Akali. Leave needs to run, hit by the command attack, the dissonance, and leaves Bones being jarred apart. He's hit by the big mechanical ball. Hoya, Roar of the Slayer, slow onto Senna, flash away, Curse of the Black Mist, and maybe, just maybe, Flash for Senna can't get inside the auto range, needs to get inside that passive, last embrace, Leave still running, teleport coming on through, and I think he's out.
Leave makes his escape, but at what cost? TT get themselves the fight overall, and the Dragon, how many people died? Was it 2 people of TT died? I think it was 3 on the side of NIP.
Or did Nightcat die as well? I don't know.
Yeah, look, okay. A lot of people died on NIP. TT died less. Those are numbers being extracted from that side. So it starts off with, the hook onto Hoya, and Doomby gets a really good angle into the backline. He ends up getting into a shroud, but he doesn't get the full kill onto TT. And then the Braum passive starts going mega. It's a good Braum ultimate as well to knock up the 3 before. That's 1 down. Shockwave pins Niket into the play 2. Ends up, so that's 2 dead currently. Ends up being traded out for the Lucian. Lucian dying at that point in the fight is fine, because you've done the DPS you need to, and you're right, it was the 4 dying. I died. There was way more people than that I thought died there. I'm just bad at tracking fights, apparently. So it ends up being that 4 for 2 overall, but the Dragon going to TT as well. And NIP, who I was confidently saying, looking like the 2nd best team in Group Nirvana, could get 2-0 by TT here, by their old jungler, the guy that they just kicked.
Yeah, again, like NIP, we've seen really good side lane play. Again, really, but we've also seen the team fights be a little bit overall. Because again, actually, the start of that fight was pretty solid. A part of it, I want to actually give some credit over to Thundertalk.
Yes.
There's been some good team fighting, I think. We've seen decent shockwaves from Setup. Aki's been actually very obnoxious. Hoya, on a very upswing today, had a great first game actually on the Renekton, was ahead of solo kill significantly, really good silence so far, and also you just gotta remember Ishin's just good. I think Ishin v Leave is a really fun matchup here.
Yeah.
But we also then see that NIP, we struggle to see them have an additional carry not named Leave on a regular basis.
Folks, I know this is Group Nirvana. I know it won't be as important to some people as many other series here in the LPL. This matchup is kind of a battle for spiritually, the next great AD carry in the LPL. I think Leave and 1xN, they are the two AD carries who have put themselves on the shortlist to really make something of themselves. Distance, I really love the way that Setup's using the Enchanter properties of the Orianna. Bromwell just goes wide.
Khan has been aggroed. A little bit wary of those resists being shredded. They're starting it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Norton, there's no depth charge now. That does hurt things a little bit. Look, this is the Intercarn angle. Hoya's coming across the side. The front line is massive. Setup, if he gets himself a good shockwave, could do a hell of a lot of work. Great teleport behind, though, from Akali.
Really scary. Now Solo coming on the flank angle as well. It's all going to get very ugly indeed. The damage of Brutal 2B can kill them all. 1xN trying to buy some time, but it's just not even found. The hourglass runs out of sand, and towards the Anagarn they go. It is Intercard hours, and Ninjas in Pajamas put TT to bed.
Why would you do that, TT? What reason is there to do that? They can't close off all the angles. They get flanked by both solo laners, and TT, at such a lead, will now fall behind after an awful Atakan setup puts them behind.
That, I mean, yeah, you know what? It really fucking sucked. That's what we're going to say.
Yeah. It just does, and you know, I mean, I'll have to excuse our language as the co-stream. Turns out it's our party and we can do what we want. NIP just pounce on the different angles. They are tanking Atakan. They still have most of their ultimates. No, they don't have the Nautilus ultimate. Doesn't matter too much. Feather's down to half HP, so he can't be the front line. Fantastic teleport angle from Doombeat. And at this point, effectively, you give up the ghost. 1xN gets jumped onto by the Akali. I get R2'd by Doombeat, and that Astromech droid fixes the team fight for NIP. You get it? Because it's R2.
It's death too as well.
R2 doing 2.
Doing 2.
No, it's actually
R2DB.
No, it's R2B2 because of Doombeat.
Ah, genius.
We're very funny here, and we are not at all over-indexing on stuff.
Side lane plays.
Setup on side lanes has not been successful in today's game. Shockwave will cancel out the W. It's not bad, but it won't save him.
He's trying to run away with the phase rush for a little bit, gets himself a Seraph shield, but no angel on your shoulder is saving you from the pizza baker.
Does buy a lot of time to push out mid lane, though. Credit to TT. They'll get a mid lane in a turret. Setup dies pretty unceremoniously, going to 1 and 4, but the inner turret and gold given over to the Lucian. Not bad. 1xN close to 3 items, mind you. He's got the workings of an Infinity Edge and hasn't had to spend gold on boots because Lucian doesn't always have to. So he's about 1,000 gold ahead of Senna in terms of spent gold on those boots as well.
Dragons in 10 seconds. It would be sole point for TT, but with Setup not around for 15, I think they just have to play it a little bit slower and maybe look to re-engage.
Good point here as well, as Dragons can get started, not going to be contested. Mark Howard over on Nymaera's chat raises a really good point. It's not something with Dragons much. The Senna stacks at this point of the game are absurd.
Oh, you are so right. What?
Lever's got almost 120 stacks. In 24
wow.
minutes. So Mark over in Nymaera's chat, really appreciate the call out there. Turns out when we're riffing on different things, and there's many things to keep track of. Normally it's 20 minutes, you expect around about 50 stacks now. 4 minutes later, he's
120?
Yeah, he's almost double the stacks you'd expect at this point. Now, with 120, that's 6 breakpoints reached, 60% extra crits. Now you have the fire cannon in there too, which is an extra 25%. That's 85% crit at this point in the game, plus the extra, is it 25 range per increase as well? So you times that by 6, goes up to about 150.
Oh, is that just good stacking?
That's just insanely good stacking. So yeah, that is insane. Now that's going to be a bit. Now the thing is, that doesn't make Senna kill Sion that much faster. It is worth it.
Makes it kill everyone else though.
But it does mean that you are much more able to stay safe and deal with someone like the Shinzao or potentially the Lucian as well.
All makes it too. Not gonna lie.
That is some of the fastest Senna stacking I have seen this year. In this iteration of Senna, this is the fastest stacking I've seen on this champion. That is absurd. Leave will be able to shove in that mid lane. And yeah, that fire cannon, look at that range already. Like, this is what we'd see from the fasting Senna.
I'm pretty sure this is Caitlyn range now, isn't it?
No, you do need a little bit more for that, which is
I thought 120 was the break. I might be wrong, but
I think she starts at 550 and you get 25 per one. She's got an extra 150 in there, which means you're now at, I think she's equal with Caitlyn right now.
Yeah.
Once you get to 140, I believe, I think you either outrange. But then obviously that's hang on Hoya, catching out a cat, might be able to force the flash and does so.
Okay, we'll take a flash. Solical now comes on over. A hook just misses the wall. Not bad there. Nyket staying away from potentially going too far. Dumby was on the flank angle there as well.
Dragon not available, so it's not like they're fighting over that. Hoya is still in a really strong spot. There is a Black Cleaver on Nio, which is very important. That will help a little bit, but NIP are not fantastic tank killers. Now, the problem is, they don't have to be great tank killers on the side of NIP, because if they just kill the Lucian, I think they'll just slowly whittle away Sion anyway. If Lucian gets the DPS, though, someone is dying. 3-item Lucian, as we were saying before, not having to spend gold on boots, because you're happy at just sitting around on your... Just easily will walk up and shred that tower. Tower's gone down. 2,500-ish gold lead to NIP. Full control of outer turrets. They've managed to get all of them down, which means TT will have to play from within their own jungle.
And just saw there the gold graphs as well. Doombeat is up about 2,000 gold individually. He is the richest player in this game. Has gotten a lot of stacks on the Dark Seal. 3.5 items. Very, very strong.
A question in chat asking about next game. Of course, next game is anyone's Legend top esports, so a big ticket one. I don't think Crisp has been playing very well, and I think that is a killer versus anyone's Legend. I don't think you can afford to have bad support performances versus Kyle and crew. Even though anyone's Legend have had a bit of off time, a bit of off form rather, I think they've had a bit of time now to recover. So going into our next series, which of course will be rolling schedule as soon as this series ends, we'll go over towards that one. Be about 15-20 minute break between the two of them. Do expect anyone's Legend coming in favorites, but then again, it's a big ticket matchup. The top teams will always try and be in ship shape to face off against the top teams in the table. Yeah.
So, minute and a half till Dragon. Baron's just spawned. Senna, 3 items, 130 souls. Sub 28 minutes.
Yeah, not at the 140 just yet to go like hyper, but now has some anti-heal and armor pen in there too. So if the Black Cleaver gets stacked up and the Senna starts hitting them, extra damage through that. Again, not the best tank killer. That still doesn't change that much. But you don't have to be. All you have to do is get like one good tap onto someone like 1xn or Setup, and you're doing a pretty decent amount of work. Setup currently at 1 and 4, 2k behind. Oh, great damage from Leave there. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you don't hurt the Sion, but you definitely hurt people like the Braum and the Shinzao.
Yeah, again, like Braum is tanky conditionally when he gets to put his shield up, when he gets to put his locket on, right? He actually doesn't have that much HP to begin with as a champion, not in the support role anyway.
Yeah. There's some strange discussion happening in Twitch chat, by the way, talking about... Oh, hang on, doubly missed that from Leaf.
Yeah, you missed the bonks coming out.
Yeah, I did see... Yeah, there was a bit of that, and now they're basically talking about... I don't know, preferences on... whatever, it's fine. Alright, set to hit by the E. Jesus Christ!
Down to go. The shockwave is wide. Oh boy. Okay, can't finish things up. We'll probably R2 over towards that way, but it's giving the rest of his team a chance to show his mid lane.
I'm just saying, if you talk about champions in chat, don't you forget our queen of the Xerxai Rek'Sai. I'm just saying, you don't leave her out of the conversation.
I mean, that turret's gone. It's just disappearing.
There you go. 3 grubs really helping with that. They get the extra adaptive force from the petals as well. Remember, that definitely helps them. And Leave is just taking over the game now. There was a point before the Atacama where I thought that TT could close out the game around good play from Orianna shields onto the Lucian. I just don't think that's the case now. Doomby gonna hit another E. Could take this back in and chooses to do so.
Lots of damage back. Gets the rocket belt forwards. Flash forwards into raid. Setup goes golden. Dawning Shadow is there and buys Doomby a lot of time. Has his R back up. Finally knocked away, but R2 over the wall. The ignite finally brings him low. Had to blow the flash, did Aki. But all the while, Dragon's going down 1 for 1 with that much attention taken your way. You will take that.
Absolutely, you will. 8, 4, and 6 on the Akali. Doomby finds a way to shut down Setup again. And the more gold you give over towards Doomby, the scarier this game gets for TT on the backline. TT, I already thought it was going to be pretty difficult to try and play against Doomby before that point. But now he's flexing the muscles, has stuff like the Protobelt and the Zhonya's to be really dangerous on the dive, but also very defensive too at points. God damn it. Tap of the Q, really nasty. The slow from it as well. If you get that follow-up auto, the center passive comes through and does even more damage. Mount Dragons getting to stack up on stuff like even the Zhonya's armor from Doomby can cause a lot of issues.
That it is. NIP now rewarding into the enemy jungle. A Comet Spear into Smite combo gets one. Aki now trying to step on forward, but Feather desperately low. Glacier Fisher comes on down. TT looking to try and trade from that 1xn. Needs to find an angle. The depth charge comes down on top of him, so can't get any autos off as yet.
Look at the range!
Just doing insane damage from 30 miles away. He's a railgun. International Aki is dead. Solo kill gets it. Backline this Aatrox goes, and he is taking no prisoners. The Wild Ender, at least the game ender. Leave flashes forward, can't quite get the damage down onto 1xn, but a lone survivor as Hoya's Ghost will finally burn on down. Tries to go towards that wave, should pick it on out. But Thunder Talk down 3 members. I think they will be getting Baron shortly. Look at Leave, look at the range.
You can fire over the back of the Baron pit. Yeah, Leave is just can put a wall between you and the targets now. Level 1640 stacks at this with a farming center. That is ridiculous. Leave putting up a this is like an all-timer center stacking game. Right? I don't know how the hell he did that. We missed it for a little while. We should have really kept a closer eye on it because it snuck up on us, and I think TT it snuck up on them in that fight too. Look at how Leave continually pings people over the wall here because he's so long range. Immediately takes half the HP off of the Braum, which is a problem anyway. Then hits Lee 1xn over the wall and sets up there as well. He doesn't even need to be worried about the setup, the Scion at that point. He just go over the wall. Doomby gets an insane amount of damage with the 3-man R2, very nearly executing 3. Solo kill there to clean up some others. Even then, this is still a peel-back team fight around the Lucian, where the Lucian gets the DPS. Folks, this is as good as it gets for TT. This is legitimately as good as it gets, and they can't do anything with it. They're just too far behind.
Oh, I missed Nayo getting Lucian at the end of it, because he grabbed Starfall in. I mean, good grief, what do you do? It's challenging, and again, like, this is something of my issue with TT in this current iteration going towards Lucian games. I don't think the 1xn has played, per se, a bad Lucian game. But the team is not coordinated and comfortable enough in the early game to actually snowball with it. They need 1xn on late game insurance because they just need to be able to get to this stage and just have the guy blast out DPS in a team fight, because I don't know whether they've got the skill set to do it any other way. Hoya, and this Scion has actually had a pretty good game on that champion. Closest member in gold to his opposite number. In comes the Grand Starfall. Nayo looking for a backline angle. The Aegis comes on down. They're trying to turn on to the great. The Crescent Guard comes on down. Nayo flashing on out for a little moment. Doomby chunk low, shockwave onto him. The Akali goes golden, but I think Doomby is going to die. That's pretty significant. Now Nayo, remember, very low. Doesn't have a lot of those cooldowns. Leave though, dangerous. Potentially going to get some value. Got stunned up! Oh, the Lucian gets 2! It's not over! It's not over! Solo kill, caught up, and Setup gets another!
I am speechless. I'm legitimately speechless. A minute 30 till the Dragon TT find a wonderful fight to get 4 down without losing a single person themselves. I take it back. Earlier in that last fight, I said that was as good as it got for TT. Apparently not. NIP completely failed to get onto the backline. And suddenly, 1xn is slingshotted back into the gold lead. What the hell happens here? Derby jumps over the wall, gets nothing done. Setup gets to keep wailing on him. Good damage from Setup. And the Akali doesn't get into the backline. The Protobell even misses! Derby, my dude, what have you done? Zhonya's is on 0 HP. 1xn is full HP, railing through damage as Setup is also full HP. The backline...
Decimating smash!
And the Scion gets the knock up there. I'm speechless. I'm absolutely speechless. That was that is a critical mission failure. I didn't think it could go that badly. Dragon now up in 30 seconds. Gold within touching distance for TT now, and I think they can fight for the Dragon. I think they can. Now, Leave has 160 stacks. He is incredibly fed. Doesn't have himself the Infinity Edge just yet, and there is a Baron. But NIP have lost gold on this Baron push, and with it dying off now, they can't use that to brute shove the rest of the way.
Leave, not again, no, Leave! Survives this time, just about out. Cullen comes across the wall. He's low, but not now. Dawning Shadow comes across. Does a fair amount of damage. Setup is going to be caught in that. Goes gold. Means the Solo Kill's gone very deep. Aki into the backline. Crescent Guard goes on down. Grand Starfall coming back in. Solo Kill gets over the wall. Doomby, this time, flashing away. Brawl passive. 1xn gets the autos. Vigilance passive proccing. Leave from 30 miles away. Doing his best, but 1xn not touched. Hoya gets the knock up. It's a 3v3. And I think, unfortunately, for the side of Thunder Talk, Leave this time survives the onslaught.
Setup almost made the hero play. The flash shockwave onto Leave, doing it himself, but TT weren't ready for the follow-up. I wonder whether they should have flashed forward to just try and get that AD carry down onto the ground. It's going to be a Mountain Soul to NIP, and despite the heroics of Thunder Talk, NIP win the substance of the fight. They get themselves the damage down after Leave is caught out, who does manage to just about survive the initial engage. It's a great flash shockwave. It's great. Sadly, can't quite finish it off. A depth charge stops a lot of the follow-up.
Remember knockup.
And the Sana ult then gets some shields over the rest of it. Leave has so much range after that point. He can play it a little bit more aggressively. 1xn needs to be so afraid of the divers coming through. He does get good auto attacks through, but you can see how much harder it is for 1xn to get good damage down. Even with that, kills the Akali off. Does decent damage through it. but how do you get onto the center at that point? They can't close them down after that initial burst came through.
Still has to be afraid of the Aatrox with ult, of the Pantheon there, who's going to have a lot of his cooldown back up. And again, we don't talk about it too much, but Nayo is 10-1 and 11. Holy moly, is his Pantheon scary as well.
Yeah. No, that's very much worth paying attention to. Those things are slipping away from us a little bit, as you know, we saw him diving in before and not achieving that much. Yeah, that one's scary as hell, though. Lucian still in the lead, almost at what I would assume to be a Bloodthirst the last. I think with Bloodthirst you can actually regen a little bit. Could be the GA as well, but I think the GA might be a mistake. I think there's actually not much chance for TT to do too much there. And yeah, Sam's pointing out on our screen, Infinity Edge built up for Leave. Now what that does is bring Leave over the 100% crit barrier by quite a large margin, because he's also got a ton of stacks. Every time you go over the crit margin with the Senna Souls, he goes into lifesteal instead. So he's got a bunch of lifesteal now. He has 75% crit from items. 160 is 5, 6, and 8 stacks on that. So the next
outrageous turrets again.
That's 100. That's an extra 80% crit, which is something like 55% of that or whatever it is going into lifesteal instead. So Senna's starting to split those stack value.
In the replay. Oh, did Setup get interrupted?
No, he didn't. So don't be wasted that ult. Setup got a clean recall.
Again, you've got a little bit of time before things like Barons spawn, so quickly be up in time for any big fight here.
I feel bad for Hoya, you know. Hoya has been doing his very best to be a frontline, and I actually think he's been having a very good game.
Redemption and Knight's Vow at this point.
And I'm not going to lie, Hoya is a guy that I often complain about for TT. He has a freaking ton of stacks on the Scion, by the way. He's got 1,800 stacks. And you're right, he does have that double support item. 1xN, as you just pointed out as well, he's just gone for Serpent's Fang to make sure he can cut through the mountain shield and a little bit of the other shielding that can come through from stuff like the center ult.
as well, yeah. But honestly, I think that's probably pretty clutch here, because you've got to deal with quite a lot on that front. Not a bad idea. Deathcap's done for Doinby. We've got a full build Lucian. Senna at this point, though, is 3 stacks off another breakpoint. She's nearly at 180 stacks.
However, we are almost at full items for Setup as well. Carries are getting to the point where they are going to be capped out.
Scion's full items.
Yeah, Scion's full items, but Scion will keep scaling the same as the Senna. And the NIP don't have the best options to go through Scion. Yes, I mean, you have a Cyrilda's on solo kill. He's getting really freaking scary now, you know, that Scion. But, you know, okay, that is actually quite decent damage from the Senna. But you can see it's not... Look, he's still getting hit by a late-game Senna and not caring that much about it. If Scion can put himself in front of everyone, maybe he's gone towards some support items instead of full tank as well to help out his AD carry. Which is completely the correct. I don't see many people going toward this kind of build. Be huge value.
Set up! Oh, my day's gone golden, but he does have a flash. He needs to be potentially better. Going low. Claims sufficient buys time. Look at Solical on the other side, very low. Gets a massive heal, though. My God. Trying to get some nice redemption comes through. Keeps one alive. Feather is dead. Trying to get some value, but they've lost 2. And 1xN just can't find the kills in NIP. Finally bring down Aki and Feather.
Setup didn't have flash, so he had to Zhonya's bad positioning from the Orianna leads to 2 dead from TT jungle support. There's no smites now for that Baron. That'll be claimed by NIP and TT. While they won't lose the game here, it's another crushing loss from them. When I thought they clutched out this game around that play around that bot lane tower, Setup walks up. He gets hit by the center slow, gets hit by a Pantheon. So why are you there walking up so far? Didn't even threaten something like that shockwave. Oh, I suppose he did, because the shockwave, I believe, is on cooldown there.
So he hit him onto Nayo and Nightcap right at the end.
Right at the end, but I really don't like the position there from Setup. It ends up throwing his team into the abyss.
And again, it's not been a pretty series from Setup. The Aurora wasn't exactly it either. Got picked off a lot. He has been the target to pick from NIP, and they've done so time and time again. 4 and 7, the only member of his team without a decent KDA, really. Really struggling. I mean, there's probably an argument to Feather here as well on this Braum, who is on the other hand a Braum. He's supposed to be a frontliner. The Orianna shouldn't be dying this freely, you have to imagine. Still, enough stacks, enough items here to be scary nonetheless. Hasn't been able to get towards anything like a Void Staff, has gone towards the Oblivion Orb for some of the anti-heal. Again, you're into an Aatrox, you're into a Death Dance Pantheon, you're into the Senna, of course, at this point as well, offering so much healing with the Piercing Darkness. You do need someone to bring regular anti-heal. Doesn't mean those shockwaves are more utility than raw damage against the tankier members in particular. Banshee's Veil being built towards by Doomby's got the Verdant Barrier, another inhibitor turret down, and Leave now at 199 stacks.
Jesus Christ.
Where's the 200 coming?
Well,
there it is.
And that 200 stacks on Senna. Folks,
Very rarely will you see this on a fasting center. This is a farming center. Flash forward from Aki.
And Leave just gets to stand back. Still got the Dawning Shadow. They try to run away. TT pull the trigger to no avail. Doomby in the backside. Redemption comes up down. Doomby goes golden. One extent trying to get some more down. Gets the culling down, but there's no damage to be found. The only thing being culled is his own team's base and life bars. Towards the Nexus turrets we go. Feather down. 5v4. Thunder Talk must do the unthinkable. Kill off the weapon to end all weapons. Leave as a Metal Gear. Kojima, take notes. He's throwing out shot after shot after shot. And the piercing darkness will throw Thunder Talk into the long, long dark of a game lost, you have to imagine.
I mean, there's no Akali ult coming up in a couple of seconds. Great hook from Nightcat. Kills off setup, and that will be the end of the game. Ninjas in Pajamas fire back on their home stage and take a win against their ex-jungler in Aki on TT.
I am a little speechless. What a bizarre game. Fun, entertaining, some magical plays from both sides, some perplexing plays. Thunder Talk, credit to them for coming back into that game. NIP, how the hell did you let it get to that point? But then again, insane center performance. The stacking was monumental. Great side lane plays on the whole as well to get people snowballed, but you're gonna look at that inhibitor shove. You're gonna look at some of those objective fights and go, should that ever have been a contest?
Yeah, a lot of questions about that. And again, what a wonderful game to see between Leave and 1xN. I think are spiritually our next class of great AD carry in LPL. I think those two are really, really good. I suppose there are some players like Jatshi or perhaps Starry, which are around there too, but these are the two that really caught my eye. LPL has a bunch of LPL AD carries, which are great, of course. These are the two which I think really are at the forefront. Of course, that was a hell of a long game. I'm going to take a bit of a break now, folks. We'll play some horse game. I've got to put some adverts on because it was so long, we ran out of pre-roll.
That's hilarious.
And I don't know, man. Welcome to Group Nirvana. Sometimes it do be happening like this. Sometimes it do be happening like this. Okay. That is... Yeah, fuck it. Let's go play some horse game. Go do some horse game. Righty. I don't even know what this event is. I gotta go check this out. I have like a thing which helps me check out events on the other side. What the heck is a gift from the dark sky? What do you do? There we go. Speed and power of guts. You always go speed and power. Guts is a useless stat. No one does anything with that. I think the only time you use guts is when there are support cards which allow you to kind of a second. I'm not going to do this even though it's 3. I actually need to rest here. Wait, no. Yeah, we can rest, do one more training because we're not racing in early December because we can't do the hopeful stuff. No idea. I think this is speed, right? Right, cool. So we get one more training. Go on that. We go for the throw on guts. I don't like training guts, but you'll get it for the friendship values, right? Roast rump. Wait, what's happening here? Oh, there was a compliment duo. Did you do that, Sam? There's a roast Ruby and a compliment duo.
I didn't compliment duo. I vaguely roasted Ruby, but not very well in game, so you may need to do those.
Okay. And we didn't get the debuff from that. Compliment duo. Very rarely do I see someone as like consistent about their affection for a champion as you are with Bel'Veth, especially for such a niche champion as well. I really appreciate like how much you've stuck to your guns on that. That's actually very admirable. Like it's easy doing that for more popular champions, but doing that for what, which is really niche and like not losing hope, I appreciate that an awful lot. Oh wait, Ruby missed the compliment by the way. So the roast by the way.
Yeah. In that case, I can't remember what I said. It was. I think it was just before Doomby went and did something psycho on the side lane.
Ruby is the Rex I have chatters, and often forgotten and a shadow of what they once were. I don't know.
Actually, no, you know what? We're gonna do this one. Ruby, you're just like that third wheel when we saw Monty's and Kites coming on in, starting to get all like jokey, horny, ha ha ha, all these hot characters, and you come, yeah, me too. Yeah, you're not special. Really, you're not clever. You can do better.
That's just brutal. What the hell?
Got him.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna go on a quick break, folks. We'll back in a minute. Can you get me another coffee, Sam, if that's okay? Jesus Christ. Compliment for Vasi.
They literally paid for it.
Whereas Vasi, you are like the wheel on a what are they called? What's the Sam, what's the monocycle? Unicycle. You are the wheel on the unicycle. It just doesn't function without you there, Vasi. You are the thing which helps us keep rolling forwards in life.
Give me a mug.
Okay. What does Sam always do this to you? I don't know. I mean, you do literally spend channel points to do this. Only 26k left of VOD review. I actually have a couple of VOD reviews left. In off season. Yeah, yes.
Like I've stored our pseudo cold brew coffee.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. Yeah, I do actually. Yeah.
Here it is.
I don't have the camera on right now. I can show you. Yeah, that is a freaking measuring jug. The most space teenager one. Oof. Yeah. Well, don't say it's not creative. Oh, this is a medium. Do we have? Wait, do we have enough? We didn't get swinging maestro for this. Could be a bit of an issue. Are we okay? Oh no, this is good. We got our regen skill. That's fine. That should help. Agnes's ult is very good for... Like, regen skills are just very, very good on the whole. Ooh, that's going to get a bit close. Ooh, that's going to get a little bit close. Okay, pretty cool. Always forget to use it, at least as some kind of... support figures. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. I need to... I haven't been doing VOD reviews for a while, you know. I should get back into doing them again at some point. I should do. But, yeah, that's a problem for another time. We'll just go for the regular energy down. So we get that. This is energy back or skill. I'm actually going to go for the skill points because I really want to get towards Swinging Meister a little bit earlier. 3 on stamina is good. 2 on speed is actually a little better here. No, it's not. We're running a lot of mediums, so we actually do want a little bit more. And this does get a little bit more from this. Oh, Prime. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Cool. Yeah, Prime is cool. We go this. Use long straightaways. That's not awful. Have we actually... Wait, do we have long aptitude on Agnes? Yeah, we do. Okay, with mediums and longs, yeah, we do need to be doing a bit more of them then. 24%. We shall rest. Who's our MVP? I mean, it's got to be Leave, right? Leave had a... well, no, Nio was insane too. 12, 1 and 14. Jesus Christ. There was that Oscar night game on the queue. Yeah, that was something which Dark World requested. Yeah, so we have got that. We'll go for speed on this one. We do not have enough to get Swinging Maestro just yet. We can get... Wait, did we get corner recovery? I don't know if we got corner recovery. That was not my best cast ever, you know, folks. Not my best cast ever. So we didn't get Swinging Maestro. We can get corner recovery. That's fine. We will want these eventually. We will actually want these. These are both very good, in fact. But this is a medium, right? Yeah, this is a medium. So now we have 2 regen skills basically between our ult and corner recovery, but it's not a gold recovery skill, corner recovery, which is the big difference maker. Okay, number 1 favorite. I'm in a bracket. Your worst casting is still very high, but thank you, Sergio. Appreciate it. Okay, yeah, I've learned over time to just kind of work on consistency because inspiration's great, but also with the amount of casting that I do for LPL, I need to make sure that even when I'm not feeling fantastic or whatever, I'm still putting out a product which you guys enjoy and want to listen to, you know. And yeah, I've gotten a lot better at that. I've gotten a lot better at that over time. A lot better at that over time. Fourth is okay. Is our power good enough to make it 3 packs like this? Not in a bad spot. Okay, and we get the regen skill. We should be fine. We got the regen skill. We're good. Thing, anyway. We're gonna get corner recovery. Oh, this could get a little bit. I don't know. I think we might have got a little bit screwed here. I don't know if we got the stats for this now. Maybe. The regen helps. Second, I don't think we get first here though, do we? We close. Second, I think. Okay, second's not. Not all. Sorry. Compliment for Harold. I know that if you were running in this, Harold, you would have won. You would have become such a force of nature on the field of battle that the other runners would have scattered before your glory and power. There is something uniquely scary about a rugby-like front row running at you. There is something that's when you start to understand the power of a cavalry charge in centuries past. You're like, oh yeah, this is actually this is I understand it now. I have an understanding of this. What is this? Corner adepts. Which didn't we get corner adepts already? We have for wisdom and skill points actually.
更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。
Skills do you give? You sometimes give telehealth high rope. It's pretty good. Ramp up's not bad either. I actually think I'd go for this, even though I should really be getting some more on the other thing too. Embodying the charge of the Light Brigade. Yeah, people do forget that the Light Brigade did in fact actually complete their objective, but they, yeah, there's a lot of context about the Light Brigade which people forget. I say forget, it's just not widely taught now. Basically they were kind of glory hunting because the Dragoons had found like a great victory in that battle or whatever. They were like, yo, we want some of that. And then they tried to charge some stuff against orders, and they lost like a third of their men, which was really high for that point. Who was player of the game? It was Nio Jungle. So we have Swinging Maestro now, and we have, yeah, Swinging Maestro should give us a lot more to work with, hopefully. Oh, you rated over from Brack. Hope you enjoyed Brack's stream earlier, by the way, Harold. I only just saw that in the Twitch show, by the way. Okay. That's the goal. Where are we at? We're in one of the inner ones. Where are we? No. I just completely missed where our character was. This is... Okay, we got Swinging Maestro. That helps a lot. Swinging Maestro makes this playable again. Shamrock, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you. And also thank you so much for the Ko-fi donation the other day as well. That does make a difference. I appreciate you. Oh, man, I'm gonna move this thing back. Okay, we're not in a bad position, but also I just don't think we have like that much power and speed to make it up through this kind of stuff. I don't know. I wonder if our stats are just a little too low. We're not doing bad. This is not a bad campaign. It's just that it's harder to like just outright win races. Like we need to start picking up some speed at some point. We're gonna be okay for this one. Okay, we're fine for this one. And Swinging Maestro helps an awful lot. Like an awful lot. Basically, I'm also just hunting for 9 stars as well, by the way. Tachyon's not a bad 9-star to give. The ult is not a... Oh, I can't pass down the ult because they're not 3 stars yet. That's worth noting. Also, I don't have a great Tachyon to use right now. The Tachyon's very good in some upcoming events, apparently, because of... I've talked about it a little bit on stream. Because of some... what's the call it's happening? Some events. I think I actually need to rest here. Like, the one friendship training is not as good as I would have liked. What is this? Oh, this is speed, right? Speed and power. Nice. Not bad. I actually think I go for this, actually. This is... What is this one again? God, I've done this event so many times, I still can't freaking remember it. Stamina... Oh, it's the top one. Yeah. Stamina and skill points, or non-standard distance, and then basically nothing else. Yeah, we definitely go for this. Intro to Physiology. Is that where we discussed that Secretariat's heart weighed 10 kilograms? Oh, yeah! Secretariat is, like, very famous horse who is effectively, like, considered genetically to be the greatest horse of all time, which is insane. This is good. No way we're not lumped in with a bad... like, if there's 10 people in late, you need like an insane amount of power to go through that. Hopefully draft will... Okay, Secretariats is across... Okay, we're gonna have to quickly go through this one just because we're likely to get into draft pretty soon, folks. So I'm gonna have to maybe put this onto... yeah. Yeah, Secretariat is kind of insane. You're absolutely right. Okay, I'm gonna have to put this on like pretty fast because we're getting into draft like now. This is a medium, so it takes a little while. Corner adapt's good. Do we get Swinging Maestro? I think it'll be on the next corner that procs. We don't have that much wit worth noting, so actually our skills don't always proc. By the way, Swinging Maestro procs on the same corner every... Yeah, we didn't get Swinging Maestro, which is a bit of an issue. That could lead us to, like, dropping out here. Second, first... Oh, okay, no, we're okay. We're actually okay, cool. I guess our ult's good enough. Nice, cool. Cool, perfect. Is Mr. Hands in this game? I don't think so. Cool. You know there's a guitarist called... No, there's a guitarist called Mr. Hands, I'm pretty sure. Okay, well, that's our race done. I thought that draft would start a little bit quicker than that. I thought I was a little bit baited by the camera angles. Beach holidays coming up soon. And we'll get us into draft. Perfect timing. We got done with all of our regular stuff. I can get back into the mess of things. Game 3 NIP TT was a very long game too, where felt like both teams had angles to win. It was TT that ended up fumbling around Atakan and then somehow picking it back up again around a bot inhib fight, which NIP really threw towards them. NIP, I came in today saying that I thought they were clearly the second best team within Group Nirvana. I'm leaving this series much less certain about that. TT, first game, managed to outplay NIP late because NIP's objective play and their teamfight at 5v5 was quite poor. Second game, leave. And Nio had a hell of a game. Pantheon Senna. Pantheon went something like, I don't know, 12-1 and 14 or something insane like that. What's been let through the draft this time? Wukong, I suppose. Aki's a good Wukong. Could be the first pick here. Aren't that many AD skirmishes left? Really? First pick Yone being considered? It's locked in. Jesus, okay. But then the problem is, you kind of want to lock it in with a Maokai. But then if Wukong gets locked in, Wukong's good against the Maokai, because you can clone back, tank up the ultimate. Your mid-jungle TVTs aren't bad there either. Rise Wukong's a good duo too, if you want to lock that in. Let's be honest, like, TT, they're likely to lock in Maokai. If they lock in Maokai on 2-3, you can lock in Wukong on 3. Which I think you're okay with. So you can lock in this. Is there another priority pick you want to lock in? Is there engage support you want? You could go Alistair, potentially. Preempt something like that, Maokai coming in as well. If you look in Alistair now, I think you're unhappy with that. I would prefer them to play the trick around Maokai. But Nio is a good Lee Sin, and Rise Lee Sin is not a bad duo. I would much prefer them pick support or some kind of power pick right now, and then try and play that a little bit differently. Lock in the Lee Sin. Strong mid-jungle 2v2, but teamfights get harder to play. Now, I think this is not a bad angle for a Maokai. Now, I think that if they'd locked in someone like a Wukong, you'd feel worse about that Maokai, because yes, the Lee Sin duels against you very well. Sejuani also being considered. That's the other Yone pairing. Go towards the Sejuani, not the Maokai. Sejuani better against the Lee Sin. You can cancel out the Lee Sin Q with the Arctic Assault, the Sejuani Q. I suppose with Ziggs buffs. 1xN does play a little bit of it. Could potentially go towards that. You'd have the AP AD spread. Sejuani ult into the Ziggs ult's not bad there. Double tank front line of the... Oh, wow. I mean, playing out the Lee Sin into multiple tanks kind of sucks. Alice is the one that's locked in as well. Alice is not bad versus Lee Sin either, actually. This is why I was wondering whether NIP should lock in that Alistair on 2 and then try and play for jungle counterpick on 3. Something like that Wukong being still available. So I was checking I wasn't making an idiot out of myself. And the Smolder locked in very early. Or leave. Was banned away from 1xN a little bit earlier in game 2 because the Senna Smolder matchup is fairly well studied at this point. Why Lee Sin? It's a strong 2v2. Nio likes playing it.
And I think NIP have had much better early games than TT, which Lee Sin really excels into.
If I can add some context here as well, in the LDL in particular, Nio was the best Lee Sin in the LDL by a long
Better than Milky Way?
Oh yeah, like this guy's Lee Sin. I mean, Milky Way is a great Lee Sin. Nio was the Lee Sin guy. He was insanely good at this champion. He would regularly go 10 kills deep on Lee Sin.
Jeez.
So him and Nymaera together would basically smash bot lane, invade into the jungle, get every kill, outplay everything. And it's just one of those very big comfort picks for Nio, who trusts his ability to pilot that champion. And again, if you're in a deciding match, you've got double scalers, you want a bit of early power, I don't hate going towards something like that. You can try and outplay again. Not the easiest into the Sejuani and the Alistair post a certain point, but hey, if anyone was going to pilot it as a rookie with some hands, Nio might not be a bad shout. I say rookie in inverted commas here, who's actually got a year or so of gameplay under his tongue.
I wonder whether 1xn thinks about going towards the Ezreal now. Ezreal Alistair, not a bad
Good
duo.
consideration, yeah.
I think that the Ziggs and the Civil would have been really nice to combo up with the Sejuani, but I think Ezreal, it's not bad here. Gives you some ability to outplay the Lee Sin. Some good range to outplay something like that Rise. You'd be playing a little bit of an earlier Spike. Need a top laner as well. Hoyer, I'm less certain what he goes towards. Because the problem is, if you need some magic damage somewhere. Full AD into Cassandra.
Is it Gwen's gone, Rumble's gone? Is it a cannon angle?
Oh, hang on. There's basically no backline access. Felios could actually be pretty damn good here.
Kai'Sa.
I think Kai'Sa actually ends up being the best option because it gives you the magic damage you need. And it means that you can also outplay. Kai'Sa is the best option. Smolder doesn't hurt you in lane. This is the best option now, thinking about it. I was wondering about something like that Ezreal, but of course Kai'Sa's still up and available. Gives you the magic damage, which you can, flex into with something like a Rageblade Nash's Tooth a little bit later into the game.
Of course, we noted it yesterday, and again, the win rate has dropped a little bit, but the win rate for Kai'Sa in the LPL in particular, and Tier 1 in particular, has been exceptionally high. She has been one of those S-tier counter-pick options, like a 4th pick AD carry. Kai'Sa's been incredibly potent. She's still on like a 75-odd% win rate right now, or something like that. It's very, very high. It did dip down from the initial 90% spike when she was coming back in.
Yes, it was insane.
But it has been very, very good. And 1xn actually had a very good series so far. Him and Leave have been, I think, our standouts in general. I'm assuming Leave got MVP.
It was Nio on the Pantheon because he must have like 12 1 of 14.
He had a very good game.
Yeah.
I can
Last pick of the Renata. Now, does that change anything? Well, I think it does because you do have triple melees jumping in and occasionally a Gnar, which is melee bunch of the time as well. Hoyer goes back towards Gnar. No, not that high priority right now, but is pretty damn good into the Cassandra. It's a well-trusted matchup. Well, traveled matchup, rather. It's one which, if Cassandra can find an all-in to hit the Gnar as they turn into mini and somehow interrupts the hop, either with a W punt or the R midway through that hop animation, that's when Cassandra wins. Hoyer's been on great form today, though. Considering that Hoyer for me has often been, again, I've said this multiple times through the series, Hoyer has not typically been TT's best player. He's been typically a player which has been a lose condition for them. He's had a couple of great series this split. He did at the start of the year too. Remember, he won a best of 5 versus Bin in BLG. He did that by solo killing Bin on Camille in that game 5 back in split 1. Feels quite a long time ago now, but TT have their top laner to actually rely on now for the first time in a while. Full comps coming through. It's hard to reach the Smolder through the Renata and through the Cassandra. I think this is the most even draft of the series, though, by and large. I don't think it's the easiest game for Lee Sin, but it's Nio. I don't think it's the easiest game for the melees of TT, but they have a Kai'Sa to follow up, and it's 1xn's Kai'Sa, and God, is he a good AD carry. I love watching these AD carries face off. Every time they play against each other, we are reminded of the level of these newer AD carries coming onto the Rift. We'll get onto the Rift ourselves and hear some of those GIOs for our last game of this series before the big ticket matchup a little bit later of Top Esports Anyone's Legend.
Finals rematch from Winter is what that will be, of course. Onto the Rift we go. GIOs first. Action after. So, if we go, Thunder Talk with the very big mid-game spike. I think that makes sense. It's when your ultimates are first coming online, when you can start playing around those kind of skirmishes before team fights become more of a threat, and the scaling of the Rise and the Smolder and the Renata keeping them alive becomes problematic. The Lee Sin in this game It's not about being a linchpin, it's about being a bridge. You are here to make sure that your lanes survive. Track Aki, turn up wherever he does, wherever Feather does, and ensure that your Rise and your Smolder get to farm, get to 2+ items, feel happy about life.
And occasionally, you're a side lane killer as well. Lee Sin is one of the better champions into Mininar because you're so good at just consistently kick flashing him back into someone waiting for him. If you do that into a Rise, the Mininar dies pretty quickly. You need to find those right timings to do so. Much harder to do that against someone like a Yone. You can use his ult to get out of most situations and his E to go through a bunch of others as well. Kai'Sa, one of the better leashes in the game there too, will give an early start towards Aki. Very rare you see this, but I suppose that... Look, let's be honest. This bot lane 2v2 is not really about kill pressure. They're going to get back in time for the minions. They need to not double stack for the loyalty program. Niket's going to be spotted. Sorry, Nyket going to be spotted there and misses his loyalty program as well. So not the best level 1 there for the Renata.
No, on the other hand, Smolder's still the one who gets access to the wave largely, so... Renata being headbutted is not the Smolder being headbutted, so access to the wave still good. There's the headbutt onto the Smolder. The idea being that basically you just slow down the level 2 as much as you can.
You can do, but realistically, this bot lane is not about fighting. If 1xN and Feather wanted to fight, they wouldn't have leashed, bluntly.
Yeah,
they're going to give Leave access to that farm. He will get an easy level 2. It's not going to be about killing the Smolder, but Kai'Sa Alistar is not really about kill pressure itself. It's more about, again, the level 6 spikes, the team fights a little bit later on. And what they have done is allowed the Sejuani to have a slightly faster clear. Look, already on the Wolves, now he's going towards his next camp now. He's not going to be spotted on the Raptors. He's going to skip his Raptors and go towards the red buff. But Aki is about, I'd say about 5 seconds ahead on the clear compared to where he should be without that leash. And that will help him get towards potentially topside, because if Lee Sin really runs there at full speed, potentially he can give Hoyer a problem.
Rune Prison for a moment there, a setup, Unbound his soul.
Yeah, Spirits Maker in Twitch chat is asking, is it a Niket or Nyket? From what we saw from the host, from what we heard rather at the start of the series when the players walked out, it's Nyket, and that's what we're going for. Now, we've always said Niket, so we are trying to change our pronunciations. Nyket is the name of that play, and yeah, that'll be what we stick with from now on.
Multi-program comes across again and again. It's one of the things that makes Renata so obnoxious early on. The shield plus AoE. You basically get a 2-person shield and a 2-person damage early on. It scales abysmally. It is not a good scaling ability. Yeah. It is, however, incredibly good in the opening levels.
Yeah, level 1 through 3. Renata, I think a lot of people underestimate the base power of this champion. Same way that people sometimes forget about Braum's base damage on his Q. Actually huge in early game. It has basically no scaling, but... God damn it, if you get hit by that at the first couple of levels, it starts to rack up a decent amount of poke. Naya will get bot scuttle. Not able to interrupt topside, though. And that, I think that's important. Even if you send the Lee Sin down towards this bot side, I don't think it changes that much. Naya, look, again, you're not going to do that much in the 3v3 here. In fact, that's actually a little detrimental for Naya, because now he's been spotted cancelling his recall. TT will have information on where he is. Sejuani's gotten their back in already for a Giant's Belt first back. That's a hell of a first back for Aki.
Oh, yeah.
Which now means he's much harder to burst than something like a mid-jungle 2v2 or something like that, which can, of course, be a big part of how this game comes through. Actually, a lot... This week, I've been really locked in on seeing when junglers get their first back, because occasionally it can lead to some really important breakpoints. I mean, we saw it a little bit earlier in the year with stuff like Zed getting a turbo-fast first clear, recalling for double longswords before first scuttle. And then we were saying, like, okay, well, AD skirmishing junglers, they really want to recall for Longsword and Ruby Crystal after full clear, and then also a Scuttle Crab as well. But then if you're delayed on doing that, sometimes you're a little bit later out onto the map, and you can't quite get the back what you want.
Worth noting here as well, the Sejuani ahead of curve here on the clear, looking for potential play through mid lane with the trade down bot, so it doesn't lead to too much. Lee Sin pick up that Wolf camp, but again, because they cleared a bit awkwardly, going to red buff, then Quogs, then Raptors, I think it's that order. In fact, will do to get towards that bot side Scuttle Crab. It's going to be in the position where it can't just clear straight towards top side, where the bot lane is and would like to be there to support them, because again, the Lee Sins value this game not really in and of themselves. It's there to protect the lanes from doing things. But all the while, though, Aki on the spawn of that dragon, just immediately heading on over and stacking that one very, very early. And again, you're into a Smolder. One of the old school win conditions is just hit soul fast.
That, and also, I think this is not something which is well recognized by the League community. Sejuani is slow at clearing things on her own. If someone melee comes over to help her hit an objective, she's actually one of the best objective takers in the game. Because if she gets to spam through her E, which has a bunch of percent HP, it does cap out against monsters. But you saw how quick that dragon went down. That is actually quicker than Lee Sin would do it with help over there. Sejuani is really good with the Yone walking over. And I just don't think that's particularly recognized that much. Quite a good trade here onto solo kill. Maybe using that ult for poke. We'll see whether he chooses to use that. No, gets a good Q on target there.
TP behind. I think they're trying to look for a reset. Oh, Pathmaker goes wide. I was wondering whether there might have been a Q3 all-out angle with the TP coming through.
Smolder coming through. Yeah, I think there was an angle, but you need to
hit the Q. Yeah, the W. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a skill issue, basically. You gotta hit your shit.
It's like, I mean, I love the fact that, it used to be Korean advice. It's now become skill issue. Aki actually needs to be a bit wary here. Hit by the Sonic Wave and the Resonating Strike. Flash on forward from setup. Gets the Fate Sealed after. Now going to get hand shook. And we'll have to reset. Flash on down.
Feather's got the Ghost running.
Yeah, gets the Headbutt Pulve on 2, and now NIP in danger. Trying to Realm Warp out, will not do so. Lee sent down. Permafrost, bailout. Do and be down for the count. They get a double onto 1xN.
1xN gets a double before he even gets his ult. The Ghost from the Alistair spellbook seals the win. The early back of that giant spell has really helped Aki survive through that play, but really it's the creativity from the spellbook which opens up that big play. We'll watch this again as Aki hits the level 6 first, but a little bit quicker on the farming, Nymaera a little bit slower, and while the Lee Sin Ryze is a strong duo, they can't full kill the Sejuani before they get that aftershock, before Yone comes into the play, and before Feather comes in as a turbo cow. This cow's gassed up and it ain't on methane. It's on spellbook instead. Gets the E stun there onto the Realm Warping Ryze to stop that ultimate coming through too. This is a huge play. NIP can't afford to give this kind of gold over to the Kai'Sa, who is a bit of a knife in the side, really. It'll slip through the ribs in the team fights. This Kai'Sa can absolutely carry team fights later.
He's down a little bit of CS there. I think dropped a wave to make that play happen. But hey, you get 2 kills out of it, you'll take it. Of course, Leave last game was a scaling monster, a stacking monster, and became just that. TP also on the Smolder meant that they turned up bot side, got a better access to that wave, so going to be up probably something like 10 to 15 CS, depending on how much of this wave 1xM picks up. Did just back to pick up, I think, the half-bound axe after that kill, so pick up at least a little bit of that. But yeah, it does look like about that 15 CS discrepancy. I honestly thought after setup Flash to hit that Fate Sealed that he's gone too far. He only hit onto 2 and you're thinking, okay, got a bit deep there, not sure about that full commit. They just managed to keep chasing for more and got a lot of value.
Good headbutt wave there, actually, because if Feather doesn't do that, it's potential Realm Prison. Rune Prison. Yeah. Look, there is absolutely no logical reason I should be mixing up Rune and Realm in Ryze's kit. It's just become a thing.
I think because Rune Warp still sounds like an ability, could be an ability. Yeah. And Realm Prison also
let's be honest, it's all kind of like Warcraft-esque language. Grubs are going to get started by NIP. They'll take the first one. I don't really think there'll be a contest. TT, you don't really want to engage into a place where a Renata and a Smolder are holding the ground. Yes, it's a pre-6 Renata, but still the logic holds true. Hop over the wall from both the Smolder and the Lee Sin. We'll see them at safety. TT farming 3 lanes at the time this is happening, though. We do get some plates on bot side, so do get some immediate golden pocket.
Oh yeah, misses that Boomerang Blade. We can see where they can find something. Here comes the Overload.
Remember when Overload was a point-and-click ability back in Season 4 and 5?
Yes, I do.
Oh, God, what a
machine gun when you just got to press it when every level of your ARDs gave you faster spellcasts.
Let us know in chat if you were around for the early iterations of Ryze when his ult gave him like he was building tank and still out damaging everything as top lane Season 4 Ryze. That was when Balls for C9 was still one of the best top laners in the world. That was one of the times when actually like an NA top laner was very actually matched amongst the best in the world. That was an insane time. Oh,
there's been a few times where Ryze top's been genuinely busted. The other time that I recall was 2019 MSI when you could still Zhonya's in Realm Warp when that was first kind of added to Ryze.
And would really bust open matchups like, oh god, what was played at the top lane at that time? Yeah, you'd beat tanks and everything and stuff like, no, hang on a second, there could be a flash onto Hoya. Oh, no flash. It would have had to be a ward hop behind. But still, when Lee Sin is in a side lane with the mini-gnar, you do get afraid for the mini-gnar. Hoya not getting jumped on that, actually quite important.
It's pretty significant, you're right. As it stands, doesn't lead to too much yet. Gonna try and get some plates in with the 3 grubs. Niket's coming as well. Hoya not anywhere realistically near the Mega Gnar. Feather coming on over, trying to get around the wards. They're going to get another plate.
3 grubs is quite powerful here. Nio, again, could look for the hop back. Hoya's Rage Bug ticking up slowly. Doesn't have that much HP or resist just yet. Doesn't have something like, which we'll expect to be Tabby a little later on, which would, of course, make you a lot more survivable in situations like that. Aki, hang on a second. Leave doesn't have plans. That is a Sejuani off vision.
You can't be there. Has to blow the flash and leave. As once or twice been known to greed for farm. That says on that Smolder, I recall a very unfortunate case of being caught in Smolder in mid lane. In fact, in playoffs in winter. It was a desperately sad scenario. And again, Leave has been really good, but not without his occasional
Watch this
flaw.
again. The actual HP of the dragon goes down very quickly. Good knockup. That's blind actually from Setup. Here comes Nyket rather.
Flail was put up forwards there by Aki, trying to body block off. Into the backline goes the Lee Sin. Had the Resident Strike flashed away. Needs to try and ward hop out to safety and does so. Setup will rebind the soul, but solo killers are waiting. Needs to try and queue through something and will die. Dragon for one.
Dragon for one as Nio can't get the steal, but Setup stays way too long on his own in the backline. 1xM was not committing to that, and he was very reasonable not to. You still had stuff like the bailout, you still had full HP on Doomby and Leave. If they started committing and finding extra angles in as well, and if you start losing those fights, a Realm Warp, I got that one right this time, could potentially kind of exacerbate the issue. Feather has Hex Flash over the wall. 1xN has ult. I mean, if there's any CC onto Doomby, could be followed up on. I think he's got enough move speed to make it out for now, though. He'll be safe.
So, towards the dragon we go again. Solo kill just walks out and like, okay, Setup goes forwards here, and then solo kill just stick around the backside. And I sort of get why Setup sticks around. Because if he goes back, solo kill's just waiting for him. And it just kind of just ends up getting him killed.
Yeah, he takes too much damage. He's going in as a soul diver, and that does make a bit of a difference there. You know, like if he's up 1-2 items, a little bit different because then you actually get insane kill threat. Not in this case. Worth noting, it is going to be the blade build again coming through from Setup. There's a decent amount of HP builders on NIP between both solo laners, I suppose. But worth noting, there are actually some very fun Yone builds out there without blade right now. There's a Kraken Slayer build. There's a Yuntal build as well, which has been pioneered by some high-elo Yone one-tricks. I would like to see some build diversity on this champion at some point, because actually there is some really fun builds on him.
I do think that there has just been a discussion in general about pro players being quite slow to move away from accepted build paths and stuff.
They only really do it when Chovy does it. And Chovy, sadly, is one of the worst. Like, considering how damn good he is at the game, he's actually one of the worst itemization players for his level.
Yeah, and I think that on the other hand, someone like Leave is often quite creative. Like, I remember he was one of the guys who did do the Kai'Sa Shadow Flame build, of course, went towards the Blade of the Rinka Yunara build, which, like, it wasn't necessarily what was expected, and I do appreciate the fact that at least there is a little bit of executive decision-making being taken.
And Nio linking up with Nyket and Doyenby on the bot side of the map again. 1xN about to cash in that call. Leave similar on the Smolder. I don't think this is the easiest game for the Smolder, you know? There's a lot,
I don't either.
Because when I think about this kind of team comp, you're likely to get maybe 2, maybe 3 Qs on a prime target in a fight. I think by the time they're actually in kill threat, they've either, you know, Yone eat out, Sejuani queued backwards, Kai'Sa has flown in to disrupt something.
I think, like, I'm curious here as well, because I actually feel like my read, and I'm curious what you think about this, is going to be a play going down. I don't think Quays Ninja good. No, I was a bit worried about that pathmaker. But it's not going to be as much about Leave himself staying alive. Of course, you know, him playing well with his throws, of course, important. But I'm actually looking at Nyket. How good are the bailouts? How good are the hostile takeovers? Because you have effectively got 5 divers. Yes, they may time their dives a little differently, but getting good hostile takeovers, I think if they are bad or not that effective, you may well to see a very dead Smolder a lot. Nice little jump forward there from Hoya. Gets a massive chunk. Doomby needs to be really aware. Wow.
Hoya, great combo, and this is why I didn't mind him picking up something like the Gnar. He is comfortable on this. See how he spreads out his Qs and his auto attacks to make sure it was prime damage coming through. Didn't waste any DPS there. Aki flew through to complete the kill, and Doomby did have flash, couldn't use it.
I was ranting about Renata, and Doomby's just dead.
Yeah, he just popped. Pop goes the Doomby. And it's on his... By the way, folks, I mean, I guess we didn't touch on this in...
true.
You're
so right.
This is Doomby's Rise. A champion which has been permanently banned away from it. First turret's going to go with TT on the top side of the map. That'll give them the feats of strength.
Against 3 grubs, by the way.
Yeah. Against 3 grubs, getting the first turret is pretty nice to get. Herald is available. Is anything... I mean, there's still summoners available for TT. Not having Sejuani kinda hurts.
It's going to be okay. They do get the Scuttle Crab and the Speed Shrine that it donates. Scuttle Crab, Rift Herald started up, slightly bigger sister there.
Whenever Rise is in the game, we just start to, you know, just all of these things we've been spending our lives around.
Never had an issue with Rise until you told me about that. And it has genuinely rewired my brain.
Yeah, no, it's just occasionally someone says something wrong, like, oh, it's this thing. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's just not. For instance, oh, there was a thing, There were a couple of items that were reintroduced in Arena, which made me just completely forget of names of items in Summoner's Rift, like Perplexity and Spellbinder and stuff like that. The clean feed's just stuttering a little bit. Should be hopefully back in just a second. Don't you worry. It's, there you go.
Right, so wait for the audio. I'll tell you when I hear the audio.
There will be audio.
Wait for it.
Wait for it.
It's not there yet.
That's not there yet. That's a little bit worrying, actually.
No, it should be fine. Another couple seconds.
Can you hear anything, Sam?
No, can't hear anything.
Well, don't tell me
there
it's okay then. Okay, Sam, don't let me know it's okay until you actually hear the thing, Sam.
Maybe it's okay in the sense of, like, it's going to be okay. Not that it actually was okay. Do you see that,
Sam, at that point, Sam, you are gaslighting.
It's my prevenient grace, Alex.
Yeah, we actually need an emote channel. That's a very good point. Ooh, not bad from setup. He's backwards. Get some damage onto Niket.
Herald doesn't get the charge.
It's gonna, and it's not going to. There's a smite on Naya. You can use it if it really wants to.
Pathmaker behind. That's a massive all-out fate sealed. Interrupted because Naya was in the way. Kick back and a kill onto Setab.
Setab gets caught out by solo kill. Great angle. And the Herald doesn't even get anything in mid lane. TT down an objective, I suppose. And the NIP will get a great play there to get a kill and the dragon afterwards. Stop an early soul point from TT. And a reminder that we are in Group Nirvana. And sometimes our setup and play around objectives can be a little bit suspect at points. That's why these teams are down here in the first place.
We've seen good hands and good plays from both teams. I don't want to take that away, actually. Some of the really great side lane playing for NIP. We've also just seen some really unfortunate oversights that have led to moments like this. Bad Herald placement into Setab, end up hitting Nio, so his Fate Seal is interrupted, can't escape. Good play from NIP, don't get me wrong, but it's also like,
he gets some insane airtime. He gets a bop back by the All Out and the Pathmaker, and then the Dragon's Rage. I mean, yeah, Setab's getting frequent flyer miles at this point.
Yeah, how much do you think he gets off Fate Sit for every Fate Sealed?
I don't know. It depends which airline he's going with.
What airline does Yone fly on? Is it Hairline Airlines? How good is the hairline?
No, I mean, it's Ionia Air, of course.
Is it?
Of course it is. I think he'd be happy.
Could you imagine the drama if it turned out he was with?
Well, I don't know. Maybe like as a Qantas or something like that.
Yeah, or maybe it's like Noxus conglomerate he's flying with.
I don't think you'd be seeing that not from an Ionian, Sam.
Yeah, but imagine if they did.
Well, I don't think they would, which is why I don't think they would do that.
Does Yone care about anything about the aside from the Akasha?
The what? The Akasha?
The Akasha, like the demon things that he kills.
Azakana. Which is why I said as a Qantas. Did you just completely miss that joke?
Yeah, I just thought you meant a Qantas joke. Not gonna lie.
No, it was very funny.
That is genuinely funny. I was trying to remember the name of the
Knock up Limb missing onto leave there. There was ult from Satad. There was actually a brief moment that could have been quite threatening. TT even in gold now. No lead onto the Gnar, because Solar Kill's gotten that kill around that Dragonfight, which happened earlier, and then, of course, got that assist onto Satab as he punted him back the last time. Has Thornmail and Iceborne Gauntlet. Solar Kill's at a great point in power now, and despite Hoya having a good series, and I think he's actually been playing out the matchup pretty well.
Yeah, he's doing fine individually.
The Gnar's going to not be the easiest champion to play after this point. That being said, it's not like the Lee Sin's going to be the easiest to play either. Naya will continually ask questions of this skill-dependent champion the later the game goes on.
And again, for all they are effectively triple AD, there's a deceptive amount of magic damage in this TT side. Remember Sejuani passive, cycling through that with the melees early on can be quite a lot. Kai'Sa, notoriously mixed damage, got the Rageblade build, there will be a Nash's after this. And remember, every other auto from Yone, magic damage.
Yeah, and then the W is half magic, half physical as well, so Yone does have a little bit of magic damage.
More than you think. If you look down the breakdown, it's like 20-30% of his damage is something like magic, I think. I can't remember the exact breakdown in terms of a lot of the post-game stats.
He's still majority physical, but yeah, it's still worth knowing. I'm just actually going to
that would be fun to see.
Yeah, it's about 16% magic damage, a little bit of true damage as well, about 30 because you do get some from
the third not AD, basically.
Yeah, which is higher than something like a Yasuo, of course, something like that. Dragon, of course, not up just yet. Atakan spawning. A slower game again. TT had that top lane tower taken down, but they would really like to take another outer tower down. Misusing that Herald earlier really doesn't help them. We're getting towards the point where Aki is quite happy, actually, for this point in the game. Leave does have a good amount of stacks on that 10 per minute mark. He stacked incredibly well on the center earlier.
Really has.
200 stacks at 20. So they're getting the 225. I mean, not quite on time for the next dragon. He might get it during the next dragon fight if things go well for him.
But the key thing here is, remember, NIP got that third dragon. So honestly, they could give this one up to Thundertalk if they wanted, and it won't be Soul. That one dragon denial is so clutch for the smaller team.
So hopefully, folks, what we are going to get is a 2-2-5 well-stacked Smolder versus a 2-kill Kai'Sa between our two very exciting Prodigy AD carries who have come up over the last couple of years. Of course, Leaf came up in 2023 after some great years on EDG Young. He was kind of built up to be the successor to someone like Uzi. Of course, ended up getting replaced by Uzi on EDG after some stuff happened in that spring split, which was just all over the place. 1xN, a player which is yet to have his time in the limelight on a top team, but he's made TT into a threat, and I really think he has been the threat on this team. Minute till Dragon. Do have 1xN with not quite that third item, of course. It'll be quite early in the game to get that. Clearing out that mid-wave with the Q evolve. Leaf trying to chunk him down a little bit. Does a little bit with that Q, but not massively after that point. 2-2-5 hit off of those minions. Leaf will have that executes now for the next Dragon. I mistimed a little bit when you were getting those stacks. So the execute available has the rapid fire cannon and the Essence Reaver, so he has a crit chance and he has that extra long range auto every once in a while. TT, when you start up the Atacama, reminder, Sejuani actually very good at killing objectives when someone else is there to take the objective. The Yone is here. Setab stacking up his Q, so like, we'll see this, able to punt someone away from the objective. Smolder not here yet. Everyone just teleported in. Realm Warp being used to reposition.
Here we go again. Teleport comes flying on through, looking for some value on the backline. It's stolen by Nio. How does that happen? They kill off Solo Kill, but the Lee Sin, God of Smite, steals again, gets into the backline.
Yeah, Aki was focused on getting a fight, and Nio landed the Q on the Atakan. Now, Dragon is available, and Solo Kill is down. This might be the sole point, but giving over the Atakan, not really what you wanted there. They will get the objective and the kill. Can they get a tower afterwards? If they get that, I think they stomach it. But losing that Atakan and giving some XP and some adaptive force over to NIP is not really what they want.
No, it evens up the petals a little bit, puts them ahead on that front. Of course, they get the... was it Purifying Burst?
Yeah, something like that.
I forget the actual name of the kind of like bloom of damage and slow you get when you kill someone.
Yeah, it is the little kind of like purification. AoE slow and damage on kill around the target.
Could you imagine a mod where it's just Aqua yelling every time?
From Konosuba? Yeah. Derby doesn't have Realm Warp.
He is going to the Realm of the Dead, I think, here. Flash on forward, passive against get stacked, trying to get some speed up with the phase rush. Under the turret they go. Hoyer about to hit Mega, can't get in range.
TP
behind. This is going to get interesting. Who is it that's TPing? It is, in fact, Solo Kill, missing the crunch. Gets the throw back. Sorry, it's the wallet. Crunch is the hop.
Flash used by Aki doesn't mount to that much, and DMB will lose his own flash, but also lose a lot of his HP. He can come back out onto the map after a recall. He's gone for the armor boots, by the way, which really help him in situations like that. Against the double auto attackers on the side lanes, Kai'Sa and later into the team fights too will also be someone who knows Tabby gets some value against quite a tanky Rise build. Does leave the Smolder to be, you know, even larger damage with that share, taking away some Raptors. And IP, I don't think they feel unhappy about sitting and waiting. The Smolder is getting ever stronger and stronger, building up towards an Infinity Edge third, and that's when the damage really takes off. Your Q does benefit. Hang on. Nio might go for a kickback under turret. He's going to go for the ward hop. We'll see.
Thinking about it, there comes the tier 1 damage. They just pick it up, nicely done. NIP away with that one of the gold lead now in NIP's favor, just about.
The 3 grubs really helping them out with that top, that mid lane tower push, and TT have not been able to get the inroads on side lanes. They would have really liked to upset NIP when they start pushing in the mid lane like this. If you'd pushed in that side lane, perhaps Hoyer could drop off for that side, go into the mid lane and stop them from as easily pushing in. Tower is undefended for now. There is a Realm Warp, so hang on, they're using it aggressively in mid lane.
1xN potentially in danger, has got the flash, gets Rune Prison, needs to back away. Flips kick, insect! 1xN trying to kill her away, flash, slowed down by the smite, Glacial Prison, 1xN, footwork, flash, Q3 from Solo Kill gets that one. Gorgeous stuff from NIP.
Derby sets up the aggressive angle as TT leave 1xN too isolated in the mid lane, and it's on Baron Spawn. The skill check of Lee Sin is asked of to Nio, and he comes up with a fantastic answer. They'll be able to get their Baron on Spawn as TT lose a crucial kill onto their AD carry mid laner.
I thought that Glacial Prison had done it, and then the footwork flash from Solo Kill after. I want to see that replay because there's so much cool things happening.
Yeah, 1xN just did not respect the Rune Prison.
Yes.
The Rune Prison after the Realm Warp. He should have flashed early, I think. Derby didn't have flash. There is no reason for him to get caught out like that. And a rare misstep from 1xN on something like that Kai'Sa. You know, he is a large amount of the damage that TT have. Also, I really think TT have been struggling to get their own aggressive combos down and stuff like the Sejuani Yone. couldn't really break open that combo there. I think that was a chance for them to heavily all in. We'll see what happens here. He ends up getting caught out clearing a control ward. The rest of the team's very far away. You have to flash early. As soon as you see that little blip, you have to flash early. You, I know it feels bad flashing before the Lee Sin does. Potentially you could flash Q and get a, Warthog kickback or something like that, but can't afford to get damaged by the Rise at that point. And the rest of the team's just far too far away. They just disrespected Doomby's Rise, a classic of his, of course, and he gets a great ultimate there.
Potentially starting in a minute though. 1x getting a lot of damage to him, being low. Gets himself a bit of heal back with the redemption. Now Nio going on in, tries to get the kick on forwards. Feather low, body a burned out leave. Gets that one with the execute, the stacks fully on in. And they get the kill on the Alistair.
Yeah, it's really dangerous when TT don't get the damage on leave. They can maybe get one kill there, but Smolder would clear up. That's why they have to call the retreat so quickly, and Setup wasn't in position again. TT are dying before they get everyone in position. Again, Yone was on the flank there, but couldn't get close enough to join the party itself. He's at 2 items, but NIP, they're going for a Realm of Forwards. I think they'll just leave it.
Oh, no, they won't.
They will. They won't go for the full engage. They leave the tank there, and they'll just take the tower.
Does allow them to get the turret and the inhibitor after 40 seconds on Dragon. There's a world here actually where TT take the fight now around the Dragon because NIP have not been able to reset and spend all their ill-gotten gains.
NIP get themselves the full inhibitor in mid lane.
So, bit of a handshake comes on forward. Aki gets the kick. Nio now in danger of the hostile takeover. Lands off the Sejuani. Value coming on forward. They get the kill onto that Sejuani.
They just keep going back mid and they just keep getting kills. It keeps working for them. Feather, a bunch of damage goes on to him, and TT, I think they've made one too many mistakes in the mid lane. Nio's Lee Sin strikes again.
That it does. They managed to get that one key pick onto the Kai'Sa and everything snowballs from there. TPing in an NIP, they found the chink in the armor and they've blown it wide open. Thunder Talk on the back foot, bleeding out. Had they got a final strike in them anywhere?
I just don't think they do. Smolder still full HP. They still have Renata bail out. The turrets are falling. God, the Smolder damage is high.
3 items on this Dragon who's grown up a little. Hits the damage, getting more across, just continues breathing on it. One hit on the backside, but he gets a value with setup. Unbinds his soul, but I think it'll be a little too permanent. Solo kill goes all out, and Antofo strikes him down. NIP 2-1.
TT will fall at the hands of NIP. It was not a clean series from the Ninjas, but they will walk away with a scoreline of 4-1 from their first 5. They're just 1 behind EDG. Their only series lost to EDG. They've lost a couple of games to TT and to LGD in Group Nirvana, but they are showcasing that they've had some success from their swaps coming through. Of course, they were in Group Ascend last split, now down in Group Nirvana with the 2 teams dropping from Nirvana and a couple from Ascend going to play in the bottom group instead. It gives them a little bit of more breathing room to get results, I suppose, in the early split. We'll see whether they can grow from this. If they go up towards playoffs and Group Ascend matchups later, don't expect it to remain as successful as it has right now, but they do walk away with that 2-1, and they will be happy-ish with that for now.
Hello, folks. Nearly said hello. We do say hello. There we go. Boom. How you doing? Had a good time, Al?
I'm having a okay time, Sam. I'm having an okay time.
Nice. Hello, one and all. We are now here, ready to tell you about how cool we are. I'm Initialise. This is Nymaera. We are live on twitch.tv/Nymaera_. Live on YouTube, Alex Nymaera Handgun, and also live on twitch.tv on youtube.com/Onivia. Is it Onivia? Is it Onivia Highlights? I forget the
Keep going.
That's the one. Can't remember the full title. I apologize, Onivia, out there who's probably listening to this. Welcome, one and all, to the stream. Glad to have you all in here, keeping our eyes on a really fun series between Thunder Talk and NIP. It was pretty competitive. It wasn't always that clean. There were some great plays from both teams. There were some perplexing plays from both teams, but it was in the end an NIP victory. We do this LPL streaming thing every day of the week, pretty much. We've taken a day off here or there, but otherwise, it's us all the time, every time, here, giving you as much action as we damn well can, and means that we are all reliant on all of you back home to keep us in business, because there is no official stream anymore for this. There is no Riot funding or Tencent funding for the LPL in English at the very least, so we're relying on all of you back home to fund us. So for those of you who can, there are 2 main ways that you can do that if you've got the extra cash and want to make sure that we are fed and housed and get to keep doing this. We do that by either subscribing on Twitch, Twitch Prime is a wonderful thing, guys. If you've got that free sub and you're using Twitch Prime anyway, or Amazon in general, please do consider dropping your Twitch Prime here. You get to avoid the ads, you get to come join us. It's a really wonderful community over here. You get some awesome emotes for all your LPL teams. It's just great emotes in general. The Medjai's emote, a personal favourite of mine. And you can support us in our ability to do this. Thank you again to all the resubs. I see you, Doc Shamrock, who subscribed just before the beginning of that game as well. We are very, very blessed to have such a wonderful community, and you can be part of it too. The other way you can support us is there is, in fact, a Ko-fi link. If someone could do !Ko-fi with the K, I would appreciate it. And then we can share that across all the other chats as well. Because if you're not a Twitch user, and that's completely fine, and still want to support us, that's a great way to donate some funds towards the wonder that is the LPL. And we would much, much, much appreciate it to those who do that. Thank you very much for all the Ko-fi supporters we've already had. There's been some really cool donations in there. Thank you kindly, one and all.
So that's the first series of the day done. We'll move on to Anyone's Legend versus Top Esports now. Probably about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So if you've got time to go get a drink, go get some lunch, and take a bit of a break, now is the time to do so, really. We're going to go through on some adverts. We'll chill out. We'll play some horse game in the break.
Oh, yeah.
And,
how's your run going?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I'm trying to get a decent Agnes Taki on running, and then, you know, just try and see if I get luck out with a 9-star. Because if I get a 9-star, then it makes a lot of my other stuff much, much better after that point. Yeah, we'll go into the highlights. We'll play some horse game, and yeah, we'll have some fun.
Oh, right. Do you want a drink of some kind?
I've still got some coffee, so I'm okay with that. Oh, is this a long one, kick though, isn't it? Yeah, 9 turns though, so that's okay. Early tune, we've got. Where is it? I'll do that one. Okay, go for this one for now. Side point, but people talk about Quinn in chat. I really enjoyed the fact that Quinn loses a board game to her own freaking bird. You know when they had like,
excellent.
you know when they released that board game with like the 5 Tellstones or whatever they are.
Yes.
She in part of like the cinematic, not cinematic, you know what I mean. She loses a game to her own bird.
That bird is smart.
That bird is really smart, but also like
Is Quinn kind of dumb?
Quinn, my girl, yeah, bit dumb. Behind enemy lines and behind in schooling. Year 2, so we can get some power out of this, right? I think it's a choice. I think everyone gets a choice between power and guts, but no one ever goes towards guts because why would they? Guts is just a useless stat. I don't know if they'll ever rework that. So we'll do this. Okay. A rest. I can do a race now, maybe. For G1. How many fans have we got? 80,000. We'll get over the 100,000 mark at the end of this if we do this the right way. That's not a bad one to do. 3, 17. I don't want to do this one because it gives it a little bit more stamina and it's a long race coming up. See you in a bit, Ruby. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for training. We always take the energy. Can you feel the energy? We got power again, actually. Normally I wouldn't, but we are a late surger, so our speed is kind of important. Whatever, it's a long race. We're really quite low. Hopefully this is fine. I don't know. Hopefully this is fine. Here's our MVP. Nio, maybe? No, Solar Kill. Solar Kill. It's got to be Solar Kill. That was a really good Cassandra performance. We need to get some good skills like Ace. Did we get Swing Maestro? We did. Sweater out of. These are both really good, actually. Do we have enough for both? Do that. We have 100 points left. What do we have with that? Firm Conditions probably not bad. Maybe we do these two, actually. Wait, let me just check if it's, let me check the, what are the firm, okay, we go Firm Conditions, then we go for the, Firm Conditions, and we go Ramp Up, I think. Ramp Up's good. Yes, that's good. This is a long race. We have Swinging Maestro. We have our ult for regen. We will go pace. Might be a bit risky because late surge we only got a B in aptitude for, so I guess it's still better to go pace. When the longer the race is, the better it is to drop back if your stamina is like your gate. Bowling animation. I think Solo Kill should automatically be the MVP for every game NIP play, just a suggestion. He's considering that him and Lee were both on the EDG Doom squad and they did not look good there. There are another series of, both those two, Monkey and Vampire, have actually done much better after that team. The only person, I mean, obviously Fisher did a little better in LCK, but now he's fallen off again. The person who's really come off worse from that EDG Doom squad of 2024 is Clearlove as a coach, and now he's gone on to JDG, and they've been struggling. I really look at Clearlove, and I think there's some questions to be asked there. With time conditions always activate, so green skills always activate. They don't require wit or anything, which is kind of important. Okay, and now we're just hoping we get Swinging Maestro and a couple of regen skills. Ramp up is good. Ramp up is good. Not getting blocked by anyone, which is nice. We just really hope we get... Wait, did we roll Swinging Maestro already? It should be on this one, I think. Maybe? Long tracks tend to... yeah, there we go. We got Swinging Maestro, so we should be fine now. I'm trying to remember if... I think Swinging Maestro gives you 7% of your stamina back, something like that. Do we follow any sports, either stamina, right? We used to follow rugby a fair bit because... Oh, shit. Did I just... Oh, no, I didn't just skip. I thought I just skipped. Okay, and we got the ult as well, so we got a lot of stamina back comparative to where we were.
Is skipping bad?
I just like to watch the
That's
race.
fair.
And I think it's a bit more entertaining that way, which is quite a little bit in the pack right now. I actually wonder if we get boxed out here. Looking good, honestly. Yeah, we have to run through the middle of the pack now on the final corner. Oh, no, we're okay with it. It's okay now. And now we have the stamina to keep running. It's good. Yeah, the running animation sped up is very fun. Okay, we've got all of our stamina skills. Oh, shitting hell, that's actually that's fucking super creek. It's fucking bounding. Okay, cool.
What style of runner is your horse?
Pace Chaser. Yeah. I think there is a build which puts her into late surger because there are better debuff skills with that. But, yeah.
Not what you've gone towards.
Nah, I've still got some here.
哎，就是第二把要打得更加的果断一点。果然啊，其实前3把来看 NIP 还是有一些不错的中期优势的。那我们先问一下第2把当中，第2把的时候，其实在厄塔汉之后，你们拿到了不错的一个优势，但是会发现很焦灼，就这个大龙。
You have to pull Super Creek. Yeah, Super Creek. The thing is that you only have to pull one because you don't. The card is fine in terms of the actual stats it gives and blah blah blah, but you're really just using it as a gold skill bot, really. Now do this running in real life.
哦，这还是很果断啊，知道不好他该。
I used to be not bad at running.
所以利布就主动说呢，让自己找点机会去拉扯就好了，去点人。那来到第3把吧，第3把我觉得非常关键的一个转折点就是在第3条龙的时候呢，当时你找了一个位置怪绕，一波 W 把永恩顶了回来，然后大了回来，那波很关键，打出了一个人数差，随后拿下大龙就。
I think we actually, if it all else is we need a little bit more stamina. 300, 360 is not that great for medium races, but also our speed is It's not a great skill, by the way. You never really want to take that 21%.
之后的大龙前其实很关键，是一波英米哥的开车，中路找到了机会，抓住对方的卡莎。那波的主 call 是谁在做呢？
But I know I've said this before, but Nymaera Lion King is a hell of a username, by the way. What do you mean movement down? What do you mean? Oh, this double on this? Hell yeah, we take double.
今天刚在对问题的时候也说到，其实之前呢，你和利布也当过一阵子的队友了，在第3赛段当中呢，现在又 同样做了队友，而且现在战绩也非常不错，两个人怎么样？老友再次相见，再次做战友，现在感受如何？
Someone's made a Guy Fieri meme for Baldur's Gate.
That's very funny, Sam. That is actually quite funny.
Very entertaining.
We'll take a
希
recreation.
望你和 Live 的羁绊能一直保持啊，包括跟其他队友的羁绊也一直长存，然后 NIP 有更好的一个成绩。那还有一个问题想要问到，
we
今
can
天
take
的
energy
现
up from
场
this,
呢
I think,
也来了
actually.
非常多的粉丝朋友，尤其是最近吧，深圳确实
This is
天气不
stats
太
up,
好，
this is
一直
energy
都在
up.
暴雨，
We
暴雨
actually
来
go
支
for
持
the
你们，
energy
有
up
话想
here.
对粉丝朋友们
I
说。
know there's a chance we get it from the
辛苦粉
what's
丝
it call it
报
event
今
too.
天雨过来看我们比赛，记得带伞。
记得带伞，回去注意安全。最后
We
一个小
actually
问
do
题
need
吧
a，lot more speed.
过2天又要跟 TT
Sam
再次
talking from the
交
shallow
流
ramp. He's just
再
off
次
to the
相
side of the
遇
mic, and
也
it's
是
a
打一个
directional
非
mic.
常
You
配
know.
的作战，有没有更多的一个信心？
Why
能不能
is your
再次
mood
拿下
continually tanking?
争取
What more can I do
好
for
争取
you?
2比0拿下，那也希望后天深圳 IP 也有一个好的发挥。那我们的赛后采访环节呢，到这里也就告一
We
段
get the
落了。
claw
让我们一
machine?
起欣赏一段精彩的 Spotlight。
I can't remember what this is.
别点也是点了呀。
Power and wisdom or stamina.
3000秒是吧？
I think power and wisdom. I think we have enough stamina for now. We're actually
没有，我们
after the blast trainings we did, it was okay.
前面闪开，拉一下，拉一下，慢一点。
Okay, got the level up on the ult, which is good.
哎，这样能看了，3000我要关注了，打人哦，看情况。
He needs to train speed up a lot.
看这，来秒，走。
Solo Kill's been speaking. Yeah, because he's Solo Kill's Korean, right? Wait, is he Korean? Solo Kill?
一波了。
Why is your mood just continually tanking?
慢点。我想沟通。
What more can I do for you?
慢点，还是
I'm actually just gonna do this again. Like, please just get. Oh, Jesus Christ. War machine? No.
你们去看，别走，
I don't know what this is. I swear to God, man. I shouldn't be doing this much. Oh, I don't. Stamina and guts up for energy and wisdom. We actually go for the wisdom. The energy. Oh, we get the double on speed. Nice. That's good stats up. Where it helps the mood. It does a little bit, but it also it does a little bit, but I don't think it does that much, does it? People think it? Does that actually affect it? Because our wit's not bad, right? 300 is not bad for this point. Do we have anything that we want to get right now? That's fine. Straight away adapts probably. Yeah, we probably go straight away adapt. Wait, how many more longs have we got? This is medium, 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 long. Okay. We go for straight away adapt. Is vitality support related to the Shy? At first they were using Shy title. No. Fleshy's he's Turkish, right? One of the reasons he wasn't in LEC earlier in the year is because getting Turkish visas to work in Berlin is really, really hard actually. To work in the EU, it's really hard. Okay, we're in form there at least. Where are we? We are... Yeah, okay. Fun fact for need for power, let me think. So, fun fact about this game, this character is Agnes Tachyon. In real life, this character here, Daiwa Scarlet, is their son. This is a father and son duo. There are a number of them. This is Medora McQueen, fun fact about them. Their grandson is Goldship, one of the most famous characters in this game as well. You know, the crazy, fucking unhinged one which drop kicks you. Just in case you didn't know that. But yeah, so obviously this game has tried to like leverage the more famous stories within Japanese horse racing. But yeah, because like all of these are based on real life horses, but like there are only so many famous horses, right? So you have to use as many as you can. And yeah, Agnes Tachyon had like literally 2,500 children. 2,500 children, like that's ridiculous. Okay, yeah, we're in a good spot. So this is literally, in this final straight, the top, the front two runners here. Oh no, the super creep. Where is Daiwa Scarlet? Just down here, the one with the twin tails there. That is parent and child in real life. Yeah, Agnes Tachyon has like just like thousands of children. It's ridiculous.
Also, there's the anime has like a couple of movies about Agnes Tachion's career, which is kind of fun. I hear that's very good. Daughter. Oh, sorry. Daiwa Scarlet IRL is a girl. Cool. I didn't realize that. Cool. Good to know. Thank you. Thank you, Prefix. Humans try for a soccer team. I try for a horse army. We are not the same. Wait, so the kids. Jesus. Okay, maybe certain victories worth getting now. It's not a great skill. Oh, this will give us a mood up, actually, I think. This should give us a mood up. Nice, 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 nice. And we get the ult level up as well. What's percentage is that? 18%? I think we rest now, right? Unless there's a... There might... G2. No. In Uma Musume, if the ornament is on the right ear, they're a boy IRL, left ear girl IRL. Also, I think it's the difference between if they're wearing shorts or bloomers as well, but some of their outfits are a little bit different, I think. Sorry, what is this? What are they saying on screen here? Jackala versus Hope. Oh yeah, another matchup of Jackala versus Hope. These are the two oldest AD carries in the LPL. That is so funny. Someone said that Daiwa Scarlet's owner demanded that her chest be made bigger than Vodka's in-game. Otherwise, they wouldn't let her be in the game. That is so funny. Are you kidding me? If that's not a meme, that is genuinely like peak shit posting. That is so funny. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry, that's just so ridiculous. That's so funny. Do we actually... You know what? I'm actually going to go put some points into long on here. Because they have so... I think we actually go towards long now. I think we just... I think we just run a load of long races and we try and get the long... You know what? Yeah, you know what? That's what we'll end up doing. We're gonna try running for long races. We have like Swinging Maestro and we have like a level 4 ult. Let's just run a load of long races and go, because I haven't actually done the Euro finale as long runner yet. I don't think I've run enough long races to get into it right now because most of the campaign is medium. Late start's not fantastic, but we have enough system to make it work. By the way, when you're running optional races like this, as I'm doing right now, they are typically harder than your campaign races, typically. Swinging Maestro on the next corner, I think it is. I think it's this one, Swing Maestro, we get it, cool. And we get our ult, nice. And we get corner eyes. We got all of our skills active. A little bit behind the pack. Our speed's not fantastic. Having said, catching up with the pack, it's not awful. We've got enough stamina to like do a full like sprint on the last bit. Yeah, easy. Easy, easy. We have enough stamina, we got... This is why Agnes is actually very, very good for a, yeah. Wait, sadly that's a meme. The IRL Scarlet was just very muscular horse, so okay, yeah, right. That is a very... However, honestly, the story is more fun than the actual reality there, but that is often the case, sadly. We won by distance? Jesus Christ! Frickin' hell. Insane. Nice, 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 nice. We won't try and high roll on the energy. This gives us max energy up. I'm surprised. We've basically had no events with them before. Ooh. Double on that's not bad, you know. We don't have anything to really go through here either. Let's get another one. Yeah, let's go double on stamina here. Jackie winning worlds at such a long age. Yeah, that's true. That is actually very true. Jackalev was obviously very young when he came onto the pro scene. And now he's the oldest AD carry within the LPL. Do we have another long race to run yet? We do. I actually think we want to run a load of long races. Why not? Do we have enough long corners here? Long straightaways? Yeah, we do. Cool. Nice. The third position might not be bad to pick up as well at some point. Oh, Hope is older than by like 1-2 months. I knew that they were the two oldest ones. I thought Jackala was the older one. The G2, so it should be easier. Nothing related to League. Not because it's a G2 in League it's easy, you know. I'll be I'm sure they'll be very upset if I mention that. Because these are long races, I'll put them on 2 times speed, by the way, because otherwise they just take a while. Rushed is a bit annoying, though. Basically, when you're rushed, you use up more stamina.
But your whip means you're likely to break out of that more. Okay, we just got like all of our skills. That's really good. Just a little bit worried our stat. Just a little bit worried our speed's a bit low. But we are running long races. And it is like, you know, we're not running in G1 here. This is a G2, which is fine. Yeah, we just have stamina for days, which really helps.
LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛第
4
4周第2轮的第2场比赛，滔搏对阵 AL 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Okay, well, we're on to stage, folks, for our marquee matchup of the day. Okay, well, we don't want to run 3 in a row. We need to rest now, you know. Yeah, let's actually rest, because otherwise we'll have to, I swear to God. Whatever. Okay, we're getting to draft soon. So is this another series where top esports will be exposed? Well, top esports are in a weird spot, aren't they? Because they ended up 2-0ing JDG, but they got a bit blasted by BLG 2-0 just the other day, where Cream in particular was really exposed, and I think Crisp was, Hung was really exposed as well. There was a big, yeah, earlier I was saying that Crisp wasn't playing well. It's Hung. Hung in his last series was playing pretty poorly for top esports. Sorry, I misspoke the name just because it was, you know, long days and lots of words being said. Sometimes I mix up names. AL also beat BLG. No, they didn't. No, in this split, BLG beat AL 2-1, actually, in this split so far. This is going to be a pretty big one, folks. Top Esports, anyone's legend. Weird starts to the split. Top Esports, they have started 5-1, dropping 1 series, of course, to BLG. But they haven't looked fantastic in those series they've won. They've dropped 5 individual games, so they've dropped a lot of games. They've dropped more individual games than IG has, who are 7-4 in individual games. They've only played 1 last series, so top esports, they've lost quite a lot of individual games. They've had 2-1s against multiple opponents. We'll get ourselves into the draft. Mel Global banned because of a bug where she can randomly reflect Dragon Soul being applied to her. So when you get 4th Dragon as Mel, press W and weird stuff happens. There was a YouTube video about it. Aurora banned away. Varus Talia. The Aurora, the one which is not the priority one. Trundle, we're seeing that hit the ban list more and more. It just makes your drafts a lot easier in terms of getting something like a Scion if you need it. We still have Gwen, we still have Rumble, we still have Annie Wukong, still have Pantheon. There is a whole lot to be fought over here. Anyone's Legend were our best drafting team last split. I think that's not been true this split. I think actually BLG largely outdrafted them. In games 2 and 3 they did in their series they played against them earlier in the splits. Top Esports, they love to play their slow front-to-back team fights. 369 on a peeling tank. Jackalove on a longer range backline AD carry. That's been their style. They are the team that really does that in our league. WE, the other team that really does that. Occasionally TT as well, but really it's a smaller subset of our teams that like to play things slow, set up stats carefully around objectives. Anyone's Legend, they like to take an area, litter wards, back off, let the enemy walk into their vision and then pounce on them and kind of retake the site in kind of tactical shooter terms. Lucian banned away, that's a very different one. So now you have Gwen, you have Azir, you have Rumble, you have Pantheon, you have Wukong. Cream's Azir has been really criticized recently. Yeah. It's first pick for top esports, and you can hear the reaction from the crowd there. They are a little perplexed, and well, maybe you couldn't hear the reaction from the crowd there. It's a little bit quiet on our end.
Be interesting to track, and again, there has been. Hello, folks. I'm back. I was making tea. It was very nice. I've got peppermint tea.
Pantheon locked in here for Anyone's Legend, though. Very surprised that that wasn't picked or banned. The Lucian ban away instead of that. I mean, Jackalove is a good Lucian player.
Is this going to be the Talia's ban? Sorry, that would make picking Pantheon Talia hard by virtue of it not being available.
You still could go something like Rise or, Aurora's gone. Annie's not bad as well. So you have like this double, very easy kind of pick CC. Annie can stun someone into the Pantheon ult. The Pantheon can stun people and let Annie walk up for an easy follow-up CC as well.
Shanks looks a bit more awake today, at least. There was a wonderful image that Kitty posted about a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago, when AL first came back off there. And he had, I'm not even joking, he looked like a panda. The eyes were bagged. He'd been shopping and he'd picked up like 3 weeks worth of groceries kinds of bags. He was a very tired boy, looking a little bit more alive. See whether a little bit of time to resettle into things will give him a bit of a boost, because he's been a bit off, I think it's fair to say. Annie locked in, they got the good combo.
I like this Skarner. I like this Skarner a lot. Again, this is something which mainly Monkey on Team WE's been playing, really. But having a strong tank frontline for the Skarner, for the Azir to play around is really important. You can then also play the charcoal grilled skewers combo of the Skarner Rumble, where you have the Impale into the Flame Spitter of Rumble, which is a really nasty combo. You can do that. Choose the Gwen instead. I'm not sure if I love that.
Flandre's a pretty solid Rumble as well. I think he's also a decent Galio. So you could just Galio angle, have the double globals to get that into there. Although Galio into Gwen's not that great a matchup.
No. Realistically, you're going to be playing Jax, which I guess Flandre plays less of. You can play the Rumble, which is fine. You can play Jace as well if you want. And now you have to play... Now you have to play Azir into an Equalizer, which I don't love.
And it's double pick CC into Equalizer as well, because you get hit by one stun into the other, all the while you're basically just pinned on top of the red carpet, forced to endure the paparazzi for a little too long. It's a difficult place to be, to say the least.
Also, I think 369 is just a wonderful Rumble. I'm surprised they're not giving him the option to play around that. I think that Rumble Skarner is a better combo than Gwen Skarner. I don't think... Obviously, Gwen is powerful. That's not the problem. It's just thinking about later into the draft. Have you just given anyone's Legend extra tools to play against the AD carries that you want to play, for instance? So if you want to play Sivir, if you want to play Xayah, Rumble's great into them. I think that
Gwen... flavor of the month as well. Again, I don't think we'll have the most fun. At least you have got the dash once, but, if you've used it, it's not easy.
Exactly. The fact that you'd have to pop that is not fantastic, really. And Yunara doesn't really go that much sustain, so that can be a problem, too.
Still, I think back in the day, Kanavi was probably the best Skarner in the LPL. He was very good. I think at the minute, it feels like Monkey has been the dangerous Skarner out there when WE had been winning games, if not series. It's often been off the back of Monkey just being an absolute menace on the Stone Scorpion from Ixtal. Kai'Sa banned away from Hope. I think when you've already got the double... I mean, between the Equalizer and the Pantheon, you just have so much range to engage on someone. Don't give the Kai'Sa as easy follow-up. I think that makes sense. Sivir away from Jaculev, as you were saying, might have been a good third scaling pick to get for the 2-item mark. Renata as well makes some of those impressive bot lanes a little harder to come by.
Yeah, no take your daughter to work day with Azir and Sivir, the Shuriman dynasty. Yunara locked in for Hope. Now, I don't mind that, because there isn't as much backline target access from top Esports. Now, Gwen is pretty good into Yunara, because Yunara doesn't have much to say about Gwen running at them.
Yeah, I suppose just pray your Kanmei step from non-ulted E is enough.
I'm actually a little bit worried for the Yunara here, because Yunara's not great at following up engages. That's not her specialty. She's a little short range. If she has to dash forward, then the slapback's kind of nasty.
She's great anti-death ball, basically, from what we were hearing.
But I don't think that applies against an Azir that outranges you and a Gwen that has W. I don't think that counts as that.
We just saw 1xN clutch a very good late-game scenario of Xayah into Yunara, because Yunara has this issue again when the range isn't great, so she has to walk into the nest of the Xayah, and that's not a great lair to be in. Rel locked in for Kyle. When Kyle came on over to the LPL, we were saying, what do we watch out for? And Chronicler was saying, it's Rel.
Yeah, that being said, I have to say, look, if you're a top tier support, you're a good Rel player. There is no top tier support in the world right now which doesn't have comfort on Rel. Why is Mel banned? Because there's a bug with her W and Dragon Soul right now. It's a whole interaction. Either way,
I remember hearing you say it.
There's a whole load of weird stuff going on with that. And there's a bug basically when Mel claims Dragon Soul and she reflects it, it goes weird, basically. My issue with top Esports, they only have the single tank in their comp. I think that can be a problem. If Pantheon, Annie dunk down on that Skarner, I think things get actually a little bit difficult. There's only one tanky. You don't have a Scion, you don't have an Ornn or something like that. Even a tank support, you don't have something like that Alistar, right? Kanavi could be left alone on frontline duty, and there is damage on anyone's Legend, especially if you come into them. That can be a problem. I'm going to put 1 minute of ads on just to make sure we extend our pre-roll. Coaches will go with that fist bump, and we'll go into the game.
A very valid concern. Perhaps fact that they've got those 3 scaling carries, Vizier and Gwen and Xayah, maybe that's enough to come back and find their own angle. It's not like the draft doesn't have its own threats. If there was a weakness, I think Alex covered it very well there. There's our music as we prepare to load onto the Rift. The mid-game spike from anyone's legend. Pantheon Annie setting up. All the Rumble, the Nymaera to get snowballing, get very scary. Loving our Vaporwave soundtrack here as we go driving in. Not to Miami, but perhaps Summoner's Rift. For game 1. Let the crowds yell first, and we can continue breaking things down, shall we? The Gyos, not seeing anything super crazy here in terms of the summoner spells. Note that the Gwen has gone for the exhaust here. No grasp or anything like that as well. So exhaust into Rumble. That's often been one of those things where we've seen various kind of back and forth about how you play that. Rumble started running phase rush into Gwen, so Gwen started running exhaust into Rumble. When you've got that exhaust up, you can threaten the Rumble a lot more than you might otherwise with that phase rush. So when you do all in now with the needles and the exhaust, you can mitigate that quite well. Crash down early on from Kyle. Getting huge value, but the heal still forced from Hung. Now the barrier as well as Hope keeps stepping on forwards. Good empowered autos there. Barrier traded, but is largely for lane pressure. Still got that pot running, does Jackie, but is going to be losing control of this lane. Good work there from AL at that level 1 to do it. Extra summoner burned, but significant advantage game. Worth noting that Kanavi pathing away from bot lane. Known quantity he's doing that now. So that does mean that AL feel much more empowered to just keep this shove on going. I think they're going to have to try and pick up as much of this farm under the turret as they can. Anyone know this new champion? What does it feel like? Still kind of figuring that out. Her name is Nymaera. And she's sort of in this weird mix of a little bit like Sivir. I know there's been a little bit of discussion from a few of our friends saying she's a little bit like Released Kaiser in terms of the builds she goes for, but the play pattern feels quite different.
Yeah. Question chat as well. Is there no way to watch a specific lane? So, funnily enough, in the LPL, yes, there sometimes is. If you go look on Bilibili, the streaming sites, if you get yourself an account to watch streams on there, some people do actually have like the pro view of individual lanes. I think there are 2 lanes done, but sometimes there are other people who get a hold of others. So you can watch them sometimes. There are some POVs in there. Which at some point I'd love to do some content around when I'm not doing just infinite amounts of LPL content, really, which does other stuff. Tarzan using that E to get the move speed buff, actually. The empowered E does... By the way, empowered Mount Pantheon, kind of insanely broken in terms of the amount it gives him. Give him the move speed buff to get closer towards here. It doesn't have his passive fully stacked up now. We're going towards it now.
Oh, Jackie, that was very deep. Gonna have to force the cleanse. There's a bit of a stun onto Hung, who gets the grand entrance to buffer through some of that at least. So additional summoner burn. Tarzan doesn't really waste all that much time. We'll get onto that Scuttle Crab and feel okay about the choices made.
But the reason that Jackie Love has to blow that cleanse is because he's going down to put a ward, and you don't expect the Tarzan to be there on that exact timing. He uses the empowered E to get the move speed to get there like half a second earlier. Sometimes that stuff matters. Sometimes it matters an awful lot. Blows the cleanse there. Go mid now too. Does have that everything. Look, I don't think you really want to force a play here. The wave's pushing into Shanks. He's got a great wave situation right now. Cream needs to be respectful, of course, but I don't think really Shanks wants to go beyond the wave. Blow a bunch of HP potentially in mana. Would rather just hold this wave here if at all possible. He can clear it up and look for a teleport back into lane, but realistically didn't want to force too much and lose a good wave state.
But it's a good back spot there. You saw Tarzan with his second ward of the game, dropping it by Raptors. If you get the opportunity after your first clear, all junglers out there, to have a little look into the enemy jungle, Drop a ward by Raptors, drop a ward by Gromp. If you're on the other side, you can do it from across the wall. Really helps you keep an eye on where the enemy jungler is and where they're pathing. Can give you a lot of extra information to your lanes as well in terms of where things are going. Very valuable second wards of the game. Good crash down now onto 369. Ignite popped as well. Not really do all that much. Flandre on the other side also in danger, but Tarzan is still here off the reset. Jackie, remember, doesn't have summoners to work with. It's a kill onto Flandre. Oh, top Esports, you've overplayed that on the other side of the map. Electro Harpoon slow. Gonna get the Conqueror stack, gets over the wall, and Tarzan's not gonna burn the flash to keep chasing.
Kill over to Flandre's Rumble, though. That is a problem.
Oh, boy.
Navi a level up on Tarzan, though. He's been spending more time farming and gets the wall slam.
Does indeed, but I think Tarzan gonna feel okay-ish here. Still got the Aegis Assault, gets some damage down.
Okay,
Gets to block out a lot, and again, Cream roaming up, not enough of a threat, so Tarzan inverting his clear here, interestingly.
I was actually wondering with that HP chunk and with Cream on the map earlier than Shanks, whether there would have been an angle for Cream to push in mid and them to go to a Raptor steal, but I think with level 6 being hit by Flandre and Shanks, now a little bit risky. So instead they're going to go back towards the side of the jungle. 369 jumped on a little bit, but not going to lead to that much. The wave's pushing into him, he won't lose crazy amounts here. Hope, Jesus Christ, Hope is far ahead. The Xayah losing this wave here is horrific. Horrific.
Vision.
No, okay, look, it blocks the vision, but the ward goes dark. If the ward goes dark, because the control ward's put there, you know someone's over that wall. There's only one person that can be, folks. That is going to be Tarzan, because you see Rel on the other side. That's just them not checking that, not having their camera over that bush. Shanks, ooh, not quite shoved into turret.
Not quite. Now the turnaround comes on through, and Cream, without much mana, lead to all that much. Just trades of HP bars. Flandre potentially in danger. Has got the equalize. Will drop it onto the wave, but it's going to get dove on regardless. Into the wall they go. TP coming on through. There's Rel coming on up, but it's going to be a little too late. Clears the wave at the very least, Flandre, but can't do too much more. Tarzan gets the dragon on the other side.
Flandre gets the wave, won't be able to get the next one. No one can teleport up there, so the top is what's now going to be a wave up on the entire map. As you can see, Jackal of top, Cream mid, 369 bot. They're farming 3 waves at once. On the other side, Anyone's Legend. Flandre was dead, couldn't claim one of those waves, so Anyone's Legend have lost. I mean, I guess it's 150-ish gold for a wave, right? Something like that. Hang on a second, Gal has flash. Might have to use it here.
Yeah, it was by themselves. Has the flash, gets driven into a wall and just dies. Decides against burning the summoners, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose Kanavi could flash Impale to follow, but I would have thought you'd try and at least flow flash for flash there. Kyle fought out a little bit, and suddenly some gold back towards top Esports. Kanavi, who is one of the best Skarners within the LPL. He hasn't played it much recently, but he has had a good history on it. 2-0. Close towards what would be a Heartsteel on that first completion. Got the double giant spell, so it's quite hard to chunk through him now. And as the sole frontline, the fact that he's ahead means that Anyone's Legend, they do want to peel back and focus on Kanavi as first into the fight. I think it's a little bit harder to do now.
It is. Kyle, mid off his death. Didn't really find too much there. Game state remains pretty even now after that kill being picked up. 400 odd gold over to AL. It's a nice place for that. Of course, the big point of power is the fact that this Rumble is very ahead. About 700 gold versus the Gwen. Bot side as well, slight need for the Yunara, who hasn't necessarily gotten involved in many kills, but got a decent farm advantage. And that's been actually about half a level currently in the favor of Hope on this champion, who's actually going towards the Fam Scepter first. I wonder whether they're getting another one of those Blade of the Ruin King builds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised. Maybe he just wants the sustain from it, but I'm a little surprised. I think that
Might be a Chinese server thing.
maybe. But then again, the other ones that we saw, the first game we saw of it was going towards the Kraken Slayer, so it's not for everyone, but potentially yes. I think people have really figured out the builds yet. I don't know. I have to say I'm not entirely sold by Yunara. I feel like people who've won on Yunara so far haven't won because of Yunara. They've just won because they're an AD carry in a winning team and she's hit 3 items. And that's just the case for many of them right now. But I don't think it's a big difference between, say, Yunara and Jinx, or Zeri, or Aphelios, or something like that. Basically, just hit 3 items, you're pretty happy with things. I haven't seen the unique selling point of Yunara just yet. Shanks may be looking for Cream.
Get the Incinerate down. I always forget which way around it is. Is Incinerate Q or W? Who knows? One's Disintegrate, one's Incinerate.
I'm sure it's one of them.
Today, I'm going to determine that Q is Incinerate and W is Disintegrate.
And if they're wrong?
Then no, I'm not. I'm not.
No.
I've renamed it specifically for this game. You've all been given the heads up. That's due notice.
Yeah. Maybe we should name them, one of them flammable and the other one inflammable. Because they actually mean the same thing.
Wow,
but,
yes.
you know. It's just similarly confusing fire terminology. Fine, we're picking up this wave after the teleport. Anyone's Legend, despite the fact that Flandre died on that side lane and Top Esports picked up an extra wave from that, have been better at picking up waves across the lane swaps. We have Flandre, who's a little ahead of 369. Hope is a little ahead of Jackie-Love. Kanavi, he'll be fine. He can drive through the wall if he really needs to. And again, he's actually just there to pick up a Heartsteel stack. That's the actual victory. Unironically, I think pro players are actually quite bad at just taking small fights for the sake of getting a Heartsteel stack. And that can be enough in itself. Yes, you can sometimes slow down your clear speed, blah, blah, blah. But look, I've seen 30-minute games from players like Junja at Worlds at Play-ins last year who got
like no stacks.
Who got 0 stack, who got 1 stack in a 30-minute game.
It's just unacceptable.
This item does actually need to get stacks to be valuable, folks. Yes, it translates your HP into damage, but you need to be able to proc it to get value out of it rather than, you know, basically losing value on your gold, which could have been going towards more HP instead.
So, not really too... Hang on, actually, I say that. Shank's about to phase check. So, snip inside the hallowed mist. Shanks will get a phase rush. He phase back well. Exhaust coming on down there. Forces the flash. Needles working. I think 369 might be getting a lot of snipping value. Not quite the kill.
Shanks blows that flash in a single auto is the difference. That Pantheon ulting topside now. Oh, 369. It's not an honorable 1v1. The Pan Man cometh and takes down the Gwen.
That they do. Oh, Gwen, I thought you'd done it, but the Molten Shield came on through and was just enough to deny it. I think at that point, you just have to go 1 for 1, don't you?
Beware, the Pan Man cometh. I don't think you can go for 1. I think actually you probably still go 1 for 0. I think with Phase Rush active on Shanks, I think it's...
Hasn't it just timed out?
I don't know. I just look at this with the... Yeah, I just look at the tier 2 boots, the brown bags on 369. I just don't think you have the move speed for it. Molten Shield gives you the move speed too. So I think
you're right.
So you're level down, so you don't have your max Q. The W's used pretty early, and maybe that baits Shanks in. Tarzan heading topside while this play's happening, drops the ultimate there. But yeah, I guess the Molten Shield. Phase Rush just activates. You can't chase for the extra auto then. He misjudges it. 369 miscalculates the 1v1 and yep, hand on.
Indeed, the Pan comes on in and says, Theon! Afterwards.
Yeah, it's actually Pandatheon.
Pandatheon.
Specifically when anyone's Legends plays, Pandatheon.
He's not one of the Greyjoys, though. Not this time around.
Oh, Theon, yeah. Imagine if Game of Thrones actually had cultural impact anymore, Sam.
Wow, yeah.
Long gone are the days when I had blonde hair and was referred to as Targaryen. Yeah.
Well, there are dragons on the rift, but they're being killed, so that feels... I suppose.
Oh yeah, I guess they forgot about the plot device of, oh, there's a ship over here with a ballista on it.
Yeah, that's the one. It wasn't a great plot device.
It was pretty bad actually. All in all,
it wasn't a great plot device. 369.
Getting bullied out.
Damage.
He's really getting bullied out by Annie now. Shank's playing well in that top lane matchup, and you know, the more I think about this, the more I'm just like, why didn't you pick the Rumble for yourself? I think it's much easier to play around side lanes with. Pantheon,
bang.
Yeah, it uses the Empower Q to. That's what he does every time he.
Yeah.
It's like a Pokemon where it just is Pantheon, Pantheon.
So exactly, so like right hand is Pan and the other one is Theon. So when he jumps, it's Pan. When he lands, it's Theon.
Does he have, you know, the thing tattooed on the knuckles?
Yeah.
It's like Pannthon. Panthon.
Yeah, basically he has the T on what the other hand doesn't quite fit.
Right.
So it doesn't quite work. It's really embarrassing.
It's like that dude which has the no regrets tattoo in the middle of his chest.
Yeah.
Just completely typo.
There's something quite entertaining about it. If that's it, you could just pretend that's ironic.
I don't think you can anymore. Protobelt built up with Flandre on the Rumble first, interestingly. Not going towards the burn item first, and also not going towards something like a Bloodletters. When you have double AP solo, and it's typically what you go towards. And when you're against a Skarner, which you'd like to be damaging through first, a little surprised at that, but... Of course, Protobelt never been a bad item on the Rumble, just surprised to see it. Swifties, Protobelt, that's a hell of a lot of mobility for Flandre's Rumble, so keep your eyes on that. That does change the way he plays the game. Less about the ultimate teamfight damage, more about individual agency, being able to escape stuff like, with the Swifty boots, you know, it's crazy, right? And Phase Rush. He's going to proc so much move speed that hopefully he can get out of Feathers or Skarners engages and stuff like that.
I actually also had this conversation when we loaded onto the Rift before we saw item builds. I was saying, look, we saw this kind of Gwen v Rumble evolution, the arms race there, where initially Gwen would get a lot of advantage, and then the Rumble started running Phase Rush to escape the Gwen all-ins, and then Gwen started running Exhaust to manage the Phase Rush. But now adding in a Rocket Belt and Swifties, I actually think that helps manage the exhaust slowdown, so you can still run away. Now Shanks potentially in danger. Exhaust comes down from Kyle. Hung looking for an engage. Doesn't quite land the quickness until now onto Shanks. Now Shanks, I think is just likely in danger. The Impale will be able to come on through. Heartsteel proc is good. Finally Kyle goes on in. I don't think they're going to find all that much value here.
Not sure about using the ult there, Kyle. I think you just leave your mid lane here and you leave. Shanks, his flash was just about to come off cooldown. Couldn't quite get it in time for that play. The exhaust was used from the spellbook from Kyle. Sadly, doesn't get any value from it. And Kanavi, 3 kills on the board, another Heartsteel stack. Kanavi versus Tarzan, a crucial part of this matchup. And Kanavi is winning out the jungle matchup right now.
Hope is here with Tarzan, and Hope got the first item completed in the form of that Blade of the Ruin King, as we were saying. Again, I suppose you are into this Skarn, who's likely going to be one of your first targets. A Riftmaker build on the Gwen. I can sort of see the ability to just chunk through the Skarner's HP pool being potentially valuable, I guess.
Look, we'll just see the DPS check when it comes after you. Losing out on a lot of crit, which can be quite poor at points. Good damage from Tarzan onto Hung. And Tarzan, yeah, he does have teammates behind him in a way that Kanavi doesn't quite have right now.
Judgment was used there briefly. That's the kind of non-ray.
Yeah, the spinning prey thing gives the slow and the AoE damage. Herald started up. Top East, they want to contest this. Now, typically, Top East would like getting to an objective first, setting up, sitting around the pit, and then playing a front to back around it. If they're second to the objective, they're less likely to contest. They much prefer having control over it. They'd rather give up objectives than fight against the setup. So, with that in mind, they'll go towards the bot side, invade, try and get Kanavi some extra resources. Let's be honest, if Kanavi is ahead of the game on something with agency, Kanavi is a hell of a good player to rely on. For the longest time, Kanavi and Tarzan have been the LPL junglers to keep your eyes on. Of course, you've had players like Tien, Jeje, and occasionally players like Shun and the like too, in around that conversation. But in any given time over the last 3 years now, since 2023, 24, and now 25, the 2 players you keep your eyes on in regular season and beyond that are Tarzan and Kanavi. These guys have warped the LPL with their dominance and their ability to control the map, to start off plays, be the tip of the spear for their team. And that's why I'm always excited to see these players. You know, we've seen Kanavi go internationally earlier in the year at first stand. Wasn't his best showing, wasn't Top Esports' best showing. They've made a change in that support role. Hung came in for Chris, they switched over. Tarzan had a really good showing at MSI in our international break between the splits as well.
I mean, arguably, he was the best jungler at the tournament.
Arguably. I think when I had like my all-pro, like my team in the tournament for MSI had Tarzan in it. Now, I think there's some arguments for players like Owner as well. I think Owner's a very good player or whatever. But for me, I think Tarzan was just more important to his team, and he was game warping in the way that he played through it. So a flash is available on Hope and Kyle. They didn't get that much here. They do get the knockup. Kanavi would have had to get that immediate wall stun afterwards. Herald in mid lane. Not enough to take down the tower in one. He will take a good chunk out of it. Dragon spawning, so using the Herald as a counterweight. Herald's pushing in mid lane, which means that Top Esports can't go towards the Dragon.
They've got 3 grubs as well, so a lot of those mites available if they can get a hold of autos. Obviously not going to happen right now. Kyle at about half. A bit dicey for them. May need to reset Flandre there. Potentially a really good angle here for an equalizer. Gonna stick around.
Yeah, but like his equalizer's not his power with this build. It's actually much more about his own kind of overheating, getting the phase rush to keep his auto attacks from his overheat down. He doesn't have a Leandries, doesn't have a Bloodletters. God damn, that's a lot of objective damage. That Dragon is getting absolutely shredded. Top Esports, can they get back in time to wave clear mid? That's going to be a problem. AL might have just set up a bit of a trap here for Top Esports. I think they'll just take the tower.
Hang on, Equalize's going to come on down. They're going to get to the backside. It's onto Cream, so he's going to be denied for getting on in. Jackal flashing on outground. Starfall comes on top of Cream, who does shuffle away. Footwork getting into the backline is Tarzan with a shield ball. Throws down the Aegis Assault. Hung, the battle dancing in. Got so much value. Will finally go down. Impale is going to get value. Gwen traded for Pantheon. Health bars low. Generally speaking for Top Esports. Shanks looking for potential angle. With the flash! Disintegrates! Darth Vader and Boba Fett at arms. They find everyone! Top Esports turned into the bottom.
Anyone's Legend lay a trap for Top Esports on their way back from the Dragon to mid lane, and they spring it shut with great execution. Shanks with the flash to kill both the carries really seals the deal as Top Esports. Before that, I thought they were in a great spot. They slaughtered that Dragon. Very good DPS. But Anyone's Legend, great thinking on the fly to make sure that Top Esports couldn't comfortably set up for a front to back. Jaculov should never really be the person walking through this choke point. Ends up having to flash and ult very early, losing a lot of his HP, and he's not there really to DPS now at that point. Gets jumped on by Tarzan. Basically, his HP is completely gone. Same with Cream. The HP being so low on the carries makes it so much harder to play through. Shanks They lose a little bit of vision on him. They stack up as the duo, and that's just it. Shanks finds the angle. Oh, Jackie and Cream want to stick around to do extra damage. They just can't afford to do so on that kind of HP. You have to take the one kill and out.
Flandre got out at the back end of that as well with an insane scrap shield in the flash out. I thought that Hearthstone was going to be enough. It's not, and now the gold leads are really in. Hope and Flandre both giga-fed now.
That is the kind of team fight which is just top draw. It's thinking on the fly. That is not a we plan to do X, Y, Z in however far in advance. That is only really possible when you're like, okay, we're going to set up a couple of tools for ourselves. We know they're going to have to walk through choke points. We're going to have Kyle on a flank. We'll figure it out as we go along, but we're confident in the tools we set up for ourselves. Anyone's Legend, really thinking well on the fly there. Every member committing very well to splitting up top esports backline from their front line. And now they have, as you were saying, very fed carries now at this point. Flandre in a great spot, going towards the Zhonya second. Interesting. I thought it'd be the Shadow Flame second in, but he's going really for this kind of like the Golden Flame Spitter build.
Try and get around the corner and does so. Good work. 3,000 gold lead right now for AL. Flandre with the equalizer down, traded out for the Needleworks. Scrap shield away from that as Hung will battle dance out to the back end of it.
And the more I look at this top lane matchup, why didn't they just take the Rumble, man? You are much more comfortable with the Rumble side of that matchup. I think 369, his Gwen has not impressed me this year, whereas his Rumble has. I'm surprised at this. I'm surprised that we called it out before. Flandre, standing and fighting pretty damn well. I mean, the W wasn't bad there from 369. The equalizer basically doesn't get any damage through. That's Khan. Started up. I'm not really sure how serious AL are about this.
No, if he can drive through the wall as well, keeping Skarner out of the pit from this side of the map can be very tricky.
Well, into Khan, it may strike again. Shanks, no flash. Cream closer to the Annie than potentially you'd like to be. Teleport up from the Gwen. Rumble to that from the bot side. His equalizer's not up just yet. Remember, this build is less about the equalizer, actually more about his just regular flame spitter overheaty stuff.
Oh, Flandre, remember, doesn't have the equalizer. Will rocket belt away. Karzan, though, in danger. Doesn't have the flash. Gets driven into the wall. Hope, though, because Prime Free Fire has gone and made sure he transcends oneself. The Azir gets the Pantheon, but into the backline, Gwen gets the Rumble as well. That's just a little bit too far from AL.
Great engage from Hung and Kanavi. I think in their last series, Hung was really struggling to land engages. He was pretty hard diff by On, but that's a much better look in from him. 0, 1, and 7. One more to go. Spartan. Kyle goes for the engage on the other side, but he's gone way too deep.
Hope's trying to get Valley, but again, doesn't have the ult. Flashes on in. Does get the Skarner knocked up by 2. The grand entrance is AL's exit. They're all gone.
They're all gone. Jaculov uses the ult to make sure that Shanks goes down. Cream also dies, but the DPS is done. And it's not like you need to have everyone alive like the Baron when the objective goes down. They will claim the feathers and top esports around the Atakan, get themselves well back into the game. Anyone's Legend can't lay a trap well enough this time as they did around the last dragon.
Look, Hope, remember, burned his ultimate in that last play. Didn't have it here. He didn't have the equalizer up at the same time. We'll have a look again because AL start this one here. Flandre kind of gets a little bit caught out bluntly. They sort of jump at him and he rocket belts away, but it leaves Tarzan, who was trying to collapse to save, out to dry.
Yeah, you can't fight around that choke point. Picture in picture. 1v1 between top lane and jungle. 369 dodged away from the Comet Spear. Tarzan not able to make up for his earlier mistake. But yeah, jungle support engage. Very nice from top esports there. And this Skarner is a huge freaking issue. The Skarner is so hard to take down. And yeah, it's decent DPS from Hope and Shanks. And Hope flashes forward, but all he ends up doing is, he ends up taking down the jungler. He ends up losing his summoners and dying. Yeah. I think that's a bad decision there. Next fight, what happens if Rakan gets the ult combo onto you and Kanavi follows up? You will not have those summoners to protect yourself around this dragon now.
I get that if you'd he was about a pixel flashing out so that the Azir wall doesn't hit him at all, and he gets like another auto.
I'm not going to lie.
He might still die.
I'm not going to lie. He's still dead, and you've still blown your summoners.
And again, no ult available. So like, you're not. If you're doing that with ult up and running, then maybe that looks different. It doesn't quite. But again, it's there's a little bit of Zeri energy with Nymaera sometimes. If you don't have the ult, your damage sometimes just isn't quite the same.
This was what happened in the 1v1. Tried to cancel a recall out, but actually 369 standing and fighting well. We quite got a called out. The Gwen for not being that effective earlier. Finding out the... hang on a second, this is a very low dragon. It's gone down. Top esports get the second of the game.
They do indeed. On towards potential blue buff in bait, but Tarzan will pick that one up and back away. Gold is pretty much even, actually, to be fair. But the last few moments have been a bit awkward from anyone's Legend. Makes this mid-game pretty interesting, because again, you've got the Gwen, the Azir, the Xayah. Those are some quite important carries to get items on, I have to say.
Top esports, I think they're slotting into a bit of a comfort zone now. 2 dragons. got a Fed backline Fed line carry in the Azir. You have Kanavi in a great position to control how the game plays out. That is always a terrifying thing. Regardless of the former top esports, if Kanavi has tools, he can do special things.
100% KP alongside Hung as well, right? That's a big deal.
Yeah, the jungle support really playing well today. I think against BLG, that was a bit of a problem point for them. I think that Kanavi largely outvalued Shadow in that series, but Shadow did well to have impact from behind the game. Tarzan will have to find a way to do that. But I think Hung was really difficult on. We mentioned that already, but I think this is a better series from him already now in this first game. Has Flash, has Ghost. Man, if he has ult and Ghost, jump out onto him. Flandre's walked up too far now. Has Flash, might be forced to use it.
Will work, trying to phase rush out. Damage comes on forwards. There's a bit of a stun, trying by stun, but Kyle cannot do enough. They'll try and get some value, but Flandre's a dead mecha. Kyle will flash one out. I'm not talking about the Oiler in chat.
Yeah, he's a bit more like a Zaku than a Gundam in this one. He's destined to fail. Gundam fans out there know. Yeah, justice for Zaku's, by the way. They're really cool, Max. Teleport in coming in from Shanks. Has Flash, has level 14 and 2 items. He is a threat, actually. How much damage can he get done, though? Flandre not being there really hurts their damage profile.
Wrapping around, gonna face check Shanks, who gets a fair amount of damage down onto that Azir. Ow. Managed to get away, loses about 2/3 of the HP bar, and that might actually prevent the Baron.
Cream, what is that face check? Come on, man. That is a genuine Baron angle with Flandre dead. Now, with him resetting, there's no real chance to do much outside of that. Shanks has himself Flash for a stun. Potentially could keep going forwards as well with Kyle just around the corner. Cleanse on Jackie meant it was a bit harder to do. Hope able to get the end of turret. This is all coming from Cream. Not having a great fight, Kanavi caught out.
Trying to catch Hope, but that means actually AL turn onto the river. They're TPing in themselves. The Rumble coming across. 367, look at flag angle. Magnet Storm crashed down. Jackie Love immune to the stun by making sure he goes to the sky. The Grand Starfall trying to bring down the Zaya. Bird skewered. All the while Flandre trying to run away. Needlework going on down. Flandre goes golden for a moment or two. The Arc of Judgment and Ruin. Disintegrate comes on top of the Azir, who is incinerated, turned to ashes. And they come away with 3. They lose Flandre on the TP, but the damage is done.
3 for 1, and all of this comes off of Cream's face check into Shanks around the first Baron start. Top Esports go from a winning position around the objective to a harsh losing one as Cream loses too much HP to be on the field. Top Esports will be able to get the mid lane out of turret, I think, with the Nash's Tooth Gwen hitting away on it, but losing the Baron is a devastating blow to Top Esports. Anyone's Legend take a great play out of Fog of War from Shanks to transform into a choke point team fight into the Baron, and now they're ahead of the game.
369 teleports trying to catch Yunara out as she's shoving up for this tier 2, but all the while just jump on the other side.
So this is after Cream had made the mistake. Kanavi is pretty tanky. He isn't that dismayed by this kind of play. Hung bad engage, forces his team to over-engage into that choke point. Kyle, great engage for once from him, actually. Kanavi gets blasted here, by the way. He gets hit by the center of the Pantheon ults, which means that he basically gets an extra Pantheon Q onto him. He struggled to have much impact this game, actually. The Zyre is quite far behind. I don't think this is necessarily... This whole sequence of events is not Jackie Love's fault. It's really on Cream putting him into this position, but sadly for him, he just doesn't have the gold to stand and fight.
Indeed, and again, 369, because they were on that flank, and it was, in one way, would have been a great flank. It's a lot of the damage as well. If he's not there doing DPS, it can get a bit trickier. He's actually played a pretty mean Gwen game after the early stages, and despite the sort of arms race we were chatting about with exhausts into phase rush, into Swifty's rocket belt to manage it, you know, all of those kinds of advancements you see as a matchup develops over time. It feels like at this point the Gwen is still scary, and again, hasn't broken the game as yet. So what the Baron can do, giving AL gold lead for now, but Cream getting a good shove up here, can get some damage down. I think Flandre was very easy to equalize the wave, but worse.
This is not bad, actually, from Top East. The tower's going to be done before. They don't want to use it. They will need to keep the equalizer up for the next dragon is what they want to do. They'll trade turret for turret, but is an inner for outer. I suppose the outer turret being on the side of the map, which will be fought around next for that dragon, is a bonus for anyone's Legend. The top lane inner turret is often known as a bit of a luxury tower, because it doesn't really impact the way that you set up the map that much. Top Esports held on to their top lane outer turret, by the way, which is kind of insane given how late into the game it is. Top Esports will get some respawns through. Down from Kyle. There's an Infinity Ashes built from Hope. He's going to try and find Grand Starfall come through, equalize it. The choke point means that Jackie is struggling to get forward to get value. Will try and root it. Flandre doesn't quite. Skarner is eviscerated. Shanks over the wall. Gets on the Jackie. Finally goes to the cover. The Venator means nothing. Another stun. Goes golden. Shanks with a glorious angle. 367 will at least bring down Yunara, but it's in a 1v3. How much more can they do? Quite a lot. I think if they can get a Q off, but no.
no! Is taken out all the while. Cream does bring down Shanks. I think it ends up being a 3-for-2 in favor of AL.
Yeah, both carries go down from Anyone's Legend, but they do manage to take out 3, and they'll get the Dragon. So Anyone's Legend get what they came for. They'll get the Dragon and get their second of the game. Stop Top Esports from getting their sole point, their third. Top Esports caught out again in these carries. Anyone's Legend have been doing a magnificent job of shutting down the Xayah. The Xayah is really struggling to teamfight. Jaculov ends up walking onto a bit of the equalizer there, sadly, and then Shanks just obliterates him. He doesn't have cleanse, he has ult, but this is one of the reasons why Annie can be quite good against the Xayah. You can come out of Fog of War, very hard to react to that in time. It's pixels off, you know. It's good turnaround back from Cream and Hung back onto Shanks, but the damage is done. The 80 carries down. Top Esports don't have much to play around there.
Nearly managed to pick up Hung at the back end. That kind of cleansed to switch out and find a bit of space. Hope picked up the Infinity Ace before that and suddenly gets to unleash onto the Skarner and got a lot of autos down, who's not got a lot of armor stacking, so percent HP damage does quite a lot there.
And also, like in chat as well, there's a term which we've been trying to, you know, brainwash you into using on the channel, which is full contact team fights.
Indeed.
I see you using a chat now, so it's working. Full contact team fighting in plays like that is basically when both players, it's kind of like a race in chess to win material, where you decide to trade heavily and say, look, I'm going to kill your AD carry, you're going to try and kill mine, and we're going to see if we can take another piece off the board at the same time. Plays like Shanks going into the AD carry and saying, I might die for this, but I'm taking the AD carry, that's the kind of thing which LPL has typically succeeded at. BLG, Anyone's Legend, both teams which are very, very good at that. Top Esports, typically, not a team which buy into that, but when you have the... Sam, for some reason, is shuffling around the microphone.
My wheels got weirdly aligned, so I had to get myself resolved. But we're all in a good spot. I do apologise for that. I was thinking, why am I suddenly getting a back pain? It's because I was looking at the screen at a really weird angle, so I'm trying to resolve it between fights. Infinity Edge is now done for Dracula, by the by. That's the 3-item breakpoint, and I'm also going to call out the Azir. Nearly at death cap, got the arm guard. I think if Cream can buy a bit of time here, they could still well be in a very good spot, Top Esports. Don't sleep on where they're at in this game as yet.
Question in chat, who has the better late game? Well, I mean, Xayah, Azir, Gwen, they scale pretty damn heavy. With this build from Flandre, I think it actually cuts the scaling of this equalizer quite a lot. It's not about the burn, it's much more about your 1v1 versus the Gwen. I don't think Flandre's had the best game, actually. The overlay's broken, by the way, so it looks like we're back to classic ones. So we won't see the individual gold lead, but Flandre is actually a little bit behind of 369. Itemization from Hope is really good right now, almost a full item up over Jaculov, but Jaculov does have 3 items. This is the Xayah craziness breaks point.
Dead cap done for the Zip,
which is also huge as well. Has Seekers, importantly. That can stop out something like a big Rel engage. You can stop out Pantheon stun or something like that.
That's why. Thank you very much for that really helpful first message, by the way.
Sorry, that's a really good point. Yeah, I was looking at the overlay. It's really hard to track everything. Top Esports do have a 3rd dragon. It wasn't showing. That's huge. Why the hell was that not showing? Cream, on that top side, that makes that last dragon play even more important.
Very significant. You're right.
Thank you so much there. The NFL on Fox. Appreciate you in chat there. Yes, the 3rd dragon was there for Top Esports. 2nd for Anyone's Legend, of course. And Top Esports will try and claim that a little later on. Will be a genuine win condition for them. Infernal Soul is no small thing against quite a squishy team from Anyone's Legend. They're not that tanky, and there's a lot of damage flying around the map.
Again, Nymaera going towards a 4th BF sword item. Let's see what that ends up being.
Either Bloodthirster or the GA, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, is there anything else the BF sword builds into at this point? I'm sort of...
those are the 2 big ones. Really.
Yeah, Essence Reaver doesn't.
Nope, that's the 2. If you're an AD carry, it'll be Bloodthirster or it'll be GA, one of the 2. Tarzan, spot on the top side, has level 16, so he's got himself that extra passive 30% armor shred, and you know, the ultimate is a little bit more powerful as well. Top Esports doing a good job of pushing across the map, you know. They're not that far behind in gold. You can only see it's 1,000 gold the difference.
Very manageable.
The top of the screen. Baron started up. Kanavi can tank this for a decent while.
Disappear as well. Remember how much DPS they have here. They're going to try and turn around with the Hungry Flashes away, but that's only the support. That's not really going to be anybody in the pit. Tarzan flashes in! Doesn't get the secure. Now he's into the pit. Does not quite go down. Impale comes on top of him. Got the GA to work with. Baron is Top Esports nonetheless. Cal tries to get to the backline. Cream on top of the equalizer. Stuns up. Flashes out. Big engage in the backside. The quickness comes on that, but they're still going to lose. Jackie Love with the feathers! Hope is dead! Hope is dead! And Anyone's Legend! No one's fools! Top Esports, make them laughing stocks.
The Anyone's Legend cartographers right on the map. on the round the Baron pit. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. They flash into the pit. Hope tries to flash forward to kill Cream. Doesn't manage to do so, and it's another game where late game Nymaera just cannot match the promise of someone like the Xayah and the Azir. Top Esports outscale, outfight, win game 1.
It's a wonderful game, exciting, back and forth, and in the end, Top Esports hit their break points. We wondered whether it would happen at 34 minutes in with a broken hand. Top Esports are looking to end this one in decisive fashion around the Baron.
Top Esports, they managed to scale into the game. A wonderful game from Kanavi on the Skarner, holding the front line shut. And eventually the game is decided by the carries of Top Esports having a better position to play from. I really don't like seeing the Nymaera without a platform to play around. She is not good at going forwards. We saw multiple times Hope flashing forwards into the team and choosing and not doing that much in the team fight. Jackalope, much better in that last team fight than Hope could manage to on that Nymaera, and it was called out in chat there as well. The later the game went, the more powerful that Gwen got in the backline too. The Gwen, fantastic at diving as the enemy team dives into your team too. That full contact style we were talking about earlier. As Top Esports take a win against our reigning champions and anyone's legend.
Yeah, and again, look, great early game from Kanavi. Got a bit worried when Flandre started getting some of those early kills, when Hope started getting those early kills, but then slowly you realize, wait, hang on a second. For all that Shanks has managed to find some really clutch team fights, AL didn't get the neutral lead. Didn't manage to get that much gold. Top Esports did manage to scale. 369 became absolutely terrifying in that backline alongside all of those good early plays from the jungle support, and it wasn't enough. And you know, there was good surface level stuff from AL. I don't want to say they had a bad game, because I actually think this was a really entertaining game, but the decisive win never really happened.
Anyone's legend down 0-1. They've already lost the series to BLG. They've not looked fantastic or comfortable coming back from international break of play. And there were some things being said around, you know, different bits on Weibo saying, well, maybe some of these teams, I know that Bin potentially as well, a couple others are basically saying, like, look, second split, it's not a real LPL championship. We'll come back, and technically, it's not technically right. They gave them a different trophy. It's not the Silver Dragon Cup. It's not the thing which qualifies you to Worlds. We'll just take it seriously in summer. I wonder how much of that is true. I wonder how much is burnout from anyone's legend, failing to adapt to the bits of the meta as well. Some priority champions have fallen off a little bit. And some of us are raised up in priority. Anyone's Legends drafts look worse to me. I think that they've had some brief moments of fantastic team fighting and macro play, but clearly Top Esports are starting to lock in. Clearly BLG are as well.
I mean, maybe this is Hopium, maybe this is Copium. I was chatting with Peter Dunn, and Peter was saying, look, often what happens is after you go to international, basically you don't scrim for a week, if you can help it. And you have a really crap start to the split, but bluntly, you need the break, so when you do start grinding and doing your 9-game days, you aren't burning out and you're peaking at the right time. You need a little bit of time where you're not doing all that much and not doing League of Legends, so you can actually ramp up when it matters, especially in something like the LPL where things get very, very tight. I think AL come back. They are looking a little bit off sorts. This was better. I think the early series in particular, Shanks looked really off. It wasn't hands I had questions with so much this game from AL. On the whole, more some decision making. Even then, some of the decision making was great. This was a wonderful play, for example.
This is a play that only anyone's legend will make in the LPL. Kind of give up the dragon, force the trap on the way back in, and look for the fight on the exit from the objective, knowing the Top Esports won't give it up. Or give up the mid late turret easily. Okay, folks, we're going to get into a break. By the way, if you're watching this, by the way, my name's Nymaera. This is Initialise. We're brothers. We cast the LPL together, and we have done for the last 2 years, basically. Back when last year, half the games of LPL weren't streamed. This year, none of them are streamed officially. There is no official broadcast, so
it's us.
We're professional casters. We love the LPL. I've cast the LPL since 2023. Why not us? Why not do it? And if you're enjoying it, please drop a like, subscribe, follow. All those good things that helps us keep doing what we're doing, because this is effectively our job, and it's hard to make things work. So any kind of support does make a lot of difference as well. We're going to have a bit of a break now. I'm going to play some horse games. Sam, can I have another copy, please?
You may.
Thank you.
I shall arrange it.
Okay, let's go play some of this. Brothers Against the World, heck yeah.
Remember the Kofi link?
Oh yeah. If you'd like to donate as well, we do have a Kofi as well. A couple of people have been very generous. Am I gonna get banned for saying we have BB-Nos and Legolas casting right now? No, that's fantastic, Aquarion. That's peak comedy. BB-Nos, Baby No Money, goddammit, and Legolas.
Okay, that's really bizarre. As of
18 minutes ago,
Yeah.
my friend of mine, Dr. Asman, if you follow him on TikTok, he's
Yeah.
someone I used to go to uni with.
Yeah.
He does some really cool medical advice stuff.
Yeah.
Just said, "Oh my god, you do look like Baby No Money in this photo." Ha 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 ha.
Ha 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 ha
So
ha ha.
I'm not even joking. I get this all the time.
Yeah.
So you are the third person today to say that to me.
You know, I'm quite sad. I had like a 10,000, 20,000 view video on TikTok, which was mentioning Baby Nos. They didn't reply. I did. I feel like I'm the one person that missed the Baby No Money in my comment section. Where are we? Where are we? Right there. Family Edition's cool. I just saw you on karaoke on Instagram. Yeah, that was fun. It was for a friend's birthday. I'm actually okay at singing when I try it. Every so often. Is this a long race? I think this is a long race. Okay, corner edits. We should be getting, I think it's swinging Maestro on the next corner, I think. This isn't been a bad campaign, actually. I guess we're swinging for the 9-star, and we're trying to get the long URA finale, so I might need to run another, game. Nice ramp up. Yeah, we're in really good position. We're a pace chaser, and we're like equal with the leading pack. That's really good. The greatest horse trainer is Alex. I am standing on the I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. You were just talking about being blonde. You'd be Legolas if you went back to that. I look far too like Viserys or Rhaegar Targaryen from Game of Thrones. Yeah, it's actually kind of uncanny how much I look like that. Do you have a decent club for shoe trading and monthly rewards? I have a club. I don't know whether it's a decent one. I probably do need to look for a better one. You stay back, gold ship. You stay back, gold ship. Gold ship. Okay, we good. Yeah, I am kind of I'm probably shopping around for a better club at this point. I can show you mine at some. I'll show you after the campaign. You can trade cheese. Yeah, as part of your club, you can trade cheese. Not that I like need them that much. I run so many campaigns. I don't really need so many. I'm pretty much like constantly at 0 energy because I'm constantly running campaigns and going through them quickly. Yeah, this is good. Okay. Desk lady looks like she's commentating for the horse game. It does a little bit. That's very funny. That is very funny. I actually appreciate that a lot. What do you have? You had corner adapts, right? Do we already have corner adapt? I think we do. We want to go for the friendship training. We rest and recreation here, I think, actually. Yeah, we get the mood up from that. That's nice. And it's, wow, 369 gets the player of the game. I guess we really overlooked his, some of his, contributions to the game. The type mathematical sound. Is energy up? No, is this no? I don't think this is energy up. Stamina. Okay, that's good. Not bad. It's not bad. The next one's a long race. We might run a race next turn if there's a long one to do. This is a width up event, yeah. 23%. I actually want to run some more races. When just cut this Yunara end paper? I mean, it's so unplayable for the Yunara end. I actually think late game Yunara is a bit of a bait. I just haven't seen that champion do that much work. I don't think I take the 23% chance. We'll go for a wood training. I joined a random one, but it's I don't think it's very active. But I don't even know. But yeah, I probably will forget about this if you ask me on stream because I'm trying to keep too many plates spinning while we're streaming. But yeah, if you find a good stream, then let me know. Maybe I should go for the double stamina. Double stamina is good here. Yeah. We want to go for long fight. I mean, we're not going to actually have that great stamina for long races, by the way. You need like 800 and we've not trained for that very well. No, but real credit to 369. I've not been a fan of his Gwen this year. Ooh, this isn't bad, you know. This is actually not bad at all.
%10 crit damage is not that much. Yeah, which is why we've seen some like we've seen some Shadow Flame builds, which I think are more successful, honestly. Oh, this is a wait, this is a medium race? Huh. Yeah, no, I want to say I'm more in clubs for the for like the club point rewards and stuff, really. I do have people using my horse in my clubs. That's not bad, at least. Where are we? We are here. I'm gonna need to run. I don't think I can get the long URA for now, by the way. Not sure. Nice, we got like all of our skills. Yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling. Chilling with the chilling. Oh my god, do you think they'll add BoJack Horseman to this game? Guys, do you think they'd add BoJack Horseman so Yuma Musume? Do you think they would do that? Could you imagine, like, all of, like, the horse girls, and then the one horse guy in the game is literally just a fucking bipedal horse? Can you imagine that? Holy shit. Oh my god, that would be so funny. Imagine, like, he permanently races with an awful mood. You can never give him a good mood. Oh god. Yeah, my club seems quite casual if you're inactive members. Yeah, if that's okay, join, because I am literally gonna... Hey, how's it going, NIP? Yeah, you played earlier. You know what? And you were doing pretty well. Would you like to sponsor a horse in world-famous game Uma Musume? What are your thoughts on ninjas in Uma Musume? Yeah, what are your thoughts on Japanese horse racing? I feel like people watch this stream more for that now than the actual LPL, which is the thing. What do you mean, what? I think this is very, very self-explanatory. What are your opinions on Japanese horse racing done by anthropomorphic analogs of those horses? Uma's in pajamas. Incredible. Incredible. And anything you say in this Twitch chat can and will be held against you in a court of horse law. We were just talking about how BoJack Horseman may well be, you know, could be a prime candidate to be added to this game, you know. Big moves, I'm telling you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, this is a long race. We can do that at least. 3 turns. Maybe we can run some more long races. Oh, this is Professor of Curvature? Only one hand, but it is a very good skill. This is a very good skill. I'm gonna get over 600 on these. I'm not gonna get over 100. Let's go for some races. It's a medium. Do we have a long on here? Yeah, sure, why not? We actually haven't run this one either. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Yeah, no, honestly, I was really, NIP, I was really happy to see how Leave played today. Leave is one of my very favorite AD carries to watch. I think that Leave and 1xN, the AD carry matchup today, that is kind of like it's kind of like a spiritual battle for the next great, every time I see that matchup, it's a spiritual battle for the next great AD carry within the LPL by my eye. I think they're both very, very good. Is it just me, or is the LPL pause between games longer compared to other regions? I don't think it is. I think that other regions have more stuff happening on the desk. Now, look, I've seen so many people sledging the analyst desk from major regions recently. But, analyst desk makes it much easier to pass the time before the next game comes on. Hey, how's it going? What the heck is this game? This is Uma Musume, which is basically horse racing, but with like actual human girls instead. But each of the characters in this is based after a real-life Japanese racehorse. So the one I'm playing right now is Agnes Tachyon, who is one of the more famous racehorses. Agnes Tachyon had 2,500 children, by the way. Yeah, this one back here, this is Goldship, who is notorious shitposter connoisseur. Let's have a look. Is that Special Week there? This is Symboli Rudolph, who is a massive G1 winner. Don't know who that is. Who else is on here? Let's spot out anyone else. This is Super Creek. And these are all like real life horses. Some of the minor characters, the ones in like the regular outfits aren't. Yes, 2000. No. So so this is a he. Agnes Tachyon is a he. They've basically made all the for the power of anime. They've made all the characters gender agnostic into anime girls. Yeah. Hey, Annie, how's it going? Good to see you. Agnes Tachyon ran it only ran in 4 races. I didn't realize that. Oh, this is just such a washout. Is this gonna be by distance? Oh my god, close. It's almost by distance. I mean, that, by the way, and yet that's literally kind of what happens with racehorses, by the way. Gold ship, you had to pay something like 40 million yen, which is about $400,000 or whatever, to, like, have, like, breeding rights or whatever, because he was so successful at it, like a 90% success rate or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, look, I know this gets into weird, like, content stuff, but yeah, you know what? It's okay. Maybe we go for, like, another long race after this, if there's one. I actually don't think this matters that much. That was a horse sound. Did a horse sound. We have to rest then for this one, sadly. That's nice. That's good. No! Annoying. Do we have a long one to go into here? We do. We do this. Yeah, we'll just do another long race. Like, we're gonna get over we're gonna get over 600 stats in these ones. We've got a decent chance at a 3-star. Do we have any skills we want to get? Oh yeah, we're gonna go long corners and stuff, weren't we? Pressure coach is not bad to get. We're about to get into draft, so we'll obviously focus on that again. This one's fine, this one's fine. Some of the horses he beat later into the year went on to win the 2 races that Tachyon was missing to get the triple crown. Jesus, okay. I was wondering during the draft, is it the coach that decides all the picks and bans, or is it more of a team discussion in the players? That is an entirely team-by-team basis. I need to run some ads, by the way. I forgot to do that because I was too invested in horse game. Yeah, it'll be fine. So ad breaks for people who are not subs. If you don't like adverts, drop a prime. So in anyone's legend, Tabe is the guy that calls the shots for them, and he's been very open about that. He's talked about that. He talked about that at MSI to Cadrel, actually, and to some of the interviews that he was on. Some teams, particularly in Western teams, players take more of a stand in it. In Eastern teams, coaches have more responsibility on that, I think. However, what will happen is often, like, the coach will say, what do you think of this matchup to a player? Get a confirmation on it saying, well, what do you think of, you know, Nymaera into this team comp? She's like, well, I'm okay with that. Yes, that's often been the flow chart of things. What is it? So I think Nymaera's 3 and 5 right now in top level of play. Does that include the last game played? No, it doesn't. So she's 3 and 6 actually. Into the draft we go once again. Top Esports winning that last game. Wouldn't say handily. But into the late game, they played better around the team fights. Just a little bit. And wasn't a big fan of the Nymaera. I think the Nymaera struggled to follow up on plays. Going quick and fast through our bans. What's left up and available? We have Wukong Scion with no Trundle. Very quickly locked in. Flandre, obviously a tank connoisseur. No Rumble, no Gwen from top side. You could go Yorick for 369, but the Yorick prize gone off. Aurora's not bad anti-tank, you know. You can definitely go towards something like the Leandri's Riftmaker build. I think the Aurora's a good lock-in here. I'd like to see that. It's good anti-tank damage. I would like to see that quite a lot. The Shinzao's locked in for Kanavi. It's a good early winning matchup, but it's not like Tarzan doesn't have answers to it. You can go towards something like Poppy. You can go towards something like Wukong. I'm thinking about the Victor. Cream's Victor the other day was okay from memory, but it wasn't fantastic. It really has been Rookie and Knight, which have really impressed me on the Victor. Other people have struggled to play the Victor Death Ball comps, where Victor is kind of the source of your damage and everyone's just trying to peel for them and give them resources. Tarzan's going to get Wukong, and that's going to be great for him. Yep. Scion Wukong is so disruptive. So disruptive in this. Hope's Kaiser. Hope's Kaiser is a hell of a good champion, and it follows up on plays in a way that Yunara just can't.
Yep.
Hope getting Kaiser is just such an oddity to me. Hope is such a good Kaiser player. So damn good on this pick.
Early on, I'll say that sometimes it has felt like, again, we're into game 2, so some of those picks are off the board, but it does sometimes feel like Kaiser has been a great response, a little bit more easy to find some laning options that can be a bit dangerous. They're going to get rid of the Nico away from Kael. Would have been lane priority. I can see the angle on that. I wonder whether at this point you might actually be looking at like a Renata 4th pick.
Well, anyone's legend do have 2 melees and a diver locked in. Top Esports could be looking for something like that themselves as lane dominant. I suppose the stuff like Alistar are available right now. With the Silas banned, I think Top Esports want Alistar on 4. I don't see why you would lock that as... I mean, Silas is okay into the Victor and stuff, right? But I think realistically, by banning Silas, you're showcasing, by the way, you have an ult. We really don't want you to steal. We're not actually banned by anyone's legend, though, so good call out on that. But I think a Top Esports kind of telegraphed this Alistar pick on 4 with the Silas ban.
They do indeed. That's exactly what we look at then. Potential response can't, of course, be the Realm. Nautilus might be the option. It's a good pairing with the Kaiser. You can set up the plasma stacks for her to go shooting on in.
Then you gotta wonder what Jacula picks last. I'm trying to think if... I'm trying to think of something like...
Angle?
Well, I think it's quite dangerous to do that into Nautilus, Wukong, Sign. So I'm thinking you want something with a bit of mobility or safety. So I was thinking Ezreal, Zeri, Sivir.
I can see him.
All of them I think would be okay. Corki would be okay if you want early power, but you struggle to kill tanks a little bit more that way and you're a little shorter range, especially something like the Orianna if that is locked in, which is a decent matchup into the Victor.
It is. Like, and you've got good ball carriers, so...
Yeah, you do, because you have Wukong, you have Sign and Nautilus. Okay, they're not fantastic, but they're okay,
Kaiser's
right?
actually surprisingly good.
Yeah, I think Civ is pretty damn good here now, but there are a couple of different options. With the Orianna locked in, this stops the shockwave pressure being nearly as much. You can bounce ricochets around the place, and one of the annoying things for the Wukong is that your clone becomes another avenue for ricochets to bounce around the team. Jackalov is a very good Civ player. Reminder, folks, when Jackalov and Hope were playing off in 2020 between Top Esports and JDG, one of the godlike rivalries of the LPL in the modern era, it was the Zeri Sivir meta, and Hope and Jackalov were trading off titanic 10,000 damage team fights. I think there was even a 17,000 damage team fight from one of the two on the pick. Back in 2022 summer. What a time it was to be alive as an AD carry main at that point. Jackalov locks in that Sivir. Sivir Victor will scale to infinity. I do think
beyond.
anyone's legend, we'll see what the buzz is about. As anyone's legend will look to try and shut down the Sivir as much as possible. I think that both teams, not dissimilar. Long range mage, scaling AD carry, tank top lane with a bit of an X factor from something like those supports to get into the back line as well, if and not at all needed. If it's going to come down to front to back slow 5v5s, Top Eagles love that style, but anyone's legend have just won the LPL. You cannot overlook them, and they'll look to see if they can bring us to a 3-game series and a 6-game day.
And in true improv style, I'll make sure to yes Andy and keep going with the points that were just made. Top Esports versus anyone's legend, Hope v Jackalov, Kanavi v Tarzan. Some of the very best the LPL has to offer in their roles, going up against each other. 369 versus Flandre. Can't ask for much more, can you? It's delivering so far. See if we get 3 Well, the top esports can secure that 2-0. Strong Gyros today. Alex, I'm going to set you up for a conversation we've had off air, but I think it'll be worth having on air as well. Victor into Orianna. Orianna, bit of a lane bully, very obnoxious, but Victor has a couple options in terms of how they want to play it, whether they want to play a bit more defensive and play for the farm, or want to really aggressively shove, correct?
Correct. Correct. We'll say correct.
You didn't hear that, did you?
No, I was typing something about Nymaera being 33% win rate, and currently 3-6 in tier 1 play. Talking about shove, is this about a mid lane matchup?
Yeah, because Victor into Orianna and Orianna being annoying to play into.
We talked about this a lot. Yeah, yes. Basically, Orianna doesn't always win shove early on, but she does pretty much always pick up more CS than you and trade HP better than you. Now, in this case, it's a little bit different. Victor's actually on the other end of this. Victor tends to start with Q start against Orianna, and you don't get wave push because you don't bring an AoE ability at level 1 like your E. Right there, you can see there, he actually started with the Q again. But Shanks has started E to trade even in HP, and then instead use Clockwork Wind up to push wave quicker. So a little bit of an evolution on the match. I haven't seen that yet. So E start from Orianna. Occasionally we used to see that. We used to see that way back on release when resist were higher on that.
Very true.
Getting bush control by securing that ward.
There was a point, of course. We've got to remind what there's a little bit of a hang on. We might get away here. Flash from Fong for the head, but probably the pulverize. That's the one. I'm getting flustered as Hope is in danger. All the while, Jackie love the full contact support play. Can't get the staggering blow, sending now onto Hung. This is getting also spicy. The ricochets and autos all flying on through. Everyone's alive, but my days. Hung went for it, and I said the wrong word. It was the pulverized, not the headbutt.
It does look like it, well, whatever, it goes in for the big skill. One of the big things about Alistar winning this trade, Alistar as an engaged support does give you sustain in a way that Nautilus doesn't. So despite the fact it looks like, they're both low HP, but everyone's playing summoners, Alistar is actually going to give more sustain through the passive, the Triumphant Roar. When they start killing through these minions here, you'll see an occasional roar come through from Hung, and it'll be actually quite important. That look at that, again, just gives you a bit more sustain, which Hope doesn't have access to, which does flip the lane a little bit more in their favor. They have a little bit more HP to stick around in lane now.
They are. Jackie very much spotted going into this bush because there's a ward behind them that they don't know about. So AL and in general, this bot's trying to say, yeah, we're going nowhere near that very scary far bush. Reset's coming on through early. Potentially going to try and cheat out a recall. See whether with Jackie and Hung sticking around, they can get a nasty wave crash. Good knock up there from Flandre. Soul Furnace comes on through, but 369 trades back with a good rupture. And a nice old proc there of the Grasp of the Undying. Hope on this reset with the Cull. When looking topside, is looking like it would be a very early lane swap here.
Anyone's Legend always were a big lane swap team. Tarzan walking towards mid lane. Cream's over push. Tarzan's got a good angle here. Good grab field though.
Just buy some time, but nice from Tarzan to get beyond it. Knavi's coming on over. He's got the Conqueror stacked. Siphon Power comes across. Cream still with the TP. Should be able to get back, but I wonder whether he's going to stick around and try and get this wave shoved. It's a bit bold, but he gets away with it.
Knavi is going to just make sure that Cream's set. Hang on a second. Q's coming in. Clockwork wind up. Almost just around the corner. Wave's not fully crashed in. Knavi really just trying to make sure that Tarzan is not able to enter mid lane.
Yeah, Knavi walks up, gets his Conqueror up. I hope he's now roaming on down. He came from the top side because, of course, he lanes well. Hung now here. Body block not there for the Void Seeker. Knavi low, flashes out. Hope flashes on forward, gets the order. Now Tarzan go back on in. Looking to get some more values. Cream flashes out to safety. Hung, though, has been hung out to dry. I think another passive auto from Hope, and the Acathian Rain. Single target is enough to bring down another one. 2 kill Kai'Sa.
And it's Hope's Kai'Sa with 2 kills, with a Cull stacking up. That is the kind of play which loses you League of Legends, folks. Top esports, typically, Knavi's the player which judges those plays well, but there is no reason to overchase the Wukong that far. Your red buff had fallen off. You didn't have that available, which helps you a lot in those plays. Cream was not part of that play, and top esports overplay their hands. And the Kai'Sa is massively far ahead of the curve now. Hope's Kai'Sa is one of those champions you always believe in. He is so damn good at that champion. I don't think he was in a great position on the Yunara. This is a kind of comp where the Kai'Sa can absolutely carry from ahead of the game, though. Nice look there for wave in this top side as Hope was called away from that top lane, of course. The lane swap kind of got wet off the rails a little bit.
Ooh, nice. I'll jump on forwards, gets Shanks by a little bit. Not too much more there, but turns him off the wave for a second.
Yeah, it's not really kill threat. Still able to get to that wave. You know, it's very hard to keep away from farm. I actually think Orianna's a little better at side laning than some people give her credit for, because the ball does still give you decent access to farm like this. She'll still be able to get a lot of this farm on the whole. I guess Hunger's be able to zone off a little, but Shanks is okay at this point now.
It does feel like there was a point where Oriannas just weren't doing damage. It feels like Oriannas have kind of adjusted their builds to still have that. And the Seraph still gives you a surprising amount of safety, especially because Phase Rush is a great rune. Between that and your ability to play from range, as long as you want like crazy overshove, you often find ways to just use your ult for poke. I think a lot of other Oriannas felt like they couldn't do before. Now that you feels like people can, it's like, okay, I'll just chunk, so you can't threaten me in the side lane because the person who's here threatening me is now at a 3rd HP.
Now he's starting up Dragon. Doesn't have flash or ult. Hope is pretty strong too. It is the Scion.
Oh boy.
The train stops at Kanavi's station and it's a 3rd kill for Hope's Kai'Sa.
That's unfortunate. They had the ward down. It doesn't mean anything. Flaunted with a really nice little ult from downtown. Gets the value resets. Can look to go top. Hasn't got the TP. But with the Sivir not really getting the wave anywhere near that turret, she's able to walk up and pick it up.
I mean, Hope is just so goddamn fed now. Anyone's Legend, much better read on the early game.
Yeah, that's an 800 gold lead towards this guy. She's got a cull as well, so we'll be stacking that up nice and fast. Poor old Jackulov is caught on a single longsword. It's like, guys, what are you doing? Giving so many kills over to my opposite number. Guys, please stop.
I mean, Hope's Kai'Sa just somehow has a way of doing this. I mean, at MSI, it felt like teams just forgot this champion existed for him. LPL Kai'Sa is good. Hope is one of the best LPL Kai'Sas. I mean, on this year's form.
Gala probably still, maybe.
I think Gala is actually... I think Hope is contending with Gala for the best Kai'Sa in the LPL currently.
Ironically, unironically, Taeyu, also very good Kai'Sa.
He is. I think he's a step lower than these two, but... God, I mean, this is how much I rate. This is not knocking Gala's Kai'Sa, which is obscenely good, of course. I just think Hope is up there with him.
Oh, yeah.
And that is the level of respect I think teams need to give him. I think they need to view Hope's Kai'Sa as a Gala level threat. And this season, on this patch, and the way he's been playing, he's so good at this champion.
Damage onto Flandre as Jackie just stops forward and gets a lot of autos. And of course, Jackie himself has a skin on the Kai'Sa for good reason. He's one of those legends on that champion too. Going towards a Sivir this time around. Now, get themselves a turret plate mid. That goes into Shank's back pocket of about 1,000 gold now off this early game. And about half of that is understandably in the back pocket of this Kai'Sa, who's 3 kills deep. Cream back towards the mid lane. Really been about him so far. Had that slightly awkward phase when Kanavi chased Tarzan out to help him try and get the shove, and then ended up having problems as people came to gank afterwards and ended up giving up those initial kills towards that Kai'Sa who came on the surprise roam down from topside. Tarzan going to find out Hung here. That's story time. Gets the double pulverize for a second or two. Headbutt away on Shanks. Doesn't really have too much to work with. Does get on out there. Alex, if we could we get a reset on the media source? I think we've got a little bit of delay on the audio I'm just hearing. Thank you very much. Scrubs are going to get started off here. We are going to have the clean feed just restarting because it's had a little bit of desync in that audio. It should be back up to live right there. And good timing. And as Fondre comes ulting onto that bot side, just chunks out 369. But again, it's Kaiju v Kaiju battles. We all know that doesn't really get resolved until the very climax of the movie.
Na'Vi walking into the enemy jungle. Tarzan not finishing all the grubs. Now, a lot of the time, jungles will leave that third one because it's just not time efficient to kill it. And trying to contest Kanavi and bot side now. Tarzan really wanting to keep ahead of this enemy jungler. Flash Cyclone.
Just get part 1 coming on down. Shunk onto Hung again. Doesn't have the flash. Or in fact, anything resembling defenses. Tarzan potentially in danger. The core of the gravity field gets knocked up. Does go down. Shank's trying to trade on out. The Arcane Storm was going to also burn out. Kanavi goes down. Cream continue to try and trade. Hook away from Kael. It's a 2-for-1 for AL.
I mean, not a bad turnaround from Kanavi. I mean, one goes down as well. Still better for anyone's Legend, but it's not a bad DPS check given the situation. The real hero of that play, though, is Tarzan peeling off a grubs early to make a play on that timing. Tarzan is very good at judging his timings and saying, they're not going to expect me to be here at this point. Worth noting, Hope there has the... this is the IG... this is the Jackulov Kai'Sa, but it's just the Chroma from the 10th anniversary.
Oh, no way.
Hope has both summoners down. Unlikely to die here. It's just a matter of how much he blows.
Headbutt Pulve into the Rupture and will be forced to flash.
Yeah, didn't have the Plasma Mark down to immediately ult out. Probably wouldn't have won the timing there versus the Rupture either. Flash down, a little bit unfortunate, but doesn't stop himself from farming. Still happy on this top side of the map, and top esports. It's a small win, not a big one.
As well, the direction we've had to ult in probably gets him a little too close for Feral's screen range for my comfort. I think if you then get silenced, you probably have a bad time, say. Easy to outplay, and so Hope, probably judiciously, goes towards that flash key. Jackie Love gets a plate down bot side, good for the Civet. Needs to try and do their best to keep up, because again, currently down significant amount towards this Kais, who's still got a call to cash in about 30 CS. Nice hook. Don't think it'll lead to all that much though, but Kyle just sending a message.
Yeah, it's a little bit of poke. Shanks has red buff as well, which means that if he stays out of combat, he'll start to regen up a little bit. He took that from Hang on Hope. Yeah, now you don't have that flash, so that's the flash down. Barrier down, so he still has ult to work with.
Oh, Feral Scream comes on down. Feast still available. It's not available. 3600 still on cooldown.
He's not a minion.
Come on forwards. Forcing to flash all the way bot side. Hang on.
Solo kill. Solo kill from Flandra to Jackalov. Had barrier, used it. Had flash, didn't. Dies. We'll have to see a replay of that as Jackalov gets 1v1 by Flandre.
That's kind of nasty, and Hope survives on the other side. You get away with it. That grub is still there. Tarzan will come back to the scene of the crime, and now he's got an opportunity to pick up that extra little marker.
Yeah, Tarzan will go back to that. He's having a great game on the Wukong, who's got ahead of the Shinzas. He's seen a couple of Shinzas recently really fall behind the game. I just don't feel like this champion is as much Exodia as they were in the past. Jackal will back happens here. So I guess he gets hit by an E. Does he use the spell shield here? No. Gets hit by a full charge E. Doesn't spell shield.
Is he trying to flash over the wall? Is that the plan?
His spell shield must be on cooldown. It must be on cooldown. He doesn't flash out of it. He just does nothing and dies.
That's not great.
Yeah. Spell shield must have been on cooldown, surely. He used it early. His spell shield, so it was in the clip. I must have missed out at the start of it. So it doesn't flash out of that Q. I suppose after the spell shield is not used, fantastic. Well, it doesn't stop Flandre from getting melee. I think you're kind of dead anyway. I suppose at that point, you're probably dead with Flandre flash and ult. I don't think you're making it out of that. I understand basically saying, look, I'm dead. I'll save the resources at that point.
I can sort of see him heading towards the wall to try and flash over it potentially. Sion did have the flash, so could potentially flash to follow. May not have changed all that much, but hey. Either way, Jackie dies. It's a little bit embarrassing. Just hold on to the flash, though, potentially for something like this dragon fight. Reminder, AL, if they pick up another objective, will get the feats of strength. Top Esports starting it up nonetheless, though. Trying to say, come and fight us here. Here we go. Kyle, with Hope available, looking to come on in. Killer Instinct available. Jackie now walking on up. Has the on the hunt. He's got the Yuntals and a Dream.
Top Esports, they have that flash on Siva, remember? Didn't use it the last time. That could be important. Flash away from Kyle. Gets the lollipop around the wall.
Flashes around away. Gets the depth charge down. That's going to be the pickup on the dragon by the side of the Shinzao for Kanavi. Fight afterwards, though. Into the backside. Feast available. Can't quite get it. It's a 1-for-1. Jungler for jungler. Hung in the backside, trying to keep Hope away from the play as they're all the while Top Esports command distance down. At least one more member. Cream trying to get some value back. Hung survives. Ends up being a 2-for-1, but Dragon is Top Esports.
Yeah, 369 is not at the fight, so they didn't really have that ability to play around that Feast execution. And I think a mistake from a Hung there, who ends up dragging the Nautilus ultimate into Cream, which makes it much harder for him to play. He did have a decent fight. He's 2-0, and he ends up, being in decent points to kind of like play around the Rod of Ages HP before Hope kind of really goes stratospheric with 2-3 items on the Kai. So we'll go back into a replay as the start of this is Hung blowing the flash from Kyle. This isn't bad from Hung. Right after the lollipop is a bit unfortunate. The big thing comes right here, where he gets ulted. And no, it's not on Hung there, actually. It's on Cream positioning to be dragged back into the Nautilus slot, basically. But bad for Cream to get some damage onto Hope, because he can't really get the clumped up damage just yet. It doesn't have something like Leandries or Bloodletters or Riftmaker. That's a catch out in the river onto the Wukong.
They'll try and jump onto him. Hung is there. Kyle, though, getting the Ghost procs, getting some good passive orders done. The Staggering Blows value. Kanavi in the backside with the Audacious Charge. Over comes Jackie trying to get down the Boomerang Blaze. Kanavi dead, though. And they just don't have enough in the tank.
Jungle support diff is pretty heavy in this game. Tarzan has been bodying Kanavi as opposed to the last game, and Kyle has been getting the better of Hung, who goes too far in that place. He's only got Swifty boots. It's not exactly that tanky a cow, especially without that ultimate. The Top Esports, the early game read has been destroyed by Anyone's Legend, and looks like increasingly, more likely, we're heading towards a 6-game day.
Look like it. There's the picture-in-picture replay. Clear out the ward, try to jump on forwards. He said it was dead to catch out on the Wukong, who just says, yeah, no.
369, trying to stack up his heart steel on the other side. 3 grubs make him very easy for Shanks to get gold down here. He's also going towards a Rod of Ages build, which makes some difference versus champions like the Alistar and the Cho'Gath trying to jump onto them. They can't really... They could kill like a full AP Orianna. Can't really do it against the Rod of Ages. I do think it leaves them a little low on damage, but with Kai'Sa being so far ahead, you feel better again about that.
Yeah, they do. And again, got Dark Seal stacking, so you can try and play Battle Mage here a bit. And I kind of get that, actually. You're into a fair amount of HP stackers, realistically. Being able to play the slow burn, step forwards, I see some value in it. We'll see exactly how he gets away with it. It gives you a bit more safety in the side lanes. You can get a lot of value just stepping on board and autoing people a lot with Clockwork Winder. Tell them they're smelly. Ask them about the Be the Annoying Orange from the OG days of YouTube, once upon a time.
Herald started up by anyone's legend. That'll be really important for them because they're already winning this battle around Vision and jungle support plays in River. If you get mid lane turret down, that just gets even worse, right? It's so much worse to play around. Cho'Gath is probably dead here too. 4v1
yeah, damage comes on forwards and 369 is rolling the 3 there. The Cho'Gath doesn't have Feast, doesn't have a lot to say. Hope gets to sit here and order this turret now. You already used the supercharge for the extra speed. Can't quite clear the turret on this wave, but does get the majority of it. We've got 3 grubs as well, so I don't think it'll take much more than the next wave. Hung looking for an angle there, just some hex flashes and punts Shanks away.
Boop. With that. So Herald not finished just yet. Of course, it was peeled off of to go towards topside. Kyle doesn't have flash.
Okay, well, now for some potential turnaround. Hung gonna step on forwards. Unbreakable Will rolling. Kanavi with the Crescent Guard up as well, but I think that's about a timeout. No, the card is broken. Hope hasn't gone on in. The Arcane Storm has done a fair amount of work. 369
Feast is coming.
On the flank. Looks good. Blast going over the wall. Nah, that's not fair. 369 flashing on forwards. Does get the Feast regardless. 2-1 down. Top Esports getting value. Shockwave on in. Not the highest damage though. Flandre still trying to get to the backside. Oh, there goes Hope. And the Killer Instinct onto the jungle. Does get some back. Tarzan about 3rd HP. Shanks being chunked, but over goes Tarzan. Nimbus strike in. Warrior Trickster out.
Ends up being, what, a 2-for-1, all things said and done. Top Esports lose the 1. Anyone's Legend, 2 down, 369. I'm not actually sure if he got the kill with his Feast there, but he did end up using it in the play.
Did, yes.
He did, it's good if he did. Cream, not a great Chaos Storm. A lot of it ended up getting avoided there. He tried to dunk it down on Shanks and then couldn't really keep it on him. Ended up being just floating around in the middle of nowhere. That Chaos Storm has got to be more important in later fights. With Top Esports, credit to them. Fighting from down in gold. And they have been playing well around front to backs, right? Managed to catch out Kyle. He goes way too far looking for Vision here. I don't think he realizes that they're all stood around that part of the river at that time. He walks up, goes a little bit too far. It's not a bad knock away from Kanavi. You end up stopping that Q, claiming just a crazy amount of territory in that river. But that being said, the Crescent Guard, as we were saying, the Chaos Storm largely floats around, not doing that much damage. Other than bonks the Cho'Gath over wall. That could have been huge, actually, because he could just flash forward, immediately Feast. Ends up getting that silence anyway, and he did get the kill this time. I ended up missing that in the middle of the play. Shockwave, though, from Shanks, despite it being a Rod of Ages, still does enough damage because it hits 3 people.
And Hope finds a really good angle to get Kyle at the back end of it, so they do get something back. And again, it's a 5-kill Kai'Sa, who's cashed in the kill, is 2.6k ahead of the Sivir. Oh my days. That's pretty scary. Hope should be able to pick up help pick up a second dragon here. For anyone's Legend, 369 looking to pick up this turret. Help even up some of those gold discrepancies. Again, it is only second dragons. It's not exactly like anyone's Legend. Have been super fast stacking those. We need another 10 minutes realistically to have that as a true threat. AL now collapsing in this mid lane, looking to pick up the turret here after the dragon. So additional bonus wins there.
Anyone's Legend just starting to just encroach more and more on Top Esports side of the map. They were really winning in these river fights. The last one is the first one it's really kind of gone against them, and even then they fought back well. Top Esports down a very large amount of gold for this timestamp. Hope so fed. 2 items, hull cashed in. I don't think Top Esports have a clean way to deal with this Kai'Sa, and that's a huge problem. They can't stand and fight behind their front line because it will melt to the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, it's a tricky space to be in, to say the least. Seal to just stack for Shanks here on this Ori as well. Exactly what Hope wants to build towards next. And the 2-item plus upgraded Berserker Greaves is a terrifying space for this Kai'Sa. AL at about a 68, nearly the nice number, 0.3 off it. Being very confident here in their win percentage opportunities.
It's all on Victor, isn't it, really?
3-0-1. Yeah,
Cream's got to do something. We'll see what his build is afterwards, whether he'll go towards something like the Riftmaker or something like the Bloodletters. I think either one's okay, I suppose. Hung, not going to be able to spot out the Kai'Sa on the other side of the wall. Hope doesn't have flash right now. I suppose there is an angle with that.
TP of all time. It's Flandre. Ult away.
Well, that means they don't have the Sion ult to, again, make some issue of kind of repositioning that front line. Sion ult is really important for keeping Sion safe, going unstoppable backwards. Top Esports, they fought back from a disadvantage last game. It wasn't as big as this one, and I really think that the Nymaera not really being in a great position to follow up on engage, not going to be a problem with that Kai'Sa. Of course, one of the best in the game at doing that. Just upgraded the boots, by the way, to the blah 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 ones. Prompting 4 over here.
And Void Seeker comes on through. Controlling the river, very much anyone's legends. At least you've got like this Cho'Gath you can theoretically fetch it. Rupture does land. It's only onto the side, not the easiest target. Feral Scream comes down. Tarzan looking for the angle. Can look for the big cycle. Flash over the wall. Gael into the staggering blows. Kanavi already 0 and 6, trying to find value. And Tarzan says absolutely not. It's a cyclone in a choke point. Typhoon season hits, and Top Esports get whacked in that tri-brush. They lose the Cho'Gath. Big chunk though. Onto the Nautilus, needs to back away. Atakan up.
Even with the Crescent Guard going onto the Shockwave got 0 value. I still think that anyone's legend just have way too many stats to work with. Top Esports trying to get control of the tri-brush to stop Atakan being a huge threat. Now walking into the bot side jungle. Atakan's not going to be taken. The Herald was summoned. Ends up taking the mid lane out of turret. Hope will finish up the mid lane in a turret for the 3 grubs, and Top Esports really struggling to fight back from this deficit. If they were even, that fight is a winning one, because that Shockwave onto 1 Crescent Guard doing 0 damage would have really left them lacking damage. But Top Esports have fallen too far behind. They can't quite play around their front line well enough. You see right here, Navi gets jumped onto by a Flash Nautilus, but no, the Crescent Guard comes up in time. The Shockwave gets nothing done. That's a bunch of ultimates used onto not very fed jungler. And then you have Grabfield in a choke point. You have double knockup from the Rupture. The Cyclone's having to back off. The Chaos Storm's there too, but they are just too far behind. Too much gold onto that Kai'Sa means that your front line cannot play the same way it would do in an even game.
All right. Now towards the Atakan again. Anyone's legend looking to threaten Top Esports. 369 exhausted, needs to flash away the double knockup. Try to turn around with the Rupture though. Kanavi misses the win, becomes lightning, means he can't audacious charge in. Damage onto Tarzan though is low. Hook onto Kanavi. Crescent Guard comes over and he lost as well. A double towards this Kai'Sa, who is utterly unreal fed in this game.
And Kanavi, as good as he was last game, is now 0 and 7. What an insane frontline diff between these two teams.
Yeah.
AL realized, look, you want to play front to back? Sure, come into our damage and we'll out DPS you. And that's exactly what they've been doing. 8-0-2 is Hope's Kai'Sa so far ahead. And it's another team, another game where Hope's Kai'Sa has been overlooked, locked in a great spot, and has been massively, massively determining the game. The Nymaera wasn't it last game. The Kai'Sa certainly is it in this one.
8,000 gold so far is the lead. Half of it is in Kai'Sa's back pocket. I watched him back and pull up a whole Rico Bone Hearthbound axe after the fight before last. Got another kill, got another double. So just backs and buys a full Terminus, that's the name, not the full, but completes it. That's the correct one. It's not a one-shot.
Which is really, really scary.
More items still for Jackie!
What can you do? It's 4k down, almost 4,000 gold down. Normally you would be hitting your 2 items around this point in the game, and he's a little earlier than this. You typically get it between 20 and 22 minutes, depending on how expensive they are. Yeah, this Sivir is just not going to get to a point of power early enough. It's skipping the Flicker Blades. I suppose the fights aren't going... God, he's not going to be alive long enough in them. Another Mountain Dragon goes towards anyone's legend, makes it even worse. Jackie desperately needs a Mortal Reminder, and he desperately needs his Infinity Edge.
And probably a Flicker Blades as well. He needs all of them.
The problem is, with a game like this, I actually just don't think you get the choice to go Flicker Blades. You cannot afford to drop AD and just the raw damage. Yes, your uptime of ricochets will be less, but you just can't afford it at this point. Top Esports... I don't think it's necessarily on Jackie. He is the one who suffered from it. I think Top Esports' early game plays between Kanavi and Hung in terms of jungle support what really set them behind. They misjudged the early game. Tarzan and Kyle massively outplaying in that and getting ahead of them early meant that Jackie Love has not had a safe place to farm. Yes, yeah, he misplayed in side lanes too, but this is kind of a ensemble effort from Top Esports in this game.
Finally has the Infinity Edge. Has that going for him. Cream's got a Void Stone in inventory. Blighting Jewel in inventory, sorry, not Void Stone. Void Stone. I hear Sion ulting though. Oh, hang on. Looking to catch up this bot lane. They overshoved. Sion is coming. Cream's theoretically in danger. Does manage to get away for now. trying to get a bit of a speed up, and Hope finds an angle with the W. Killer Instinct and Cream about to be eaten. He is dessert, and Tarzan is the one buying.
Hope ends up tagging onto the plasma and finishes another kill participation for himself. He's been involved in 11 out of the 15, all said and done. As Kaiser has been so active. Top Esports, they couldn't afford to fall this far behind. We've said this time and time again. And Anyone's Legend, we have been talking a lot of smack about them for their loss to BLG in that 3-game series. The game 1 here wasn't fantastic either. AL, of course, losing another series. I believe it's the Weibo was the other one too, actually.
Yeah, I believe the first series back, something like that.
Yeah, no, I don't think it was the first
Weibo,
one, because
yeah.
I think they faced against JWG first. But yeah, they lost against Weibo, which is fairly unexpected for that. But Anyone's Legend, great play in this one, seems to be really locked in. It's another pick onto a frontline member. Hung trying to fight for vision in River, and instead realizes this is not your River, Hung.
Unfortunately, he is on the gallows this time around, and Shanks will ensure that the noose of the shockwave brings him back to his death. Tarzan now on a potential flank angle. Won't need to find too much. That's the 10 stack for Shanks on this Medjai's. Sorry, Dark Seal should be a Medjai's. Come on, buy the book. All the while, Baron about to be sucked by an Insurgent.
It is a very good item. It is a very good item, all things said and done, in fairness. Baron started up. Catch onto Kyle. Don't think it's going to matter that much.
Londra, there's a TP into the pit. Tarzan's kind of waiting. Wow. And they just blow up Kanavi. Tarzan gets ruptured. Trying to turn this around, but unfortunately that Jogan, oh my god, just blows up Kyle, but will die for it as Hope unleashes the Acathian Rain. Acid Rain is dangerous, coming to the backline. Another Acathian Rain. It keeps on pouring. Torrential stuff from Hope, who helps pick up the full damage. Hunger's respawned and turns up, but again, he's got a Hex Flash and a Smite and a Dream.
And while 369 manages to get into the pit to get a chomp down onto Kyle, it's just the support. It's only one player down. It's a 4-for-1 right now, Hung. He has a Spellbook Smite, but he's not going to get anywhere close. He'll get soloed out by Shanks, who's got the Shockwave back up and available. Ooh. Another steak dinner served up. Baron onto 4 members. Kyle, not sadly going to be a recipient of that, but, you know, he'll be comboed up with enough players to make the use of the Baron buff. Anyway, Top Esports, I think this one is going to be fairly short-lived for them after this.
Inverted carries or scorelines for Oriana and Kaiser, 5-0-10, 10-0-5. It's been all about these big old team fights, and Kaiser has a great angle. Anyone's Legend, we're very ready for this contest in Top Esports.
I love how bold Flandre has been playing this. His last game on the Rumble left a lot to be desired. I think that he had a real stinker in that last one. He's been much better. Solo kill onto Jackie Love on a sideline. Great frontline work. Making sure that the backline of Anyone's Legend don't really ever have a chance to sit and safely just kind of throw out autos onto them. He's had a good game for it. That being said, this game was really started by Tarzan and Kyle, giving all of those kills over towards Hope. 10 kill Kaiser. Jesus, that is taking no prisoners.
Shanks backs for a Bloodletter's Curse and a Medjai's is very happy in this game. Tarzan will Warrior Trickster away from some danger. There's a knock-up onto Shanks, turning this around there with the side bar too. The damage comes on through, and already trying to get some value. They're all going down. It's a triple to Kaiser. Hope looking for more. Won't be able to get anything beyond the triple, but very happy indeed.
Anyone's Legend are so far ahead. The blatant caster curse of, wow, he just bought a Medjai. Shanks is happy. Does not turn into a curse onto Shanks. He just
Gets
about
away
lives.
with it.
Gets away with it. And Kanavi, well, what's the scoreline now? 0-8, 0-9. It's not pretty, is what it is. 0-9 shins out. This champion has been well and truly feasting for the carry, and Hope goes forward to Chakula. Another kill onto him as Hope, the assassin of the AD carries. Shows why you must respect his Kaiser.
Yeah, and does it using Jackie Love's skin as well. Insult to injury as we go to game 3. AL slug Top Esports in the face.
14-0-7. I genuinely think Hope's Kaiser at this current time needs to be viewed on the same level as Gala's, those great Kaiser players across the world. If you see Hope with Kaiser, I see a game win for Anyone's Legend. This man is just so incredible at that champion. Hope and Jakulov are the 2 oldest AD carries in the LPL, and the fact that they can put out games like this and Hope on the Kaiser at this point after, you know, getting his title again in that last split, it is so cool to see. What a great player he has been for Anyone's Legend. And hello, welcome back.
I'm Initialise, that is Nymaera. You have been watching our broadcast of the LPL in one of 3 different locations. That could be twitch.tv/Nymaera_. That could be Alex Nymaera Hapgood on YouTube. That could be Onivia's YouTube channel as well. A pleasure to have you all here. We can see all the chats. You are connected in our hearts. Make no mistake about it. Thank you all for the follows. Thank you, Solly, for the resub. Guys, Bit of a shell here, bit of an advertising moment. Effectively, we're relying on all of you back home to keep us in business because, not to put too fine a point on it, casting is a tiring drain of a game right now. And we're relying on all of you back home to help keep us fed and housed and doing this for all of you back home. So if you've got that ability to support us, there's realistically two main ways to do that. Number one, subscribing on Twitch. If you've got that ability to subscribe on Twitch, this gives us a lot of value, helps push things like Partner Plus if we get enough subs as well. All that stuff is really, really cool, which we are really reliant on all of you back home to help get there. Twitch Prime, again, you do get that free sub if you're already using Amazon Prime. You connect your Twitch account. Great location to use your Twitch Prime. Will be really, really, really valuable and very helpful to all of us because we're doing a lot of grinding on this for you guys. Second way to support. If you're not a Twitch user, if you don't really want to subscribe on Twitch, completely fine. We have also got a Ko-fi, which we set up for this split. So for those of you who want to donate to the cause, Ko-fi is another really good way to do that. And Alex, if you wouldn't mind bringing up the Ko-fi link in the chats, that would be super helpful. Thank you very much. Rant over. Thank you for all the support. And anyone who hears that rant and goes, yeah, you know what? I'll buy you guys a coffee. It's much appreciated.
Thank you, Nicholas. Well, appreciate everyone over in chat. We're going to go on a bit of a breakdown. I'm going to play the game because I can.
I'm going to heat up some food because we're not eating yet.
Yeah.
And there's pasta in the fridge from last night. That work for you?
Sure. What am I doing? I'm going for long PLOs, aren't I? I say them. Third ways, both have them. Base chase is okay, but we have double golds. We go for Professor Coach actually, on the whole. It's just a better skill. Last year I went to Bring Me the Horizon, and this year I made it to, what's FIO? Falling in Reverse, that's the one. Wait, isn't that Ronnie Radke's band, Falling in Reverse? Isn't he just a total douche still? Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not gonna knock the music. The music's fine, but like, also, like, Jesus, that guy's such a douche. That being said, it's not like Ollie's got the best reputation. Sam and I didn't grow up, like, we've got family from around Rotherham, right, which is where Ollie and Bring Me, Falling Reverse is Radke after Escape the Fate. Oh, yeah, God, Situations was a song and a half. I mean, I actually quite liked Escape the Fate, but, you know. Force time. Okay, fifth. We're pretty early in the race. This is okay. I'm actually gonna put on 2 times because these are long races. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I saw Bring Me the Horizon back in was it 2017 maybe 2018? I saw them in Sheffield, so it's basically a home gig for them. That was really cool. That was really cool actually. It's a very, very good gig. One of the best gigs I've been to. Throne was one of the best songs I've ever seen live. Very good. Okay, halfway point. Did we get? I didn't see if we got Spring and Swinging Maestro. Okay, got the ult, which is very good regen. And we got swing. So on this track, it's later on. Huh. And Professor Chemistry. Nice, cool. We just got like all the big skills. We should smash this now. Hello, British Pirates. Thanks for the follow. And Hanako as well. Thanks for the follows. I appreciate you all. Camelo VIP, DXGX. Oh, I appreciate the follows from all of you. Siasho as well. See a couple of you in there. Yeah, oh my god, folks, this is going to be by distance. This is going to be by distance. Holy crap. Edelhurst, thank you so much for the 10 gift sub. You are adorable, and I appreciate you. This is going to be by distance. We are so outstaffed at this point. Thank you so much, Edelhurst. That's very, very kind of you. Yeah, no one's even going to stand up on the screen. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're doing well. We're doing well. Oh yeah, they have a different animation for when it's in the rain as well. That's like nice attention to detail. Yeah, we just won by distance. Jesus Christ. Hey gang, remember I had some bits laying around. Appreciate you all from the casting and the effort. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. You are very, very kind. Thank you. Yeah, I know, like, I've never really investigated bits that much. Who's our MVP? Who's our MVP? 1 second. Hope is the MVP. 1407. Not surprising, folks. Not surprising. Wait, did I add text-to-speech for... I might have added text-to-speech for... Not that I have text... Hang on. Let me turn it on the alert box. Might be annoying because there'll be the subs going on for forever, but... Thank you for the follow, Zero. Let me just see if the... I want to see if the alert box does the thing.
I hear, Alex.
Okay, it is going to do that. You're going to have to hear some Ari voice lines for a while. Well, thanks, Pirates. I appreciate it.
D last gifted a tier 1 sub to Helios.
The regular one.
I hear, Alex, that you're the greatest Ari player ever.
Oh, well, so we get a level
The
5 on. That's
underscore
super.
D last
Nice.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Tatsumiro.
I hear, Alex, that you're the greatest Ari player
Probably quite
ever.
loud, isn't it? I should have thought about that beforehand. Oh, well.
The underscore D last gifted a tier 1
This
sub
is a long
to
race. This is Arena
Makoto.
Keenan.
I hear, Alex, that you're the
Hope
greatest
guys,
Ari player
we should remove Fearless to see him play it more. That is one of the big negatives of Fearless. You don't get to see people on their best champions all the time,
I
which
hear,
is
Alex,
it's sad. You don't get to
You're
see
the
stuff like, you know,
greatest
peak
Ari player
Night Ari as much, or Talia, or
The underscore
Chovy
D
Azir,
last
Faker
gifted a
Azir.
tier 1 sub to
And that does impact
I hear,
my enjoyment
Alex,
of some of the games, because I feel
that
like
you're the
we
greatest
are
Ari
removing a
player.
percentage from the top of the level of play.
The underscore D last gifted a tier 1 sub to OC Mojo.
I hear, Alex, that you're the greatest Ari player ever.
Oh my god, there's only 2 left. We can make it through this. I just want to see if the bits will turn up on the
gifted a
test
tier
speech.
1 sub to Utopia Light.
Utopia
I
Light.
hear, Alex, that you're the greatest Ari player ever.
Do you hear that? Do you really hear that? Damn, wonder where you heard that from.
The underscore D last gifted a tier 1 sub to Ha1C.
I hear, Alex.
Okay,
You're the greatest
okay, I
Ari
think
player
there's
ever.
one more after this, and then we can see. You've heard that I'm the greatest Ari player? Incredible. Where could you have possibly heard that from?
I hear, Alex,
Jesus Christ.
that you're the greatest Ari player ever.
Okay, now I need to see if the bits have been... I need to see if I've actually got the alert box set up well for that. I do need to change my alert box a little bit. Wait.
Somewhere there's a Nymaera who's really, really happy.
Oh, it's a
British
different voice.
Pirates cheered X100. Hey gang, remembered I had some bits laying around.
Oh, this is really loud,
I
what the fuck?
appreciate you all for the casting and the effort, so here's a little thanks. Jesus, that's a lot of steps required to chuck my bits here. I am a YouTube viewer, generally cheeky smiley face.
Genuine cheeky smiley face. Ooh. Okay, I really need to set up a better alert box, folks. I can't have it like doing like 10 minutes solid of frickin' gifted subs and shit. Long straightaways is not bad. We got our the regen came in too late. Or did it? I think the regen came in too late this time. I don't think that regen came in time. Oh shit, that could be a problem. Oh, straight away out of it. It's so clutch. So the regen came in after the end stage of the race hit. So we didn't actually get our gold recovery skill though. That was close. That was really close. Ding dong. Oh, hey, thanks for the bits there, Axton.
Somewhere there's a Nymaera who's really, really happy.
That is...
A0
that is
Exton cheered
Ah.
X100. 3.
103. I need to get like some really random voices for that shit. That would be kind of funny. I guess we'll go for this. No, we don't have any friendship trainings. This is fine. Maybe I should have gone for the recreation. 40% off? Oh, we'll actually go for this. Because it's 40% off, it's fine. Oh, we didn't get into the long finale. That sucks. The Corki versus Tristana made right change to Phyllis, but isn't that just the balance? Isn't that a balance issue? Because for me, what this ends up doing is just, like, I thought that was a balance issue, honestly, more than anything. I don't think you needed to play Corki Tristana all the time. Oh, thanks for the hype train, folks. You're all very cute. Where the frick did my cursor go there? Okay, where are we? We are here. From another perspective though, I find it refreshing to see a bigger champion pool with no salty wrongbacks. No, I can see that. I can see that. Like, there are definitely positives to Fearless. I just think for the best handful of teams in the world, I want to see standard drafting. Also, I miss stuff like people taking a champion one team, the enemy taking it the other game. You know, stuff like that. Yeah, so that's largely my view. I think that peak League of Legends is worse from Fearless, the rest is better. Well, yes and no. I mean, I think that we've had so many scrappy games because Fearless has made sure that people aren't as practiced on comps and stuff like that. They don't have as... Because normally what would happen is you have like one champion you know you can work around, and then the rest of it you start to flex things through. Oh, we don't have a lot of our long skills because we've item. Oh, shitting hell. Actually, completely. We blocked that completely here. Certain victory is good. Oh, champ, damn, that new skill we got really paying off there. Nice nature. Stay the fuck back. Oh my god, that was freaking close. I think that one thing that was lost in Fearless is mini meta that would develop over long best of fives. Absolutely, absolutely. I think you're completely right. I think that learning stuff about the series itself was in the series itself for that meta is complete. That's a very that's a very valid point. Do we have anything we can buy? Some conditions isn't bad, I just don't really want it. Red out we already have, ramp up we already have. What do we want? These ones aren't relevant for this. Whatever, we'll just skip it. Old Escape the Fate was great. The first albums of Craig were great as well. I didn't listen to the first ones, I don't think, actually. Maybe no, I did, thinking about it, I did. Where are we? We're here, on the outside. So we've got a decent campaign here. It's been fine. I mean, now it's just basically seeing if we get, basically just seeing if we get, what do I want to say? 9 stars. Okay, we've got most of our skills in. We're not boxed out this time. Got our ult off, which means we get our regen. Oh, but it happens too late on these races. Pretty sure it happens too late. Better on long races, I think. Oh shit, we actually lose, I think. Did we come second there? So we now need to... We'll just auto-resolve the next one then. Damn, that sucks. We'll have to... I'll just auto-resolve it. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, we win this time. Cool. Yeah, Vodka was like... Damn. Crazy. Well, that's what we... I rarely have to use alarm clocks. We just don't have the best stats, really. This helps. Graph should be up, in fact. And 3 up. Perfect. Nice. Great. We That was 7%. I never failed that off stream. Oh, by the way, we try not to talk overtly about betting in Twitch chat, at least, because it keeps the atmosphere a little better. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, into the draft we go. Top Esports on blue side again. It's been 100% blue side winner. I don't think it's necessary. Wait, has it been? Hang on, let me think. Yes, it has. 100% blue side win rate. No, it's alright. It's alright, backpack. It's all good. So, yeah, bans are completely different now. Trundle been banned out the whole series. Varus as well. Vi's almost left. You failed a 1% twice? Are you kidding me? That's insane. Aurora's really... Yeah, Aurora's huge here. There's basically nothing which deals with her in lane anymore. I guess there's a Kali, which is okay. What do you have that even deals with it? Oh, Ryze is fine. Yeah, Ryze is okay, actually. Yeah, no, that's fine. And Shanks is a good Ryze. You can put it into top lane if they put a bad matchup into the... Into that, so if you pick something which is, yeah, mostly bruisery stuff in top side, Aurora tends to destroy them. Ezreal for Lucian, lane pressure. Ooh, I mean... Do you really know enough to lock in a choice bot lane now? You could go Lucian Leona. Not bad. Jackalope has had the Lucian banned away from him a lot. Why not save Ryze pick for 3? Good question. So I suppose you want to see a little bit more of what the enemy comp is at that point. Not like you're going to get contested on supports for Ezreal. He's likely going towards something like a Karma. Do you lock in Leona now? What engaged supports is that are there? It's kind of like Leona. You have a Braum's not bad, I suppose. You could go Lucian Braum, but that's still within range of double bans. I think you lock support now. I think that too many supports are gone. I think you need to lock in a support now, otherwise you're gonna get banned out. And the Karma comes in. So we have Lucian, Braum, Ezreal, Karma. Ezreal, Karma should win that laning phase, but Braum has some very, very good early options. Of course he does, because Braum passive is one of the most broken level 1 passives in the game. Might be the most broken level 1 passive in the game, actually. Nautilus isn't bad either, of course. Sion, also very good. But that's your top tier of level 1 champions. Morgana, that binding level 1 is still very, very nasty. Problem with Morgana is that she just has so much random... Her Q is really hard to consistently make work. And it's so much of a power budget, so she doesn't get that much elsewhere anymore. Long gone are the days where she could power clear jungle and kind of be a useful extra damage threat whilst also being pick and peel. Second round, top lane is lane dominant top lane is being banned out. I mean, top Esports, again, they have the option to slide that Aurora top side for 369, depending on the top lane matchup. With that in mind, Fondre top lane counter pick sounding good. That sounds pretty good. Maybe pick jungle on 4. Poppy's gone. What do you even go in jungle now? Juani, Malachi? I feel great going towards them. Jarvan, Viego? I don't think they feel fantastic either. What is the jungle pool? Nocturne. Yeah, Nocturne's not bad. That's probably contested from both sides, you know, the Nocturne. Yeah, Nocturne on 4 to take it away from Kanavi, because Nocturne Aurora is a dang nasty combo. Turning the lights off for the Aurora dunk is nasty as hell. Why is Mel banned? Because there's a bug with her. There's a big old bug. Andre thinking about the Jax. Wow, this Yorick's pretty good, but Yorick has fallen off a lot in prior recently, like a lot. Yorick is locked in for Flandre. Now, Aurora doesn't love playing against that, so you don't really want to, because he has too much sustain. So he'll be able to, you know, push in waves, ignore the Aurora at some points. Hey, Scorpio, good to see you. Good to see you. Aatrox into the Yorick, puts the Aurora mid lane. I don't really see the win condition from anyone's legend besides globals into Yorick. You can shut down a 3. If you lane swap well on the 3 on the Aatrox and he gets shut down, that is a win condition. My worry is the Aatrox gets shut down. Jarvan. I don't love it. Not gonna lie, folks, I don't love it. You dunk on the Yorick and then you're stuck in the cage with him, really.
Yeah, mate.
Thank you, Sam. Fucking hell, that's really warm. That's very sehr warm, sehr heiß. Last pick for Tarzan. What you got for us? What have you got for us? Into Jarvan. Lee Sin's not bad, I suppose. Maokai's, I guess, stylistically a little better.
Gives you you need the Maokai actually. You need the engage. You need the engage. You struggle a little bit into the Jarvan, but the bush saplings are fantastic. And now you have Ezreal, Karma, Maokai sapling, standing position at an objective, and top Esports really struggle to deal with it, I think. For God's sake, I failed to run ads again. We'll run some ads now, folks, and we'll get into the game. Coaches will fist bump, and we'll have one last game today. A little while to close out that draft timer. Which draft do I like the more? Ain't that the question? I think I prefer Anyone's Legend, but it's not a crazy draft gap. I think if Anyone's Legend get to an objective first, I think it's harder for top esports. They do have flank angles from Aatrox and Aurora. I think Anyone's Legend, that last game was so brutal around them from objectives. Crowds are into it now. Yeah, there's some... Look, I don't think it's a massive draft gap to either team. I think Anyone's Legend have very good bot lane early on. Top Esports, if they get team fight flanks later, very, very happy. Anyone's Legend not... Anyone's Legend might struggle from lack of engage. Maybe. They have Maokai, and that's kind of it. But they have globals from Realm Warp. They have great poke. If Anyone's Legend gets to an objective first, I'm much more confident in them. Hey Sam, how's it going? I don't think we have a draft cap for the last game, which is good to see. Anyone's Legend going back towards Flandre's Yorick. Not great there. That Hope walked up and took a double tap in the press the attack from Jackie Love, but the barrier's blown on the other side. It's a low cooldown, of course, only 180 seconds, and he'll use that to shrug off some level 1 poke. The bot lane early on is actually very important. I don't think either team has... Well, Anyone's Legend don't have great engage. I think they need lane advantages. I think that they need to make the most of this Ezreal Karma. The idea is that you win lane, you start to get some vision control and objective control in the early parts of the game, and then you sit on an objective, use Ezreal Karma to poke, and the bush saplings as well from the... from
if you're in the river first, life is great. If you're in the river second, things are a lot harder. Again, you've got to go through Braum, and then obviously of course, like, don't get me wrong, top esports, when you've got Jarvan, when you've got Aurora, when you've got Lucian Braum, you do have that ability to kind of pounce on people a bit more freely. See how exactly they manage, but lane priority, often a wonderful thing. Flandre, one of our early adopters to the Yorick top side as well.
And one of the people that's actually stayed playing it. A lot of people have dropped it now. He hasn't.
There was a point where Yorick just felt incredibly busted. It's still strong.
Yeah. Actually, he was only picked up a lot of play after he was getting nerfed, which is kind of
crazy. Hilarious, I know.
Because I think basically what happens is, a champion gets so... this happened first, in my memory, with Vladimir 2015, then going into 2016-17. Stupid broken. They had to buff him so much to the point where people actually played him. And then he was nerfed probably about 8 times in a row. And people still kept playing him. Because at that point, they learned him and they got comfortable. Navi, level 3, heading bot side. Gone top side into red buff. Into early bot side gank. There's the passive from Hung, gets the first bit of it.
Heal. Down on Kale, gets out there. Doesn't actually have to burn the flash. Importantly, as Kanavi did try to cheat his clear a little bit there. Still got 2 camps to work with. So we'll be a little bit slower getting through these. I wonder whether he just has to...
Well, that's a problem now.
Run towards topside Scuttle Crab, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, he's now going to be behind Tarzan, who didn't invest time for a gank. The most valuable thing a jungler has is time. Kanavi's used some of that on a bot lane gank, which is traded 2 summoners for 1. That's not what you want to see. Tarzan is ahead. He is going to have bot lane priority for the bot side Scuttle, though. Perhaps He can play around that, but he is actually going to be a level down on Tarzan if it comes to a fight. I think mid-bot priority means that Tarzan has to give it up either the way, though.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, of course, worth noting is Kanavi had Smite, Tarzan did not. Tarzan still has that ability to go towards that top side Scuttle Crab, so I think it'll end up being a bit of a wash anyway.
No, Kanavi. So what's going to happen now? Kanavi's going to go for that Scuttle. We might see the bounce back on bot wave happening now. Tarzan's going to skirt around vision and not quite. He's going to go towards the Krugs, and he'll at least be camp even because he's stolen away an enemy jungle camp, which will keep him up in farm.
Jarvan's coming, actually. I think they might want to play this. Braum's coming on over as well. I wonder whether Tarzan's gone a little deep for this. He can't stick around. Braum's come off. Jarvan's coming on over as well. They know he's going to have to back off. That's going to delay his recall a little bit.
Okay.
Throw that sapling down. It's going to be unfortunately triggered by the Krugs.
This is why winning early bot lane was quite important for anyone's legend. You can see that, you know, farm is going pretty well for Hope, but not getting that extra value for the jungle, a little bit annoying. Jarvan hates playing from behind. He's managed to do so. That'll be a, with this early jungle clear and stuff, that would have been very, very large for them. Top Esports and Kanavi, who was massively out-jungled in game 2, able to have a much better early game in this one so far, even in gold. Camps up for Kanavi. Respawn's coming through from for Tarzan, so he'll be able to get an extra camp or two coming through now. He killed his camps a little bit quicker, which does mean that his respawns come up a little bit quicker as well. Got his first back in for that Fated Ashes. But Hope and Kyle having to blow that heal onto the Jarvan gank would mean that they lost a little bit of pressure. And even though they didn't lose any lives or anything like that, it's ended up having a big impact on the game.
Yeah, Jackie. Get some autos down. Really lead to all that much here. There we go. 300 gold for AL in the early game. Again, mostly off early lane shenanigans. Good decent lead there. Flandre, who's about 10 CS, and Hope currently with a bit of the shove. Bit of advantage down there as well. Mid lane though, Shanks might now be in a lot of danger. Gonna try and realm warp out the flag and drag knockup means he's going nowhere.
Good gank from Kanavi. Doesn't need to use that flash. Shanks is way too far up. No one's even close to him. You should not be at that point in the lane. Level 6 mark. Cream gets a good dunk down onto him. As does that Jarvan. Jarvan Aurora getting ahead of the game is really bad for anyone's legend. We've seen this from Invictus Gaming. We've seen it from a couple of other teams as well, trying to play. In the past, we saw Vi Aurora, but Jarvan Aurora is similar. Just hyper dive, get on towards that backline, and now you have something like the Aurora with that kill. That is a big problem for top for anyone's legend. Yeah. Yeah, let's try not to eat into the mics.
I thought you had enough noise gate. I'm sorry.
No, but you were like eating it here. Okay, whatever. Kanavi, getting another gank towards that bot side, forcing some stuff back.
Attacks onto that dragon. A bit of a contest here. Knavi just looking. Queen comes over the wall, across the veil. Can maybe look for Tarzan now, who's going to be in a spot of bother. Dragon secure though nonetheless. Good Bramble Smash Smite combo. Damage onto Shanks. Going to get low. Does manage to flash over the wall and stay alive. Knavi low. Flashing forward. Guile got one the kill.
Close.
Now in danger himself. Going to put out the focus resolve onto Jackalov and get the root onto him. But the follow up over the wall gets the kill for the Aurora. Flash on him from Tarzan. Helps get that kill. Cleanse all down. They're so low. Not everyone dying. Shanks trying to get some flux across. Misses the overload. Finally gets something back, but will fall. It's a mess in the river.
Shanks can't clean up, and it's a double kill over to Cream. 3-0-2 on the Aurora is disaster for anyone's legend. I think anyone's legend should have really been finding more early advantages, but I think Jackalov, Hung, and Knavi comboing up in the early game to make sure that Hope and Kyle were paying respect to them has really given an opening here for top esports. Shanks trying to get some good damage down at the level 6 mark. Actually, Rise is pretty strong right now. The Dragon is claimed by anyone's legend, but continual value out of the Jarvan passive. The attack speed being given through from the stand and everything like that too. Does get some decent value out of here. The extra attack speed definitely not something you can overlook. And the amount of times that anyone's legend have to force themselves further and further into the play really leaves them overextended and they get cleaned up.
The overloaded landed maybe kill of Hung as well and things get very different.
Top side, Jackalov Hung towards the top side there. A little bit behind the Ezreal, who did get a kill on there. The Lucian didn't. A little bit of a CS lead as well. Double flash available for Lucian and LeBron. They do find themselves in a skirmishing position. Level 6 hit by the Jarvan and the Maokai now. Maybe that changes things. Maokai ultimate, very game changing.
Very scary as well. Again, Tarzan was one of our OG AP Maokai enjoyers from back in the day on LNG in particular. I remember seeing some pretty insane stats from him back then. Gonna pick up this last Scuttle Crab and Void Grub as well. I think that's the last game as well with Hung. Turns out they're all various forms of crabs to me. Hung gets caught in the Dark Procession briefly, but gets to stand behind me to get on out of there. Kanavi taking the opportunity to go for an invade and steal away that blue buff. 369 also getting some time on this turret bot side.
21's Legend. Question for them now is, can they stabilize? Can they play around this Maokai, who is god of that half vision control? The sapling's giving you half wards around the place, which will do damage for reasons beyond me. If anyone's Legend get to an objective first, I favor them. Even with this gold lead, I think they have ways to fight that back through that. I think, however, Aurora being this fed, Jarvan being ahead in the game, I think top Esports can brute force their way into an objective, and particularly with the Aurora going towards the more bruisery build too, I think you have the HP to do that. If Cream gets towards 2 items on good timing, anyone's Legend, they are going to melt when that trigger is pulled.
Don't get the plate gold from that, interestingly. Recalled a little bit too soon, so the plate going missing there for anyone's Legend. Unfortunate for them.
Flandra not ahead in this matchup in top lane either. Hasn't been given access to a huge amount of plates or anything like that. You know, his Yorick, he's very skilled at it in the 1v1. I think it's been a while since Flandra has been, you know, the duelist king in the top lane of LPL, but she was at the start of his career, 2015, 2016, Snake Esports, someone Raz out there. Nods and smiles, whimsically perhaps. Approvingly perhaps too. This Yorick has been kind of like a nice window into the past of him, where he's been such a good duelist on champions, which index into that 1v1. We're close to his Triforce at that point. Of course, the Yorick starts to go kind of crazy with the damage. Shojin gives you that extra ability to go absolutely insane with the healing too. Anyone's Legend not really winning this mid lane push either. Jackalev, the Lucian was banned away from him earlier in the series, and perhaps we're seeing why. The 2v2 was strong from him, and controlling the mid lane well.
So, trying to get a little bit of control here. Cream goes across the Veil. Rune Prison comes on down there. The phase rush. Come on, get in range for anything else. Just a little bit of tete-a-tete. Navi Hung now roaming on up, and Snarzan just left. Is now potentially going to come right back the way he came. He's got Nature's Grasp, but I don't know though.
Doesn't have Flash. Cream can use the ult to cancel it. Flash forward for the Braum Q, and the ult. And Shanks, well, in a topical, hung out to dry.
Hung drops turret aggro, comes back into play, and they should be able to pick up a couple plates. Nice dive there from top Esports, and Tarzan chose to leave 10 seconds a little early. Two-shot barrage, not enough.
Uses the heal there. Was that preemptive? I don't know.
Good reaction, I think.
Great reaction. Hung. Again, a player who was traded off of Weibo onto top Esports. I thought with how poor his split was last play, and it was one of the worst support splits I've ever seen. Genuinely terrible level of play from Hung. I thought his career was over. Genuinely, a player that's been to Worlds on LNG, on been in top 4 of LPL multiple times. I wouldn't say he's been a star support, but he's been journeyman. And a number of people remember, you know, ulting Aatrox Q3s into his own team with Blitzcrank, and he's had some low moments like that, but he's had good moments alongside it. He's had a much better split this time than the last.
Aatrox.
Yeah. Yeah, so Hung has been, you know, not well received by the LPL community at points. Of course, it's Tarzan. I do not think you win this play.
Does have Flash, can use the phase rush, and they go. The twisted advance means nothing. Now the Cataclysm coming on down, and TES can keep on going. Kanavi flashing for more. Kyle with the heal. Is it going to be enough for Splendre? He throwing out some last rites, getting some autos down. Jackie looking to hunt for a bit more, and well, gets his way as well, but has to burn his own flash alongside that heal early on.
Oh, Kanavi leaving flags down as waiting traps for anyone's Legend. Kanavi now 1.4k up, 2-1 and 5. And this mid-jungle combo is really, really dangerous. The more kills it gets in this early game, the less anyone's Legend will be able to deal with it around objectives later. Tarzan greeds for that position in the river. Doesn't get the grubs as an Ezreal trying to look for a steal and will not get it. Kanavi will be able to smite that away. Dragon over to the side of top Esports. And we'll find ourselves on a Hex Tech Rift. Anyone's Legend resetting. Tarzan clearing through a little bit more of the jungle, down 30 CS nearabouts in jungle, which is very, very problematic. At this point in the game, you cannot afford to fall that far behind. He's a full level over Kanavi. Down on Kanavi.
Yes, he is, and that's going to be problematic. 20-odd CS plus. Good early game from Kanavi. He's been very feast or famine this split in general. This game looking like a feast on angle. Any forces done for Flandre and Hope. There is that going for them. And again, AL scale well in some regards, but a lot of it is predicated on being in the river first, and it doesn't happen too much right now. And the problem is, you look at that mid jungle, this Aurora, this Jarvan, their ability to force fight to make them hurt is going to be very high this game.
Yeah, Anyone's Legend don't have fantastic engage. They need to sit in an objective and use poke, use saplings, stuff like that. Top Esports, they have a lot of answers to that because they can force the engage when they're trying to sit in that position. And if they have enough damage, Anyone's Legend will need to back off. And they don't have the best tools to do that. You know, Marco, not great at going backwards. Rise a little bit worse at that too. Ezreal can do. Karma can help out a little bit. I just think that we're getting to the point where Cream is going to just hit Warhead status soon.
Plan, Hope. That mid lane, while Flandre up here gets the Morning Mist down to Cream, but he just hops across the Veil and drops a little bit of that aggro. Absolutely all of it. And look who else is here. It's Kanavi and Hung on the play. I think Flandre could be in danger here, mate.
I mean, you can stop the recall with a Braum Q or a Jarvan flag, like that. Thank you for showing us that. Now, he can dunk down onto him. There's no flash on Flandre, so he's going to get stuck up here either way. Kanavi can dunk on him at any different points. Might just wait for Krim to come forwards. Which ult do you want to use, Julius? The flag drug? In fact, the answer is none of them.
Yeah.
Flandre quite alone on that side lane, and Anyone's Legend are so far behind in jungle support that they can't save their top laner. The split pusher of the Yorick is now behind the Aatrox, who's safely farming on the other side, and first tower will go to the side of Top Esports in the top lane.
And the end result of that, of course, is the fact that what's happening to Tarzan and Kael, who for the longest time were our best jungle support. They don't look like it right now, especially from behind the curve.
I mean, last game they dumpstered Kanavi.
Yeah,
Kanavi went, what, 0-9? It's just been, what we've seen is basically early game read has been picked up by the scruff of the neck and thrown into a huge lead by the team that's managed to get the better of it. Last game, Kanavi had the worst early game read alongside Hung, and Tarzan and Kael just put them to the sword. I think in this game, what we've seen is the opposite. Kanavi had the better early game read. He had the lanes that were pushing in a mid and bot lane. He ended up getting a farm advantage over Tarzan. He's ended up retaining that lead and using it to force fights. It's very, very hard now for Anyone's Legend to play the game so far behind the curve. You know, the jungle farm advantage, Kanavi's still holding up a little bit there. He's still basically a full level up over on Tarzan. He's got camps to clear through as well for a little while until the next objective comes up, so it's not like Kanavi has to stop farming for anything. And this bunny in the mid lane is criminal status now. 503, going towards a second mask item, whether that's the Bloodletters or the Riftmaker. Either one is kind of just as bad as the other ones, really. And Anyone's Legend, as we said before, they just don't have the talent. They don't have the tools to deal with it. They have not got great ability to shut down the Aurora as they jump in. They don't have great ability to deal with the side lanes now as well with Yorick shutdown.
Seems to be the idea. Back a minute away. He's second for either team. Top Esports are the ones who very much have control of this blue side jungle, and we already said, AL, look, your engage is very reliant on being there first, bluntly. It's counter engage. It's Maokai ultimate, I suppose, but not exactly guaranteed a lockdown in there in terms of a team fight win afterwards. Now Herald's going to get dropped in mid lane. Hope is just sort of sat here trying to be as safe as possible, as the jungle just continues to be threatened by bunnies and Jarvans who go between worlds. Tarzan going to try and get Realm Wolfed out to safety. Will do so.
He loses his Wolves, loses his mid lane turret, and this is a game all about zone control and control on the map from Anyone's Legend. They don't have that. They just do not have that. They've taken 0 turrets. They've got a little bit of chunk here on top lane and bot lane turrets through the 3 growths, but it's not enough. They're getting shut down by massive proactive players from Kanavi, who from ahead of the game is one of the best junglers in the world. When he gets that lead, when he gets to invade and be proactive, right here, the threat onto it forces Shanks to lose a global summoner. His teleport's down. Finally, Anyone's Legend will get the top lane out of turret, but they are so far behind on the play that it's trading 1 turret for 2.
Seems to be Flandre out to get this turret by himself. Does get that at the very least, so the split push option there from the Yorick could maybe another way back into it, because Cream trades it out well on the other side, so it doesn't really lead to any actual meaningful advantage. At least Anyone's Legend are getting something on the map. It's certainly not an advantage. Kanavi should be able to pick up the second dragon without too much contest. True Shot Barrage is flying. I don't think it's going to be on the right time here to steal it.
It is, in fact, just going to clear the speed, increase the clear of the dragon. So thanks for the help there, Hope. We'll have an assist on that one, as technically, I guess, Kanavi so still on the kill feed. But he's 2,000 gold over Tarzan, who's going to go towards the Bloodletters second. Cream's already finished his Riftmaker second, though, and that makes it so much harder to make turnaround fights. What is anyone's legend realistically looking for? A Realm Warp to catch someone out of position, potentially? Very hard to do that against this team. Every single member of top esports is hard to pick off. Aatrox has Flash, has ults, has Sundered Sky. He's not going down easily. Kanavi has Flash, Flag Drag. Cream has Flash, ult, W, E. Jackulov has Flash, Barrier, E. Hung has Flash Heal, dash backwards as well. He even has the Solstice Slay for a little bit of situational movement speed. You're not getting picks out of this comp easily. It's going to be like bleeding a rock, really. So what do Ender's Legend do there? They must somehow, as we said before, find a way to an objective first. Well, they ain't winning side lanes to do that either. So the options are running really thin. You are preying on mistakes. You're hoping that top esports leaves someone overextended or blows someone as easily. But real credit to top esports, they are one of the best teams in the LPL at taking a game like this and playing slow around objectives, getting to the objective first, setting up like it right here, and just making sure they can walk together into areas of the map.
Tarzan gonna hold that blue buff at least. From this point in the lead, they can be so oppressive. Reminder, this was our best team in winter. They had a pretty decent showing until playoffs in summer. We saw some fractures, but right now, they are making our current champions, Anyone's Legend, sweat pretty heavily. Chunk onto Cream, but it means very little, and the map just keeps getting smaller and darker for Anyone's Legend.
Cataclysm goes down, doesn't force the flash of Tarzan. I think that was the goal, really. You don't even need the kill. You just need to make sure that there are lacking flashes so the Cataclysm hits even harder. Tarzan being forced to fight over stuff like his Gromp. 369 will use his time to say, okay, well, Raptors are free then if you're on the other side of the map. Atacon is alive. Anyone's Legend can't use this window while the Cataclysm's down, though. And look, Kanavi has Black Cleaver. You've got level 11. Sundered Sky gives you some cooldown reduction as well. Jarvan Ultra is not crazy high cooldown. He's going to go for a recall now and get himself potentially some troll wards and maybe an extra components. Get out onto the map where they can start to think about setting up around Atacon. They just went into that bot side jungle, dropped a ward or two. And yeah, you can see that upgraded boot starting to come through from the team of top esports as well, which are very good gold efficient ways to get yourself ahead of the curve.
Atacon triggered there by the True Shot Barrage, which I don't think Cream is all that interesting contesting with. Cream as well, the richest man.
Yeah, 1v1 Atacon.
Let's go. You got a Riftmaker, maybe.
Do you remember that clip of Gumayushi 1v1ing Atacon as Xayah?
Oh, yeah.
Earlier in the year? That was entertaining. That was entertaining, Zach.
Speaking of great eyes, he's probably going to be up there as one of the very best out there. Wards from Anyone's Legend, though, around this Atacon being just stripped away slowly, oh so slowly.
And top esports, this is their specialty, actually, in the LPL. They do take things slow on objective setup. They are good at playing slow macro. I think even last year, when top esports had slightly different roster, they had Mako on the lineup and stuff like that, they were very good at slow macro then too. It's just this team. Of course, they had TN back then too. But top esports has been a team in recent years, when they've been at the top of the LPL again after taking a brief year off in 2023, realistically, have been good at playing the slower macro. We'll start up the Atacon now. There is a ward onto it. AL will know this is happening. Do they have much they can do with that information, though? They are walking their way down here. Hextech gates will help them get to the objective quicker.
I mate that one happen. Barrage comes across a couple. Nice shield there from Kanavi. The Nature's Grass comes on down at 3 HP. Tarzan can potentially look for the steal. Remember, they got the Q. Gonna keep him away. He does steal it, but will trade his life for it. Lucian's the one who picks it up. Hope gets over the wall. Needs to keep running. His 369 has been slowed down by the saplings. They get most of what they came for. Shanks should be able to ult on out to safety and does.
I mean, Tarzan just gets the smite. It's not even a Q smite. Top esports not able to keep Anyone's Legend away from the objective. And for all their slow setup, they don't execute well on the keep away mechanics. 369, my dude?
No, not like that. That's unfortunate. Like Kanavi flags and drags on through. Maybe he don't turn around. The healing is pretty ridiculous. Cataclysm comes across, wading down onto 2. Good damage, but the True Shot Barrage.
What are they doing?
Damage. They've gone so deep. Then goes Hung and gets picked up by Hope. It's a 3rd kill for him. Cream now needs to keep running. Needs to keep on trying to find his way away, but the slows keep running. Flash on out, but now Jackie. Kanavi going on in. Shanks has still got a shield. A flash from Kanavi still going to go down. 2v3. Cream still low. In goes Jackie. At least gets one with a vigilance passive. The double tap to there. The Lucian, the Light Slinger finally falls as Flandre throws a whole lot of Morning Mist and the last rites are done.
Cream's out of mana, hasn't got his ult, doesn't really have many ways out of this. Tarzan can get that route. Flandre will come on over. A Morning Mist, a swing of the shovel. Nice. And Anyone's Legend will take down the entire team of top esports after that Atacon. Intercon strikes again. Top esports was so far ahead, and 369 369 loses his mind around the inner turret, forcing top Esports to pile on, and they just can't. They don't know when to quit.
And again, the two people with all the gold, Kanavi and Cream, are not here. This dragon is going, surely. TP now coming on forwards. Bramble Smash and Smite means this is likely just going to be over towards that Maokai.
Dragon will go down. Anyone's Legend picking up both objectives, and from a game we thought, well, they don't really have anything they can do about this. How are they going to approach? They don't have much objective, engage and stuff. Tarzan just walks up. He doesn't even get the... Oh, he does get the Q Smite. Does just about go through. He was CC during it, but good play from him to secure the objective itself. And then 369 just loses his mind. He just walks up way too close to that turret. He doesn't have ult anymore. Gets rooted down. Shanks, great DPS. Cream also doesn't have his ultimate. Used it before. If he has it, I think that's fine. Hope finds a way into the play. Lucian's gone mid lane. Clearly, they didn't want to fight here because Lucian is pushing up mid lane. Top Esports lose their heads, and they lose their lead, really, around that fight.
Rough scenes, and then... at the very least, Jackie tries to dance his way through it, nearly gets so many. Cream also desperately low, gets hit by that morning mist, but the ghouls actually re-aggro onto Jackie, which ironically was probably necessary because he was going to start running through people.
Yeah, the slow is actually what ends up making that more playable. He wasn't able to outplay that one. Jackalove's just good at cleaning up bits and pieces, but he didn't want that fight. Clearly didn't. He was pushing mid lane. It's not on Jackalove. He's just sat there going like, my dudes, why are we dying on a turret with such a big lead? Top Esports do have that huge jungle mid lead again, but Yorick is now a huge factor. 2.3k ahead, 369. Starting that last fight, not knowing exactly where that would lead up. He started the day with an MVP from game 1 with that Gwen. His late game was insane on that. Right here, though, you have to expect more of the veteran top laner of Top Esports. 369, Kanavi, and Harm, a trio that have blazed an inimitable path throughout the LPL. They had incredible streak. They are one of the highest win rates trios and sets of player and coach in the LPL that we've ever seen. But right here, that is just not a good play to be showing us, the viewers, and your fans and your teammates.
So, Top Esports, 2,000 gold ahead now. Not what they were. 3 items on Hope. 3 items on Flandre. Tarzan, ow. That one stings. But again, Jonathan being 2.5k ahead. How scary is that at this point in the game? I don't know. Cream, though,
there's a lot of missing
might
flashes. Kanavi can get a Cataclysm here. Flag drag out, potentially.
Nature's Grass comes across, gets interrupted by a tree shot barrage from that. Hope still staying alive. Lots of shields coming down in courtesy of the Karma, but they've lost the tree. Realm Warp out, looking to get some damage down as Flandre now in danger. Tries to get something here, but this Yorick is dead. That's much better from Top Esports. Punishing back, at least he gets one. The health bar's still quite low at Hope. Hang on, can he dance around this?
Now uses his E. I don't think he can fight now. That's down. Trying to walk forwards. Kanavi could potentially look for a flag drag forward. It ends up being 3 for 2 in the top side jungle. Top Esports punishing the flashless team of anyone's Legend. Pretty much no one had flash up in that fight. I think, in fact, Hope and Flandre, their flashes are coming up like now. So good timing there from Top Esports. Jarvan, of course, incredibly good at punishing people when their mobility is on cooldown. 2-level advantage for the Jarvan. The boots of strength giving some extra magic. Shield, very, very important here. Being able to stop the Ezreal through the big one spot. Nice. And Jackalove's basically untouched throughout this. They're trying to DPS down Cream, the front line, whoever's just the first target to show themselves. Shanks is just trying to get a spell flux bounce where he can, and he does a decent job. It's just the angle was too good at the start with the Catalysm, the Aurora ultimate. The choke point is actually quite good from both teams. See the last Q that managed to take down that Lucian. Good snipe by Hope.
He's getting something back skin. The Ezreal was also vaguely untouched, and as the health bar started to dip at the end of that, you just began to wonder there'd been a ward or something for Hope to dance on forward. You could have seen it happen. Flash back up now. Game remains about the same goal difference, and the key thing is that for all that looked good from Top Esports, they couldn't get a Baron, they couldn't get anything off that because they still lost enough members to make that scary. Cream, though, has gone back home, decided to pick up some light reading in the form of a Medjai Soul Stealer, has got a Blighting Jewel and a Seeker's Arm Guard.
Yep.
Those are some very powerful components in inventory as well.
Yeah, Cream is in a very, very good spot. Baron control, starting to get closed out by Top Esports. Anyone's Legend. The victory that Top Esports got from that last play is stopping Anyone's Legend from going towards top river and getting vision control down. Void Staff almost in for Shanks. If he gets that, those spell fluxes, which looks kind of nasty in that last fight, become a little bit more deadly. He is level 16, so his combos do more damage. He's also have a 3,400 gold down. Shanks has been very much backseat to Cream's Aurora, 8-1 and 7. And for all the misgivings about Cream recently, some people saying having Cream on the roster is holding back Top Esports from being a top team. Doesn't mean he's bereft of performances like this. He still has some games where he does take over. No, he's probably not been on the level of Shanks or Knights or even Rookie right now, I think. But he's definitely somebody with some of those top tier performances in the back pocket occasionally, despite them not showing as consistently as they once did.
Dragon available, Baron available. The push and pull gets a little bit more interesting now on which side of the map you're on.
Trying to control that vision again, as we were saying. Top Esports trying to make sure that anyone's Legend don't get good control over that. Send Jack 11-369 down towards the Dragon. They'll take that. That'll be sold point for them. Their third, not fourth. And that'll be easily taken for them. Some cooldown reduction, some attack speed. Very nice for most of these characters on the roster. Anyone's Legend. Playing it slow, playing it safe. They realize they can win fights now. That's important. I think there was a point in the game before that Adacon where they were thinking, yeah, this is pretty hard to work. Then they picked up a mistake, and one of the things which really sets apart, good teams from great teams, and I think Anyone's Legend for a lot of this year has been a great team. Especially since MSI, I think teams have realized that globally too. I think which sets them apart is discipline a lot of the time. It's not just being able to pull out big macro moves and big team fights. It's being able to survive until the point where that opportunity presents itself. There have been plenty of teams over time which have that upper ceiling, have not been able to survive through to it. And the sad thing about Top Esports this game is actually they've lacked that discipline in this game. What's being really just taken, placed down, taken again. Anyone's Legend struggling to keep vision control consistently over, but they are getting slight bits of vision. The Ezreal ult is going to be used to make sure that Baron wasn't taken right there. Now that's off. They do have one more blue trinket. They can use that now. If you complete that recall, son, you're in trouble. You won't do so. Blue trinket used. They all know the Baron is going down.
Nature's Grass comes across.
Smite.
2000. Oh, my days. He did go in for the Q. Smite couldn't quite make it happen. That means that Top Esports have got the Baron and the fight after. Between Worlds comes on through. Kanavi, Cream chasing for more. Hope flashes out. Cataclysm now down. Arcane Shift trying to continue hopping his way through for the flag. The drag. Hope with the shield, but Karma cannot keep their AD carry alive. Shanks trying to get value here with the smell flux, but Jackie Love just glides away. The relentless pursuit towards victory here. Top Esports finally find it. The straw that will bake. AL's back.
Shanks can't get the 1v1, and his death is signed off for with Love. Jackie Love, in this case, gets the 1v1 against the rise of Top Esports. They will not fall to a Top Esports Baron of old. They will claim it. Tarzan flashed in, failed to secure. And Top Esports will see AL to a negative series win rate of 2 and 3 in their first 5 series.
The spring champions are humbled by the winter ones. 12 and 1 is Cream on the Aurora. And Top Esports clearly now topping the Ascend group.
A lot of Top Esports series have not given us confident outlook for them, but they have now beaten Anyone's Legend in that 3-game series. That's an important win for them, and Anyone's Legend, they have yet to show us their form from MSI, their form from last splits. I think Shanks has been playing worse than he was. I think Tarzan has been playing worse than he did, despite the game 2 being so good from him too. The consistency is not there now. And Top Esports, credit to them, best of 3 merchants. They lose a game or two, but they're actually walking away with those wins, only losing to BLG, who are obviously looking like terrifying prospects on the other side. Anyone's Legend, what is this team going to do? They need to find a way out of this slump.
And again, I'm not... It's only been 2 weeks, but the problem is it's a tight timing. And hello, guys. Initialise here, Nymaera to my side. It's a bit of a slump, don't get me wrong. But again, they've just come back off a very long international tour. I wouldn't be surprised if they've just taken a bit of a break and they've put off the gas pedal a little bit. We'll see where they're at in a week's time. This was better in some ways, but again, that last draft, you needed to get more out of the early game. It was a harder draft to play, I think. And on the other hand, I think Top Esports have been improving, especially when they're ahead of the game. My days, that team looks really obnoxious.
That'll be our games today, folks. A 2-1 from NIP to start the day, a 2-1 to end of the day from Top Esports over Anyone's Legend. If you've been enjoying the content here, my name is Nymaera, also known as Alex. This is Initialise, also known as Sam. We're brothers, and we've cast League of Legends together for years and years at this point. Even then, we're some of our Doesn't feel like that long. It feels
Doesn't
long in some
really,
ways.
I know.
We are still some of the newer casters on the block. We might yeah. So we're still, you know, they're building up brand. We are professional casters though. That's how we pay our rent. It's our job. That's what we do. This is not a side gig. This is our main gig. What that means is that when we're doing stuff like this, you might have seen us on stuff like LEC and stuff, but to pay the rent, we need support from folks like you. By watching, that is part of it. But if you can drop a like, a follow, subscribe, donate to the Ko-fi link as well, that can really make the difference for us. We hope you've enjoyed yourself first and foremost, though, in our journey through the wild and wonderful world that is the LPL. With the official broadcast being shut down at the end of last year, a lot of casters lost their homes and in terms of broadcast style for that too. And we appreciate all of you being around. We noticed the regulars in here. We love getting to chat to you, hearing your insight in the chat as well. There are plenty of times where we look over our chat and go, that's a great point. And it's great to have that community insight as well, in a way that I don't tend to do when I'm more professional broadcast, because it tends to be locked into the... It was very good to hear from you all. You make this a very unique experience, and we hope that we make the unique experience for you as well. That's going to be the end of the stream today. We've got some stuff we've got to do with some friends later. Friends in town. He's there for like a birthday celebration and stuff. We're going to do that. So we'll end the stream now, but thank you so much for spending some time with us, and we will see you next time.
Tomorrow.